is 7 o'clock by my clock. We're gonna call the Woodside Town Council meeting of July 30th, 2024 to order. And Melissa, could you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Domkowski.
Here.
Councilmember Fluitt.
Here.
Councilmember Gold. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Mayor Wall.
Here. And Councilmember Gold, would you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll move on to communications. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.3a, persons wishing to address the council on non-agendized items that are within the jurisdiction of the town are invited to do so. Please note, however, that the council is not able to undertake extended discussion or to act on non-agendized items. Such items can be referred to staff for appropriate action, which may include placement on a future agenda. This communication period is limited to 5 persons, 3 minutes each. Any additional persons wishing to be heard will be scheduled at the end of regular business. And let's see, anybody in the room have a public comment?
Thalia Lubin, History Committee. This Saturday from 1 to 3, the museum will be open, and we are hosting a walking tour of Town Center. And this is in conjunction with San Mateo County Historical Association, which is doing this all over the county, various municipalities. So if you want to learn more about some of the buildings in Town Center and some of Leanne's buildings, especially, anyway, 1 to 3. And we're also working on a self-guided walking tour brochure that we'll have out soon as well. So, yes.
Where is it going to start?
It starts and stops at the museum, and they're going to be every half hour from 1 to 3. So.
And you said what day?
Saturday, the 3rd.
Super cool. I love it. Sadly, we'll be out of town, but I really wish I could make it. Thank you for letting us know.
A private one, Joe.
All right, I'll take you up on that. All right. Any other public comment on non-agendized items in the room? Not seeing anybody in the Zoom room. All right, I'm going to close the public comment. I think, as you all know, this is a continuation of the meeting that we had on July 23rd. So we don't have any consent calendar items, and we're going to move right into the public hearing. I'm going to say the same thing that I said at the beginning of the meeting last week, which is that we're going to be talking about several items relating to the housing element. Kevin is going to take us through the staff report. But before I start, I think we did a really good job last week. I want everyone to feel heard and valued. That means all of you, everybody out in the public, in the Zoom room, in the room, members of council, our town staff. And in order to do that, we need to really have inclusive participation. So everyone is encouraged to contribute, but please do avoid interrupting. When it's your turn, if you're in the room, please come to the mic, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to offer your comments. If you want to speak again, that's fine. Please engage in active listening. So pay attention to the other speakers. It's definitely okay to acknowledge and support others, but if you're finding that the same points are getting repeated, we definitely are up here, we're listening to everything, so it's not necessary to keep repeating the same points over and over again. Please be respectful of the people that are talking and everyone else in the room. And let's see, we're breaking the agenda up into different parts, so we're asking if you could please try to comment on the item that we're actually talking about. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin, who I think is looking over at Councilmember Brown. Do you want to?
Yes, yes, I am going to recuse myself from the discussion, first discussion about High Road, because I live within 500 feet of High Road, And the state says that that's a conflict of interest for me, that I could potentially be making money off whatever happens on High Road.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. All right, so first off, we're going to be talking about High Road. So Kevin, would you please introduce the items relevant to High Road in the agenda?
I will. Thank you, Mayor Wall and council members. That sounds to me like this is better than last week in terms of volume. I can hear it in my ear, so that's good. So just to, before we move into the High Road, I just wanted to kind of recap what we did a week ago. We opened this, or the council started this public hearing last week on the 23rd of July. And at that meeting a week ago, the council took two actions which set us on the path for having an adopted, state certified, implemented housing element. And the first two actions taken by the council a week ago were certifying an environmental impact report, which supports both the housing element, as well as rezonings that are on your agenda for discussion this evening. And then the second action that the council took last week was actually adopting the 2023-2031 housing element. And I did want to share this piece of information. This came to us this afternoon at 5:30, so this is really late breaking. But we did receive a letter from the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, stating in part that HCD is pleased to find that the adopted housing element, which was adopted last week, meets the statutory requirements of state housing law, which was, one of our, if not the primary objective. It does go on to say that, something we talked about last week, that however, the housing element cannot be found in substantial compliance until the town has completed the necessary rezones, as described in the letter, which is basically related to the statutory requirements related to the deadlines of adopting the housing element. So that is at least from the staff side of things, that's terrific news that we've been acknowledged by HCD that the housing element meets the requirements of state housing element law. So after those actions last week, we stopped before moving on to the rezonings and the package of actions that the council would need to do for the 4 sites that are identified in the town's RHNA plan, as I mentioned last week. Those are the sites that the plan identifies for multifamily zoning housing. And there are 4 sites identified in the plan. 2 of them are town-owned properties, one at High Road, which is where we'll start. Councilmember Brown just indicated he had a conflict, a property interest conflict. The second property is at Raymundo Road at Runnymede Drive, also town-owned. The third site is a private property at 773 Kenyatta Road, and the fourth site is part of the Kenyatta College campus. Again, just to restate, there's the 2 properties that are owned by the town. What we're doing tonight are looking at the regulatory actions. The town still retains ownership, and as owner has the primary role to play in any future development or action on those properties. The college site is owned and operated by another governmental agency, the San Mateo College Community District. They also have an elected board, so they are a governmental agency that operates under Brown Act rules. And then 773 Kenyatta is the private site, and as been noted before, there is an active application for a subdivision of that property that is currently working its way through the process. They're at the concept map stage with further steps to go. So before you first, and again, just to reiterate, we're taking High Road first to allow Councilmember Brown to participate in the remainder of the agenda. It is consistent with state law, fair practices law, for a council member to participate once any actions are no longer affect his property. And the interest here is in having the maximum council participation available. The first set of actions relate to the High Road property. And there are 3 actions that are before the council for consideration, and they're all kind of related. The first is a resolution which would amend the general plan designation. The High Road site currently has an open space designation, and it is identified in the town's open space element, the general plan open spacing element, as providing open space for visual enjoyment, one of the categories of open space that is identified in the open space element of the general plan. So the general plan designation would, the resolution would change that designation from open space to residential, which would allow for multifamily housing to be zoned on that property. The second item is the zoning change, which again would change the zoning from that property from open space to multifamily. And the third action related to the zoning ordinance are objective design standards, which outline the standards, the design standards for any building, any construction on that site. And again, I will reiterate, this is town owned. And so there's the owner side that come later, but from the regulatory side, this puts in place the rules that are at least on paper that would apply to High Road for development. And so with that brief introduction, staff is available to answer questions.
All right, we'll open it up for council member questions for staff. I'm going to look down here to Council Member Domkowski. Would you like to kick us off?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to, let me get this close enough, sorry. Just to restate our intention and to follow through on the philosophic comments that we put into the housing element on owner-occupied or owned units for the town-owned sites. If we wanted to codify that statement in this underlying document, in this residential designation, that this would be the right place to put that. Some comment about designating these to be owner-occupied.
Yeah, staff believes that
It's rhetorical,
well,
my question.
Yeah, staff believes that that would be an appropriate whereas to add to the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, Councilmember Shaw. All right, Councilmember Gold.
One, you mentioned earlier that the two parcels, the one on Runnymede and the one on High Road, which we're discussing now, are town-owned parcels, and that we control those. We control ultimately what happens there. Can you tell me what that means?
It means from the perspective of, as the owner, it will be the town's responsibility and role to identify a program for those parcels, to identify, we have to go through statutory process, but ultimately to identify and pick a housing partner for development of those parcels. So as part of that process, as the owner part of that process, the council will be involved, and I presume that the council will ask Planning Commission and possibly even ASRB to be involved in that process, setting that program for those parcels.
So does that mean that we ultimately make the decision if we accept a bid from a housing partner or approve the development that they've proposed?
That's correct.
And that development could be less than the units that we've designated here.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And the other question I have is, you mentioned that it's currently zoned open space, and I think you said for scenic enjoyment or something like that. That's not what it says in the document.
It is designated in the general plan as open space environmental sensitive area. But within the open space element itself, there's a table of open space properties that identify their, I think their attributes is probably the best way to describe it. And that table identifies High Road as being for visual enjoyment.
But the designation in the very first whereas says open space / environmentally sensitive area.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Fluitt.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask about the process, so maybe it's just worth repeating that for High Road, the town would be able to essentially pick our partner, whatever developer that would be. And would that selection, would that be part of a public meeting?
Yes.
And then you said we could choose to have planning or ASRB be involved. Is that something the town council would choose? Is that something that'd be automatic? How would that work?
I'm gonna answer Gene, and please fill in the blanks if need be. This is as a property owner, there's nothing prescribed in the municipal code for a process. So as the property owner, as the governing board, the decisions are all going to rest with the town council. But I believe that the council, on its authority, can ask for assistance from any of its bodies that it sees fit. So or to put it more simply, maybe the council can outline the process by which it wants to engage the public and select, say, a developer. The council could choose to do it all on its own. It could use an existing body. You could set up a committee of others. I mean, I don't know that there are any limitations
Yep.
on how the council approaches that question.
So that's, one of my questions was, could we have a volunteer body made up of, say, 2 council members, 3 members of the public, and they follows this process through, and also say mandate that the open space committee is involved and Trails is involved.
You can,
So again, kind of set the stage for this project.
that will be entirely up to you. Yes.
And then, a week ago, we heard a little bit, although not as much as we used to, about the gas transmission line. And I guess just to make sure we answer those questions, are there any concerns about the gas transmission line that exists on High Road in terms of the ability to develop?
No.
They're all my questions.
Thank you, Ned. You stole my process questions. So any further council member questions? All right.
Just a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since you raised that. So the first item, this may be for Gene. So the first item we're discussing here is the general plan modification, as I understand it, which is changing it from open space to residential. This is not the zoning change to go to multifamily for up to 20 units per acre. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think the
So just to clarify, this is important. I think what the mayor would like to do is get comments that address all 3 of those items. The order of actions would be general plan first, zoning amendment second, design standards third.
Yeah, I think the intent right now is to discuss all of the issues related to High Road,
Including zoning.
including zoning. Yeah. So given that, do we have any further questions?
Oh, okay. So we're taking the first 3 items for Q&A.
Kevin, did you
That was-
give all of the information in the staff report related to the High Road?
Oh.
Is there anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Then yes, I do have additional questions. I didn't realize that. Thank you. So the only thing that jumps out at me with the multifamily zoning is this comment that multifamily development can be done now on slopes in excess of 35% without approval of a variance. And can you just remind me the situation we have right now with single family? And I'll stop there for a second, but I have a few follow-ups. Is that allowed with single family, and we're allowing it for multifamily? Is that
It is currently not allowed for single family.
right? Right. Sorry, I said that backwards, but yeah. But we are going to, is the way it's written here, we are going to. And what would be the rationale for doing that if it's not good enough for single family, but we're willing to put a duplex on it instead?
Well, it really comes down to buildability of sites and providing opportunities to provide for that varied housing, the multifamily housing.
So are we effectively saying that, the flip side of this is, we have the right building materials and the right structural process now that we actually can build on 35% slopes. Like the flip side would be to go back and make it sort of congruent for single family. Is that something that we could, of course, advocate to
Yes.
resurface?
Yes.
Okay. Or we could strike it. Could we strike without and turn it into with, like you could build with a variance? Why does it say without? It's just sort of from.
It would be a constraint, and it would require a discretionary action that would be inconsistent with the law.
I see. Okay. This is the taking control away thing. Okay. And actually that is going to, I guess that's it. So I just need to think about what I just heard, but thank you.
Councilmember Shaw? Councilmember Gold?
Talking about zoning now. So if this changes to multifamily for up to 20 units per acre, it's a 1 acre parcel with I think a 0.7 acre building envelope. And we've designated 16 units there. What could be built there? Could it be 16 stories high with 1 unit on each level? Could it be a flat unit with 16 units on one level, 1 story? What's the constraints that we have?
The constraints are outlined in the objective design standards. So make sure I speak correctly. I believe there's a 35-foot height limit. There's a certain amount of coverage on the ground that's permitted. There's some minimal setbacks that are required. So they'd have to fit within that envelope.
Okay. And you believe that with the setbacks we have and that 35-foot height limit, that you could get 16 units on that 0.7 acre building envelope?
I think it's possible. It depends on the size of the units.
So a building partner might say it's not, and maybe they end up with 5 or 10 or some other number.
It's potential. Yeah. I mean, we haven't designed anything there.
Okay. And a follow-up question to that, what's a 35-foot height limit? Is that, because I assume there may be underground parking here, because I think this parcel has 36 parking spaces assigned to it for 16 units, 2 per unit, plus an additional 25% for guests and visitors. So I assume some of those parking spaces would be underground?
It's possible they could be. The height measurement comes from existing or finished grade, whichever is lower. If you have something that goes underground,
It doesn't count.
that would not count against the height limit.
So there could be underground parking, and then there would be 35, you said 35 feet?
I'll triple check that for you. But
Yeah, I think that's right.
yes, that's correct.
So 35 feet. So that's 3 stories, correct?
Yes, you could fit 3 stories in 35 feet.
Okay. No other questions?
Councilmember Fluid?
No other questions.
All right, we're going to open this for public comment. We'll start in the room. Anybody like to kick us off for public comment?
Hi, I'm Sue. I'm on Raimondo. I just have a question about the High Street. If wouldn't we want to allow 2 parking spaces if it's multifamily? Because wouldn't 2 people maybe have cars? And then if we need to allow for guests, so where would the additional cars park on that lot? And I understand our fire department currently in Woodside does not have a truck that has a ladder that would reach a 35-foot high building. Would the town be buying a new fire truck, or I don't know what would happen there? I think you guys took it down to 30 feet on Raimondo. Would you might consider lowering the height there just for fire safety? Thank you.
Thank you. Sage, could you kind of explain how parking works? I know, we're in the process of, on the table is a proposed rezoning. How does parking work in connection with a rezoning?
There's specific standards for parking. So the zoning then goes to reference the objective design standards, and those include the parking requirements. And it should be noted that in conjunction with working with any housing developer, we'd be looking at the standards itself and working with the council to see what's appropriate for the site.
And what are the parking requirements?
Double check that. Thank you. It's 2 parking spaces per unit plus, so it's 2.25 per unit. The 0.25 is there's some aggregate that will equal amount for guest parking on the site.
Okay. And I know there's no actual building proposal on the table, but down the road, I mean, if anywhere in town, I guess, if there was a building that the fire department's current truck couldn't service, what would happen then? How would that get?
So I did speak with the fire chief on that question, and he is not concerned. Through mutual aid, coverage is available. I mean, equipment is available to respond to any event in town.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I have a hand up in the Zoom room, so we're going to go to Toy. And apologies if I didn't get your name pronounced properly. Bless you.
Okay, my name's Tony Donaldson, and I'm a resident on High Road. I've been to many of these meetings, and I've expressed my concerns about the High Road site, trying to talk about the traffic and everything else, and it doesn't really seem to make any difference. So now I would just kind of like to talk about the way I feel about this. Number one, we're not in the Woodside School District. That's something that I've never really understood. I sort of have always felt like we're treated as second-class citizens of Woodside. Number two, we built a pool house on our property. We have almost 2 acres here, and what we had to go through in terms of, you know, restrictions and how big it could be and everything else was incredible. And the thought that a parcel that is less than, you know, what we have, if you're talking about building 17 to 20 units on, is really outrageous. And then when you talk about this space being open space for, it's environmentally sensitive for visual enjoyment, you're basically saying that you don't care about any of those things in terms of the residents of people that live around High Road, and especially on Totolamundo. You are going to change the quality of their life and the property values and the way that this whole area is. There will be no open space at all. And my last point really is on the gas line. There weren't any concerns in San Bruno. Nobody mentioned anything happening in San Bruno until something did. So if you really feel that comfortable about that, and if the town council and everybody else is willing to sign a pledge that you are going to back up that nothing is ever going to happen on that site, I think that would be a really important issue and something that maybe you should all think about. And I appreciate the time that you've given me and to express my feelings.
Thank you, Tony. All right, we're going to go next in the room.
Hi, Kim Hansen, Raymundo. I have a couple general questions that are specific to High Road. With the general plan changes, other than just the small changes that you mentioned, is the exact text in the town council package? And if you look at the verbiage for our general open space requirements and how we look at open space, that needs to be changed too. So I would ask that I'm confused. What I'm asking is, have we looked at all of our verbiage in the open space section of the general plan, and have we seen how what you're proposing will affect our philosophy on the general plan? I would also like to know, I would like a definition of what mutual aid is from the fire department. I felt like that was not a great answer. And if I heard correctly, in meetings in the past, especially at the planning committee meeting where we talked about rezoning High Road and the other sites, the planning commissioners were told that all of these parcels would go through a process. But what I just heard, and please tell me if I heard incorrectly, that there's no process, there's no constraints, there's no need to apply for a variance. We don't necessarily need to go to ASRB or planning. It could be desk approved, and we don't really know. So we're just going to figure it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. All right, so we're going to do our best to answer your questions. So I took notes, but I know your first question was around the general plan and whether the text of the general plan showed up in our packet. I think that's probably a question for Sage. Can you take that one?
I believe one of the questions was regarding what the outline requirements are, and those are in the packet, in the objective design standards and the zoning. If there's any changes such as updating table 2 in the general plan, the town would follow up with those changes, but it would be in conjunction with changing the general plan designation.
Okay, thank you. And then Kim, your second question was around mutual aid. My interpretation of that was that we could get support from
So-
surrounding cities, but maybe Kevin, you could help. us
Yeah,
understand.
no, San Mateo, all of the agencies in San Mateo County, fire agencies, operate under a mutual aid. And basically what that means is the nearest responding station or personnel or apparatus will respond to any event. So there's sort of a constant moving of personnel and apparatus, firefighters moving around the county. So all that meant is that, and all that meant is the nearest apparatus that needs to respond to an event would respond, and it's automatic.
Okay, that makes sense. And then Kim, your third question was around what comes next, I think, right? Exactly. So, tonight we're talking, one of the things we're talking about is the rezonings. And then after that, I took your question as, what would be the process or the procedure if and when we start to move into actual development? Again, I'm going to bounce this to Sage, but I think, the answer is, I think there's, one set of process that would relate to the town-owned sites, a slightly different process that would relate to 773 Kenyatta, and then a slightly different process that would relate to Kenyatta College. So Sage, would you mind kind of taking us through, maybe not in super granular detail, but, so folks can understand what the process would be for each of the sites?
So as town manager mentioned, for the town-owned sites, the town needs to go through a process of request for proposals, get those proposals, and then identify a selected proposal through the town council. And then the town council can outline what type of process is necessary to develop the RFP, to work with that. Any contract that is set up with the housing partner will outline the steps necessary for the design review of that project. For 773 Kenyatta Road, that process requires further review of the subdivision. And so there's further process to be evaluated there. And then the last site, Kenyatta College, would be able to obtain building permits if they meet all of the standards in the zoning and objective design standards. So, and all four of the sites need to meet their individual objective design standards to be permitted. Anything outside of that would require changes to those standards, which would have to go back through the Planning Commission and Town Council.
Okay, thank you. All right, Tony, I think your hand is still up, so I'm going to assume you're not asking to speak again. So we'll stay in the room. We'll take the next.
You should take the council member so he can leave again.
Oh, yeah, great. Dick, Councilmember Brown, would you like to go? Private citizen Brown.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm speaking as a private citizen, not as a council person. And the reason I'm not speaking is because the state thinks that we can gain economically from a site construction on High Road. I beg to differ. When you think about what happened at San Bruno Mountain when they had an explosion, imagine 1,000 feet high flames from that fire. 35 homes were destroyed, 8 people killed. The economic cost to PG&E, the legal cost, was $565 million. And when I hear about the town owns this property, that scares me to death. And I want us to think really hard. Would you want to live right next door? I mean, within 10 feet. As far as I'm concerned, if there's any risk whatsoever that a pipeline could explode from the construction of basements, 3 or 4 stories high buildings, 10 feet from that pipeline, I'd like you to put your hands up. Otherwise, I think this is a crazy thing to vote for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. All right, Steve, you're up.
Steve Lubin, Palm Circle. The town was incorporated to preserve its rural character and has maintained this tradition for 58 years. The housing element you have passed is a radical departure from this tradition. You've done that rather than insert housing into the fabric of the town using an incremental approach, such as the one I suggested in my 610 communication. It is you've adopted a radical plan which places dense housing on open space on at the periphery of the town. Rezoning land from open space to multifamily is a betrayal of the principles of the town. I think the entire way the town is proceeded with this, first trying to negotiate with property owners to volunteer their land, is wrongheaded. And I have no hope. I mean, I'm perfectly confident the majority of you will pass all of this tonight. But when HUD approves the current round of our housing element, we should start revisiting it using better planning principles. We should avoid making deals with individual property owners. When I was on the Planning Commission, we used to call that illegal spot zoning. We should make opt-in zoning, such as Portola Valley has done, available to all depending upon a location. Higher density should be allowed closer to town center and in areas with better available services and lower natural hazards. If we start this soon, we might even be able to avoid using the town-owned sites.
Thank you, Steve. All right, we're going to go to the Zoom room. We've got Alicia Mesmer.
Sorry, it takes a moment to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I just had a question about what the difference was to changing the general plan for these sites versus when we spoke last week on the meeting about the Gilbert's suggestion that maybe they changed their office space, but the height limits in town suggested that we needed to get a ballot measure to change the general plan for those sites. But these sites, it looks like we can change the general plan just by voting as the town council. I'm just wondering what the difference is.
Yeah, that's a really excellent question. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin. Can you kind of provide a little bit of history on the height limitation that impacts town center and made town center not a plausible area for inclusion on our housing element?
Sure. The height limitation that is referred to for town center applies to commercial properties along Woodside Road in the town center, and it limits Woodside Road facing to a single story. And that restriction was put in place by a vote of the people. So the only way that restriction can change is by a vote of the people, which is different than just about every other property in town where the council set the designation and zoning for these properties and the council retains the authority to modify them. So that's the basic difference.
Okay, Alicia, did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that did actually. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. All right, we're going to go back into the room. Whoever's next, come up to the mic and introduce yourself.
Nobody wants to speak. Valia Lubin, Palm Circle. I just want to clarify. So this is everything having to do with High Road.
Correct.
But so if we have general comments that apply to everything, this is
Yeah, I mean, if you have a general comment that applies to High Road, go for it.
Okay, I'm a little confused. But anyway, I want to clarify what Councilmember Dombrowski said, and then Kevin answered regarding the 35% slope. You're proposing to change that to be allowed throughout the town?
No, I think Councilmember Dombrowski was just asking about it.
The inconsistency between multifamily and single family right now at 35% or greater slopes.
Right. So I would caution you making big changes to the general plan like that we still have variance on a lot of these things, like height, like size, like setback. And I would like those variances to remain in the process because they're character defining features of the town. And those regulations, those guardrails, is what's kept Woodside. So I'm preaching to the choir.
Discussions to remove those guardrails are not underway. I mean, I think it was.
Okay. But then Kevin answered something about being consistent. And I was like, so Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interest. I mean, yes, it was just an inquiry. I am actually not going to make any proposal, and that's not on the agenda tonight. It did occur to me when I was thinking about all the vacant lots up in the Western Hills, when I look around, a lot of them are on 35% slopes, making them unbuildable. So those are in this plan. And so it just got me thinking about the fact that we're about to approve 35% or greater slopes for multifamily, and whether or not it would make a difference in the broader plan in terms of making our numbers with single-family home development in the Western Hills, where my mind was.
Okay.
But that's not on the agenda tonight, so
Okay.
I would agree.
So that we continue to look at them side by side.
Yeah.
Okay. And then regarding the height, I think, way too high. With good design, you can have low buildings that are subservient to the land, again, like the general plan says. So hope you take that into account.
Thank you, Thalia. All right, I am going to go to the Zoom room. Jason Reed, you're up next.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Jason Reed from Northgate Drive across from High Road. Earlier, Councilmember Fluid was asking about a process or procedural steps by council if a passing vote is successful. He started to mention about public being involved, so I would like to strongly recommend that council includes residents living near High Road and those that live near the other parcels, if approved, as a part of a committee or a focus group, so they can at least be a part of these potential future changes to the neighborhoods. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. That's a great idea. All right, next up in the room.
Yes, good evening. I'm Chris Canellis, 14 Somerset Place. Whatever happened to the sanctity of open space? Back in the 1960s and 70s, we learned how important open space is to us all. It's a place for all of us to enjoy. It's a place to support our animals and nature. Do we really want to take Paradise out and put up a parking lot? Why are we sacrificing open space to the political gods of Sacramento? I oppose this proposal and encourage all my fellow Woodside residents to vote out the legislature that is pushing this and deny them our generous support that helps keep them in office. Thank you for this time.
Yep, next up in the room.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sudhir Dixit. I live on 645 Woodside Drive. That is the road that continues after High Road. And thanks for the opportunity to speak here. I'm not too familiar with the process that was gone through before selecting those 4 sites. Typically and scientifically, the way these things are done, you have certain requirements and you find those 4 sites that meet those requirements. But I don't know what exactly happened, so I'd like to hear that at some point in time after I finish with my questions. And I live very close to High Road, so I'll basically focus on that. And I believe that, as was mentioned by Mr. Gould, that if you allow up to 20 units, you'll probably have 50 cars you have to allow for. And that road that goes through High Road is a windy road. There's no sidewalk. A lot of the people are driving very fast on that. And we are already seeing a lot of congestion on Woodside Road. And this is a very bad idea to have a multi-story building out of nowhere in that very nice neighborhood that we have enjoyed for so many years. So I'm really not in favor of having High Road being selected as one of the sites. While in Woodside, we have a lot of open space on this side of the road. So I'm a little concerned why some of these sites were selected, which are close to Highway 280 or Woodside Road, not in some other part of Woodside, which are on Highway 35 and some other. Where these things were dumped on this part of Woodside? I'm a little annoyed with that part. And And we all know that, what is happening on Woodside Road, there's a lot of traffic. And with a lot of construction going on towards El Camino Real and towards 101, the traffic is going to only increase because that's the only connecting highway between 101 and 280. And if you are coming from High Road or turning on High Road, that junction is not very good. There are a lot of people already waiting or coming out of High Road to join the Woodside Road. So I really am not happy with the selection of that site. And specifically, I would like to know what process was adopted, what parameters and requirements were set on the basis of which these sites were selected, in particular High Road, because I am very familiar with that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sage, could you kind of give a recitation of how these sites were selected and kind of what effort was undertaken to get us to this point?
Initially, the town council set up what was called the RENA subcommittee. So it's the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. That's the process in which guides all of the counties for the required target numbers of housing. So this RENA subcommittee was made up of council members, planning commissioners, and tried to identify different sites in town. So some sites were looked at, such as the Stanford property. There were other town-owned sites that were looked at. Some private property owners, such as Stanford, were not interested in providing any housing in the cycle. Other town-owned sites had existing uses, such as the equestrian center. There were other sites that had constraints on them. Many sites throughout town are not near sewer, and for multifamily housing, it would be necessary to be connected to sewer. Those were part of what was looked at. Ultimately, that committee made recommendations to the Planning Commission and Town Council for different sites, and through multiple hearings, some sites being taken off the list, some sites being added to the list. These were the 4 sites that ended up being approved by the Town Council to remain in the housing element.
Thank you, Sage. All right, I'm going to go to the Zoom room. Amar, it's your turn.
Hi, yes, are you able to hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if my camera is on, but thank you all for the opportunity to speak, and I really appreciate hearing this last reflection. And my question would be, from the individual who just shared how the planning was done, when was that assessment made? I would be curious to know when that assessment was made. I would invite, I live on Woodside Drive, and I would invite any of you councilmen, well, I'm happy to give my phone number. My phone number is 781-541-0389. I welcome any of you to join me at any time, and join me between 4 to 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, and see the changes in the traffic pattern that's occurred on Woodside Road over the last 5 years. There is significant traffic that is present all the way from 280 to 101. It's backed up. I mean, I work for the county, actually. I work for San Mateo County. I work at San Mateo Medical Center. And so I commute off 280, and I take that exit every day. And I see the significant amount of traffic build that has changed over the last few years. And I'm fortunate enough that I don't have to connect all the way further in to Redwood City, but there really is nowhere to go at this point in time. In addition, there's significant construction, if you guys look at it, near 101, near the 101 and 84, where there are massive apartment buildings going up over there as well. And it's just unclear to me where all of this traffic is intended to go. And so I do have significant concerns about the traffic flow that individuals have shared. And I would invite all of you. I mean that genuinely. I really genuinely invite all of you. I'm happy to come. You give me a call. You text me. We'll stop by sometime between 4 to 6 and 4 to 7, or in the morning time, and see the line of cars that are backed up, and wonder where these cars that we're thinking about putting in place are going to go. And I would also ask, and perhaps this has been shared, has there been an environmental impact assessment been done? Have we assessed how much carbon monoxide emissions are going to increase because of this new building and this new location? This isn't specific to this one location. I would ask, has that assessment been done when we looked at any of these sites? Considering the significant increase in traffic, not just near High Street, but in the Canada Road location that was suggested. Have these locations been analyzed for the pollution that will be emitted by vehicles? The other thing that I found very interesting was that we have these great schools that are available on the other side of where you guys are right now, where we have, we don't have enough students to keep those schools open. And we're not going to give some of our more vulnerable populations, as someone who works for the county, we're thinking about opening and providing housing, where we're not going to give them an opportunity to attend our great schools. It seems a little strange to me. It seems like almost like we didn't want them to attend our schools, which I think is very disappointing. And I don't want to suppose something about any of the intentions of individuals here. But I am concerned and I am disappointed that we didn't consider where families would best be placed and how to best lift these families up and give them the opportunities and resources we have to offer here in Woodside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amar. I'm going to try to do my best to address the questions that you had in your comments. So maybe taking the school topic first, I would not probably be super accurate in my own recitation of like how the school district boundary came into being. I know it's pretty orthogonal to the discussion tonight, if not completely separate. Kevin, are you in a position that you could kind of give the people here just a quick summary of why the school district boundary is the way it is?
I don't think I can answer the why. What I can tell you is that school district boundaries are the purview of the districts themselves and the San Mateo County Department of Education. I also believe, but I'm not positive, that Woodside Elementary School boundaries may pre-exist the incorporation of the town. And so that it is kind of separate. I
don't want to interrupt, but I am curious.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Let's let Kevin finish, and then if you, thank you.
Are they allowed to go to Woodside Elementary School?
Amar, I think we're trying to answer your question, so let's give our town manager an opportunity to respond.
I lost my train of thought, but I think the only thing left I was going to say was that modifications to the boundaries have to be done through engagement with the school district and the county. Department of Education.
Sorry.
Not us.
Yeah, no, it's not the town thing. I've participated in probably half a dozen meetings with that community below Woodside Road, Woodside Hills, trying to get them into the Woodside School District. And it requires both school districts, Redwood City and Woodside, to agree to the transfer as well as the county. And to date, in all of this is several years ago, Redwood City had no intention of letting go of those units.
Yeah, thank you for that context. That refreshes my memory as well. Okay, and then I think, Amar, your other two questions related to the process. I think you were asking about the timing, like when all of this started, what was the general timeline, as well as whether or not there had been an environmental impact report relating to traffic, pollution, and et cetera. Stage, could you please kind of summarize those items?
So between December 2021 and January 2023, the town held various hearings at different levels through Planning Commission and Town Council, and that was the time frame in which all of the sites were reviewed and then ultimately selected. And in terms of, yes, there is an environmental impact report that was prepared for the housing element as well as the rezoning. And that was reviewed and adopted by the Town Council last week on the July 23rd, 2024 council meeting.
Thank you. All right, we'll take the next comment in the room.
Hi there. My name is Sophie Macris, and I reside at 110 Northgate Street, which sits directly across from High Road on Woodside Road. My old address was 2375 Woodside Road before we moved our driveway to Northgate. The part that I'm most stuck about on High Road is that we've done no assessments for this property. We're trying to get, movement passed to get this zoned as open space, but you've done no soils reports. You've not done any safety inspections of the site. We as residents are required to spend an obscene amount of money on soils reports and sound. I had to get a sound test for my wall that I was putting up my fence. You've done none of your homework, and you're trying to move this zoning without getting traffic reports, without checking the gas lines. My uncle's house was the last house saved in San Bruno. All of his neighbors lost their homes because the fire truck sat in his driveway. I don't want that to happen to me. You guys need to do your homework before you start trying to rezone. This town has plenty of money. If you want to use High Road so bad, figure it out before you rezone it. Spend the money, do your due diligence, and figure out if the space is even usable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sophie. Yeah, I can identify with the costs around projects. I built a driveway at my house and learned the cost of soil reports and geotechnical and all that. So I definitely understand what you're getting at. However, the town will do its homework. It's simply not the time. There's no project at High Road on the table. So there's no homework yet to do, although we all know that there will come a time where there will be a lot of homework. So maybe Sage, could you elaborate on what assessments, soil reports, safety inspections, when would that occur?
It all typically happens with a building permit application. I'll have to defer to the building department on a lot of those details. But yes, those are things that are done. They evaluate a specific proposal as well. So that's important. Without specific proposals, you can only do so much with the initial studies of the land. But that all has to be done prior to any permit issuance, just as all other projects require that.
And I think even in addition to that, further, ahead of that, as the owner in engaging and putting together a proposal, we would be doing a lot of that work as well.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any hands up in the Zoom room, so I'll take the next public comment in the room. Sir, go ahead. Yeah. Well, you know what? We're gonna let everybody who hasn't had a chance go, and then at the end, if you want to go again, you're more than welcome to.
I'll be brief. Good evening. My name is Steve Patrick. I live at 732 West Glenway. Thanks for doing this. There's thankless, I think, job you've got here. I do see that the sites that are selected, I think they've been pretty much, that's decided. So debating whether or not High Road or any of these sites should be reconfigured or rethought, that, I don't know, horses out of the barn. I think we keep talking about 4 sites. Isn't it
Sir,
5
sorry,
sites?
can you speak into the mic?
Okay.
I'm thinking about the people in the Zoom room, and they can only hear if you speak into the mic.
Read my lips. No. So no, we keep talking about, there's 5 sites, 2 at Kenyatta, High Road, Raimondo, and 773 Kenyatta Road. So unless you're grouping all the Kenyatta sites together, is that?
Oh, and sorry, you can direct your questions to the council, and then
Are
we
you
will.
grouping the Kenyatta sites together? Because they certainly have different considerations as far as height and setback. So to group all that together, I'm concerned. I think they should be looked at as 5 separate sites. Although right now we're looking at High Road, but staff keeps talking about the 4 sites. So the question sort of came up many times tonight about process. And so I believe the process then sidesteps ASRB, sidesteps Planning Commission, and because it's sort of an approval based on sort of the design standards that we're going to be discussing tonight. So if you fit those boxes with the right size dormer, you recess your doorway properly, or the entry is somewhere, or your porch is facing left or right, you hit those marks, it's approved. And maybe you could answer that. I do have a question. Last person who spoke talked about a sound study. That actually comes up with the ASRB. We've presented many things to the ASRB, and the sound study is usually done by a consultant, and that's actually reviewed by the ASRB. If there's a blanket approval, then we should put in your guidelines that it meets the standards of the town. I think it's 55 decibels in your backyard or front room or something. So 60 inside. Okay. I do have a question about the partnership and ownership of these things. So if you're putting 20 homes on an acre or on 0.7 acres worth of space, who owns those? Now, and to get the town owns the land, is the town going to give that land to a developer so they get the land at no cost, and then are there going to be deeds for each parcel, or are they going to be more like apartments? I believe staff once said that apartments and those sorts of things don't comply with the the standards of the state, but I think they do. In quick reading of it, it seems that you could have apartments over like 5 seconds left. So I'd like to know who would that and how the sales would be. Well, I'll just say one thing then. So without additional design review, I think it'd be important that we lower the height limit there to 30 feet, because we have no idea where they're going to say 35 feet. It could be a 35-foot box 20 feet off the thing. There's no further design review. So to go 35 feet without any review in this town, I think is rather threatening. And the notion that we're going to remove the 35% slope limitation on construction is maybe it's the wrong term, but a slippery slope. I mean, once it's removed there, it certainly is going to be removed everywhere else in town, because you can't just say these are low income housing, so they're exempt from that. So I think I'd appreciate if you certainly consider lowering the height and removing the limitation on the 35% to not being permitted on any of this. I suppose that goes into the next question. Of these sites that I'm familiar with, that would be all 4 of them. I don't think there are any 35% slopes, so I'm not sure if that's an issue with any of the developments. So why put it in at this point? Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Madam
Mayor. So I think you had a few questions there. I think it was a question around process. I'm going to ask Sage to address that one, and then Kevin, if maybe we could start off with you addressing the who would own these questions, and maybe we keep it focused on the High Road site since that's what we're talking about, and then
sure
address these questions.
So on the who would own them, the answer is really the same for both town-owned sites, and I think that there's probably a lot of different ways that can be approached, and we have not, as a town, discussed what those would be. There is a process which I am aware of, but I'm not expert in. There's a process that we have to follow for what is considered, and these properties I think would fall under Surplus Lands Act, to kind of indicate how we are supposed to engage with affordable developers statewide. But as I understand it, after you go through that process, you can pick who you want to. You can pick who you want to pick. So all of the questions about the land and who would retain ownership of the land and how the units would be owned or rented, I mean, all of those things can be part of the discussion. So I don't know that there are any limitations. And just one point of clarification. I think last week the conversation may have come up about, I think somebody mentioned single room occupancy as an idea. The point we were making was that for a housing unit to count towards our arena, it needs to be a housing unit with, I think, individual kitchen facilities in the unit. That becomes the defining feature. So absolutely an apartment qualifies. In a college setting, even though this is not High Road, but in a college setting, a straight dormitory, kind of what I would call an old-fashioned dormitory with a lot of rooms and a common bathroom and no kitchen facilities, that does not count. But what colleges are developing today are more suite style and apartment style homes, and so they do count.
And then Sage, would you mind addressing the process related questions?
Just as we noted before, that with the town-owned sites, the town council would set the process for that and engaging with whatever housing partner is chosen, and that can take any type of public review that the council wishes. With regard to 773 Kenyatta Road, there's still the subdivision that has to be reviewed and go through that process through public review. And then with the college, they could, if they meet the objective design standards, they could be issued building permits.
Okay, thank you. And Steve also had a question about the height limit on High Road. Can you offer your perspective on that suggestion?
Just High Road is a smaller site. So to fit parking and to fit the number of units, the height limit for the surrounding area is 30 feet, 5 feet more for high density housing seems reasonable. It's not specifically next to any residential properties. It's across a street with a stream in between properties, as well. It's across the street from others on High Road and Woodside Road. So it's a 5-foot increase beyond what's allowed in the surrounding single-family homes. Specifically for the shape and the size of the property, it's likely that flexibility is necessary.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the Zoom room. Pat Delgavio, you're up.
Good afternoon, good evening. I think having different criteria for every project, as far as one time you'll need to go to the town council only, next time you'll need to go to the planning commission, ASRB maybe not anymore. I mean, why should we give unlimited power to the council when, generally speaking, at this point, most of the community does not feel that the council is acting in our behalf? And to have different heights on every single building, I understand what Sage just said about the 5 feet to get into that site, the quantity that you need, but maybe we don't change our rural community environment and not allow them to get as many in that spot because they don't fit in that spot in our criteria, with our criteria taken into consideration. So why we have to change every single situation for each project, to me, is number one, a ton of confusion for everyone that's trying to work on these projects. Being an ASRB person, well, I guess we're useless at this point, but if we were in some projects, it makes it really difficult to say to some person that's trying to build a home, no, you can't do this, but we can do this for other people and for other projects. That is totally inconsistent, and it does not keep with the rural community environment or anything else that we have all bought our homes there to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Sage, can you articulate for us why there are different objective design standards for each of the different parcels?
It's a response to the specific sites. They all have unique characteristics. They all have different surroundings. So one size doesn't necessarily fit all in these cases. So it was important to develop, while there are similar standards throughout the objective design standards for all the sites, there are some variations that speak to the specific site constraints. And just to note, high density housing throughout the state, and many states for that matter, tend to have higher height limits than single family residential housing, just to be able to provide that higher density.
Thank you. All right, we'll take the next question or comment in the room.
Hi, Maggie Ma, live on Jefferson. I have a question that relates to the person who brought up the question about the measure one constraints. What if that area was rezoned residential? Would the same restrictions apply to height limits there? I understand that the Measure M provides for height limits on commercial properties. What if that was rezoned to be residential? Would it still apply?
All right, I don't know the answer to that. So Kevin or Jean, could you answer that?
In order to lift that restriction, you would need another voter-approved initiative.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any new hands up in the Zoom room, so I'm going to continue in the room. We'll take the next comment. We'll hold off and we'll see if there's anybody else that wants to go for their first time. Oh, Dally, you've already. Oh, you're. Oh, sorry. Yeah, got it. I see what's happening now.
Microphone. She's very expensive.
Got a good friend there.
Okay. Don't throw anything at me. My name's Leanne Gilbert. You have nothing in you at all whatsoever to put up a fight with the state. You don't have to answer that because you kind of answered it the other evening. but this is going to destroy a big part of our town. And then they're going to come at us again with more stuff. And I don't know when somebody's really going to put their foot down. I thought I heard Portola Valley was doing it and another town. Does anybody over there know?
I have not heard of Portola Valley.
I read it in the newspaper,
All right.
but I can't remember the second town. But this is heartbreaking just to see you guys go through this and everybody here wondering what this town's going to look like. It's already crowded on Woodside Road, as somebody very aptly pointed out. It's a joke. We're kind of just hanging on to what we all came here for, was our beautiful bucolic town. And it's going to disappear because they're going to come at us with another bunch, because, well, depending on, I don't know, if we run out of land or, it makes me sick just to hear this. It's not your fault. You're doing the best you can. But you could fight, and I don't know what's going to happen. We'll get fined. Maybe we'll have to sell our firstborn child. I'll do that. But I have 5. That one is the one that drives me nuts. But, whatever it is, have you ever thought it through? I know it's a weird time to even answer that. But as a council, and you all live here, and you must love the town the way we all do, doesn't it just kill you to even go through this? It's sickening to hear it. Sickening. And who are we being led around and pushed around by? It's ridiculous. That's all I have to say for now.
Yeah, thank you, Leanne. I mean, I think, you'll probably hear more from the council during our council deliberations, but yeah, this is really hard. And I don't think any of us want to be doing this, but we also are trying to keep the best interests of Woodside at heart. We really are. And there really are real consequences if we don't comply with the law. And I don't know if, Kevin, you want to take us through again what those potential consequences could be. But I think, we're really just trying to do our jobs. And we hear you.
Do you want me to recount? Last week I mentioned that these are examples that were cited to us by HCD's enforcement arm. A minimum fine of $10,000 per month. These are options available through the either HCD office or the Attorney General's office. Minimum fine of $10,000 per month. That could go up to $100,000 without any real clear guidelines about how they would choose that. Loss of local land use control for the entire town, not just sites that we're talking about tonight. Possibility of being subject to a court-appointed agent. Those are kind of enforcement tools. And then the other is, that's already out there, is the quote-unquote builder's remedy, which right now, if somebody came in with a compliant application that met a certain affordability requirement, the town would not be able to deny that project. So those are examples of what the law provides for noncompliance.
Could you just say a little bit more about what like a total loss of local planning control would mean?
Well, in the most extreme case, it means that we have lost the power to issue a water heater permit, for example. I mean, it cripples, it renders us unable to let people even do the most basic improvements to their homes. So, I mean, there's a real impact on people's property, and we would no longer see the revenue and that are associated with permits. But I think it's more fundamental in that we wouldn't be able to issue permits for people to improve their properties.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see Steve's hand up in the Zoom room.
Go ahead, Steve, you should be able to unmute.
All right, Steve, you're muted. If you can unmute yourself.
You got me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. Steve Zalensik, 155 Crest. Hey, whatever happened to that piece of land behind Roberts in the bakery?
I don't know.
Well, there's a big chunk of land that's open space, and somebody told me we're going to build a coliseum or a meeting room or something like that on that land.
So you're asking, how about I turn that over to Kevin? Do you understand the question?
If I understand the question, it's relating to the piece of land that is between, let's call it Roberts Hardware in the back of that property.
Yes.
Yes. So that is actually in for application to do additional parking. That's in for application to do additional parking to serve the that Kenyatta Corner Shopping Center.
The entire project, the entire piece of land?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Well, the entire piece of land?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to get too far afield here. The application encompasses the entire piece of land. It doesn't.
Yes, but I understand that they're trying to build a recreational facility or a meeting hall there?
No, there's no application for that.
Okay, so it's all parking.
All parking.
Okay. So that's a piece of land that's available, though. How about we put a 10-story high-rise right there? That should take care of everything we need.
Yeah, so Steve, we talked about this a bit earlier in the meeting. There's a height restriction in the commercial part of town that would limit the building there beyond 1 story.
Well, that's what you say, but you can also get a variance of that. I mean, that's a nice piece of land. You put a large high-rise there, accommodate all the needs for the town in the future, plenty of busing, plenty of schools, plenty of churching, plenty of shopping, no contention, and the party's over. How about we just go in and do
nobody would oppose that.
Well, nobody, so I'm all for it. Somebody go just do that. Put in an application, change of zoning. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that, do they? That's what I suggest. You want to play games with the state. Play games with the state and the town. It's a nice piece of land. You can put 10 stories there, no height limitations, except for aircraft maybe, and it solves the whole problem for everybody, including all the transportation, housing, schooling, churches, everything else. All walk to.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
I know. Thank you.
Look, I don't want to dismiss the idea. I think it simply is just. Look. First of all, I can't even imagine the consternation about putting up a high rise in the middle of town. However, it's simply not possible because of the voter approved initiative that limits the height in the center of town.
It's actually a little different because it doesn't front Woodside Road. However, 2 points. Number one, this is a private property, so any application would come from the owner of the property. But the second is, this property was and still is encumbered by another voter-approved initiative. The original initiative basically prohibited the use of the property. I might get some of the
I understand
facts wrong, but
I understand all that.
Melissa, can we mute we're going to let the town manager respond.
But what controls now is a measure that was adopted. I'm sorry, a voter measure, ballot measure that voters approved two years ago, 2022 or 2021. I've kind of lost 21. I've lost track of the time. Which provided a path for parking in support of, among other things, outdoor dining. And so the measure was fairly prescribed in what could be done there. And obviously a 10-story structure was not part of that measure.
Yeah, it was limited to surface level improvements only.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll take the next comment in the room.
My name is Sherry Schmidt. I live at 1120 Godisha Drive. My question for you guys is, and I know it's a really hard decision to make about rezoning, but if you guys make that decision because of the law, we have to comply with the law. what's, if then it goes to ASRB, and say they're denying it and we don't get any of these buildings built, or the planning commission says no, are they going to be pressured to do it too? Because you guys are sort of being pressured by the state to do all these, to put all these houses in. And so will the planning commission and the ASRB have to comply so that we actually build all these buildings? And okay, we can, like the guy was just saying, build a 5-story building, yeah, because we got to get it done. We have to have these. So that's my question.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Sherry. That's a great question. Kevin or Sage, can you guys explain how this process will work? Like what it means if the town of Woodside is not meeting its RHNA numbers?
Well, we have to do annual reports to the state, which is something we do now on our housing element compliance. I think at the midpoint of this cycle, they're going to kind of assess how every city is doing on meeting its RHNA. And one of this question was asked last time about the sites that we've selected, and we've assigned a number of units to them. And so for the town-owned sites and High Road in particular, we have identified 16 units. If we find that we cannot do 16 at that location, it will be incumbent upon the town to find replacement sites for those. So the number that is our target holds firm, and we either meet them at the sites that we've designated, or we need to find others. So that has a real consequence.
All right. Thank you. Donna Howe in the Zoom room, your hand is up.
Yeah, hi. I've got an echo. Just one sec, please. My question is about the proposed RHNA plan says that 11 low and very low income units are planned for the High Road site at 20 units per acre. So 11 of those units would be low and very low income. And the question I have is, I don't quite understand how you can put low income units at High Road, because there's requirements for low income units to have proximity to transit, access to schools and jobs, access to amenities such as parks and services, access to healthcare facilities and grocery stores. There's all kinds of criteria that's required for low income properties. And I don't understand. I don't believe that there is a bus that goes up High Road. I don't even think of very, very large trucks may not even be able to go on that road. I'm very concerned about, fire and access to services for low income in this area where it's very restricted. Additionally, the sites that are not supposed to require environmental mitigation. It's supposed to be a development streamlining process, environmental exemptions, and development initiatives. There's all this information that's available that says low-income units have all these requirements to be met before they can be built in a certain location. And I would love to hear a response to how that would possibly work in a place like High Road. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Donna. Sure. Yeah, we can definitely ask that question. So, Sage, could you comment on, to the extent there, or Kevin, are there any requirements for?
No, I was going to answer this. I was going to answer this very simply. There are certainly guidelines about how you are supposed to develop your RHNA plan, but not every city is the same. The only thing I can say is we have submitted our RHNA plan and our housing element to the state. They have all the information about, and they've received lots of comments. They have told us our our plan is compliant with law. And HCD is the agency that gets to decide whether we've met the criteria or not.
Thank you. All right. I'm not seeing any more new hands in the Zoom room. Oh, just one came up. Christine, I think, if I remember correctly from last week. Christine.
Yes, Christine. I just wanted to give my input as a resident that would be impacted by the High Road specifically. I genuinely hope that you guys vote against this. I understand that you're being pushed from both sides, but I think that we can find better solutions than what is being proposed. Do I know what those are? No, but I just feel strongly that this is a very bad idea. I think all of them have pros and cons, but I think that there's more cons than pros. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And then we're going to go to Tom as well in the Zoom room.
Good evening. I wanted to ask Kevin, since he cited all of the possible bad things that could happen to the town if we don't go forward with this, what other communities have gone through these terrible things that Kevin has cited as possibilities? I was wondering if you might know what criteria that the state has nailed these communities for, what the consequences are, and what is the mitigation going to be for construction traffic in these areas that are already having issues with traffic just from residents and normal traffic. So how is the town going to mitigate dealing with all of these traffic issues during construction in very small areas that the land that you're considering to be developed? Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. All right, I think that was a 2-part question. Are you able to take that, Kevin?
Okay, so the first question was about other communities that have been cited or have been enforcement action have been taken against. The town attorney was telling me Beverly Hills lost its permitting authority. Huntington Beach. Okay, they lost their permitting authority until they got a compliant element. So it's out there. There's also legislation pending to make this, if I understand the legislation, to make it less, make it more certain that these things are going to happen. I think right now there is a certain amount of HCD can look and say a community is acting in good faith towards meeting some of its, responsibilities, and I think there's legislation pending saying good faith is no longer a relevant consideration. So the trend line on this, I think, is clear. In terms of mitigation, we did an EIR that talked about that. We have any building permit we issue, we've got staging plans. I mean, all of those things would be done at the time of permit issuance for construction. I mean, many steps down the road.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, I'm not seeing any further comment in the room. Do you want to do one last comment?
My name's Scott Stanley, live at 7 Palm Circle, so right near 773. I think I've been coming to maybe 5 or 6 of these meetings, probably more over the last year and a half. And we kind of watched the whole like sausage making going on with this as the council wrestles with all of the different options and all the different pros and cons that we hear for each site. I think what I wanted to, say is that as looking through this, our hands get tied more and more as the state puts more and more pressure on the township and the town council. So my comment is really more a comment than a question is, I appreciate what all of you are doing and trying to wrestle with all of this. It's not an easy decision. I think we're all going to have to give. I've said this from the first time I've been up here. It's going to take a little give on all of our parts, to make this work. My suggestion is this is going to come up again when the next round comes after we finish this one. It's really important that the people of Woodside, vet the people you're sending to Sacramento really well, because we're going to keep getting more of this if we don't change Sacramento. It's not Woodside, it's Sacramento that's causing this and pushing this on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. All right, I'm going to close the public comment unless we've got one hand up.
Hello, my name is Jim Toney, and I'm sorry, but I brought some notes with me, but I'm supposedly legally blind, so I have a difficult time looking at them. So I'm sorry if I caused some delays in my presentation here. First of all, the council members, you were elected to uphold the Woodside general plan as well as the specific plans that applied to this town. And it appears that you guys think you're in the employ of the state, not of the voters in this town. And I was hoping that what would happen that when the state comes back with some sort of a ridiculous request like this, that you would stand up proud and fight for us. But what happens is that you fearfully want to comply. So that's just general comment for everything. I think that maybe you could have looked at some things like joining other communities like ours to take some legal action to fight the state, or maybe try to apply the passive resistance aspect of it, like the states did with the whatever you call it, where they do not obey the federal rules when it comes to illegal immigrants and so on. I don't know. There's a name for it. I can't think of it right now. Sanctuary cities. So we could have tried to apply sanctuary city resistance to complying with the states. You could have looked at things like charter city incorporation for the city, which some cities have tried. There are already some suits from various small towns like Beverly Hills, Huntington Beach, and so on. Apparently, they're in court right now fighting this. I mean, we could join them and maybe get others to join. We could organize resistance. But we just have fearful compliance. That's all we get from 5 of you. Not 4, I'll say. So that's just general comments to shame you. What I'd like to talk about the general plan, which will be destroyed because of you basically have disregarded it, as well as you disregarded the specific plans. And so any people that want to, any developer can come later and ask for the same privilege, and they could want to be treated equally, and they could go to court and gain that equality. So I think you should consider what the future will bring with your decisions, not just now, but in the future. I think you're going to fundamentally transform Woodside, I think is the right word. I think you've heard it before from our president. In addition to there are some specific issues that have never been discussed here. You talked about, or we talked about dangerous situations with the infrastructure, such as narrow roads and water supply and so on. I mean, all of you just look at each other and you say, yeah, and then you say, yeah, but we got to do it. So that's what I call fearful compliance.
Jim, your time is your 3 minutes is up.
That's it? Okay.
Thank you. Leanne? Yeah.
I want to ask you about the hotel, Pioneer Hotel. I know from legend in my family, and my grandmother spent a lot of time up there. I hate to disparage her. She's passed away now, but she was quite the lady. And things went on, and that hotel was lived in by people a long time ago. And so what is it in the mix here in the rules? Can that hotel go back to being a hotel? Is that a housing element? Because I have a hotel. I have a lot of those kind of people like Brian in there and you, these venture people, they can go. They're no fun. But to get
yeah. All right.
But
Is that
I just want to know if that would be a use.
So, Kevin, what would it take to allow Leanne to operate the Pioneer Hotel as a hotel?
Well, for housing, it would have to be, they would have to be, as I said before, they would have to be apartments. A hotel wouldn't qualify, or
We have
wouldn't help us.
bathrooms and a kitchen and open rooms and.
But I don't, Sage, do you know the current rules for community commercial hotels? I don't.
Hotels or motels or any type of transient housing is not permitted in the town of Woodside.
So it would require
It would require a change to the zoning code.
a zoning change. Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay. All right, we are going to close the public comment and move on to council deliberations. I'm going to look to Councilmember Domkowski to kick us off.
Okay. I just have maybe just two additional questions first. One is just going back to the 35% slope comment, 1I on page 221. Is that there because it's sort of standardized language that's been handed down for what we have to have in there to be compliant? Or could 1I on the 35% slope in excess of 35%, could that just be struck? Is there any consequence to that?
If it's struck and there's a 35% slope that could limit development, that could be an issue for development on the site. It was intended to provide flexibility for the multifamily housing.
Do we have, it was mentioned tonight in public comment, but it's a good question. Do we have any of these sites that are on 35% slopes?
There's possibly portions of Kenyatta College on Site 1. There is, not sure about High Road. We don't have a topographic survey. And it's possible at 773 Kenyatta, there could be some areas there.
But if it is struck, someone could still ask for a variance, do not? Or does that become subjective again?
You don't want to have that type of constraint for the multifamily housing. It could jeopardize the HCD review.
Okay, and then on that point, because I think it's come up like 3 or 4 times, there might be a little confusion here, but California law is what is at play here with objective design standards, meaning a normal process that would go through ASRB being a subjective body, ASRB would never be involved. Is that a true statement for these projects? I mean,
the town-owned sites, the town council can set up any type of board that it wants to be engaged in the design process for developing what the construction plans would look like.
We could do it anyway.
It would just be, it's the town council designating specific people to provide input into that design.
Would we be able, if we wanted to as a group, because this has come up, it's a concern to states, another whereas, where we say, we will follow, the town council will follow normal publicly notice, blah, 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 using a normal process of some kind. Would we put that in there, or it's not appropriate?
I think it's not appropriate again, because it's not, that's a tool you're using on the owner side, not the regulator side.
Okay. So I think most of my ideas have been shot down, but the one idea that I would ask, and I would just say, since our inclusion of this housing element sort of philosophic statement about owner occupied or owned units, I have received a lot of positive comments. Not just, I know no neighbor to these properties is going to ever be happy about this, but there's, even comments like this is the second best possible solution if you're going to do it. And then people in my district have just, mostly because it was in the paper, have really voiced real support for it. And I was hoping, if my colleagues agree, that we would codify that philosophic statement really at these residential zoning level documents. And for High Road, that would be on page 202, and it would just be the penultimate whereas on page 202. It would simply read, whereas the town of Woodside is the sole owner of accessor parcel number APN 069170450 High Road, and the town council of the town of Woodside by this resolution makes clear the intention to create multifamily housing within the town of Woodside. We direct that any future housing development at this parcel, I have all the, at High Road, be designated as owner occupied. And I would just ask for your consideration for that. I think it belongs at the residential zoning level, if you are amenable.
Yep, go ahead.
So we did this last week, but would we have any HCD issue with adding that whereas?
So first of all, I want to clarify, you indicated page 202, which is the general plan designation.
Residential. Yeah.
Well,
we thought about also, but 205 is the multifamily.
That's the ordinance.
Okay. I appreciate that.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. So then it would go into the second one. 205.
205, yes.
Thank you.
So it's a statement. It's a statement about our intent as owners of the property. So, we have not asked HCD the question, but it doesn't affect the regulations that we're adopting, which allow for the development. So I think we would argue that this is a statement of what the town would like, how the town would like to accomplish what's in our arena plan. That's the form it takes. That's true. It was added as a statement in the housing element itself, as a statement.
I had no problem with that last week.
And they've indicated that the housing element is fine. So
just want to clarify.
Yep.
And I think that's it. I got shot down on my slopes and
Councilmember Shaw.
in heights.
Yep. I'm just going to limit it to my overwhelming support for owner occupied and the need for families to be able to start out in Woodside and raise a family and support our school. We're an aging population. If we don't start bringing younger families in here, we're going to end up with a lot of open space because nobody will be able to live here. And for me, it's a non-starter not to include statement about owner occupied, and to all of the suggestions that we're not trying to fight against the state. This is a fight I would very happily take on. Getting people out of paying rent and actually building equity in a home is really important. So I think that's where I stand on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Gold.
Thank you. So I noticed tonight by the way, this is the portion of tonight's program where you're going to get to hear what you want to hear. 100% of the speakers tonight, which echoes our previous meetings, spoke against this. I suspect if this is like prior meetings, 80% of the town council is going to vote against the wishes that have been expressed here tonight. I actually do have a lot to say, which will surprise no one. I think I've written more than a dozen letters, excuse me, to HCD, to the town. I'm voicing my opposition to what we've been doing here, but I'm going to cut to the chase. This is going to happen. As I said, if it's like prior votes, it's going to be 4 votes in favor of all of the resolutions you're going to hear. We need 4 votes to have it done. Any one of the other town council members could make this fail. They're not going to, and I don't blame them. In addition to the people in this room, there's, I think, 48 people on the Zoom call. And as I said, not a single person has expressed support for any of these things other than town council members. We now have this letter from HCD, which we got tonight. As Kevin said, it came in at 5:30. So, we're now in compliance. We're actually immune from the builder's remedy with this letter of substantial compliance. So that actually goes out the window. Not that there's, as I mentioned at last week's meeting, I failed to see the line of builders at our front door seeking a remedy to build things here because Woodside is primary residences for individuals. It's their homes, and we're unlike Beverly Hills and Santa Monica and San Jose, which are the cities that have been getting hit by this. So I do, I appreciate what my fellow council member Domkowski had mentioned here, and that this is really sort of a second best choice that we're after. And he had some general comments, and I've got some general comments too, but I do have some specifics. Unfortunately, I have some responses to the people who made comments here that I wanted to mention. Sudhir, you mentioned the site selection process, and there have been a lot of public hearings on the housing element. Not so much on site selection. They blur the lines a little bit on that. People aren't really engaged when we decide who's going to be on the RHNA committee. That's not something where the town is reading our agendas back in 2020 and 2021 and understands what that means. What they understand is when they get a notice that says, we're going to be building an apartment house within 500 feet of your house, then they activate. And that didn't happen really until, I mentioned this date several times, January 31st, 2023, sitting right here. That's when people engage, and that's when they take notice, and that's when they object. They don't really care when there's a consultant in here reviewing what the RHNA requirements are or giving us tutorials on the EIR. No one cares about that stuff. They care when there's a schedule of projects that are there. And so there have been a lot of meetings, but there hasn't actually been a single meeting since January 31st, 2023 until a week ago. I've asked for several, and that's been turned down because I think, as some people have made, I think Kim Hansen has made this point before, this is a really ambitious agenda to take on such weighty items. We're changing the general plan, we're changing zoning, we're changing everything in this town, and we're doing it all in one agenda item, item A, which this is an extension of from a previous meeting. That's a lot to bite off. We should have been doing this all along, I think, to do it so that this isn't a surprise to anybody. But that's water under the bridge. Donna Howe asked about that these sites are really not near any of the facilities that you would expect to see, especially for affordable housing. I've made that point in spades in the written comments that I've made. I'm assuming my fellow council members have waded through my verbiage on those items, but the actual housing element for AFFE says these are requirements. They're supposed to be near transportation, schools, shopping, jobs, transportation. None of those things exist on Runnymede. None of those things exist on High Road. They actually don't even exist on Cañada. You know, I could argue Kenyatta College has them. Kenyatta College is actually kind of a commercial property. It's big, it's flat, it's 131 acres. It's flat, assuming that they site it in the right place and it doesn't impact Woodside citizens or Redwood City citizens. I think we have to be fair to our neighbors. We don't like it when our neighbors shove stuff on us. I'm not about to do that to Redwood City either. We should be able to find an appropriate place, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. The question came up, we're not changing site selections at this stage. Those are set. And by the way, I think there are 4, if I'm not mistaken. Kenyatta College, 773, Runnymede, and High Road. The last 2 that I mentioned are town-owned, where we hopefully have some control. But what I did want to go through is, as Brian mentioned, I'd like to give a brief overview, brief for me. I did want to discuss zoning issues, and I did want to discuss the gas transmission line. It's not a gas pipeline, by the way. It's a gas transmission line. It's 30 inches around. It's as big as your garbage can that you put out on the curb that they empty into the, you can climb through it. So we seem to be very eager to address every single concern of the officials at HCD. But we fail to address the concerns that have been so, I think, emotionally expressed at these meetings by our citizens, by our friends, and by our neighbors. And that really should change. And I actually know my fellow council members reasonably well, and I can assure you that none of us ran for office to do this. I think that I won't use the word regret, but this is a reluctant vote for all of us. I'm voting no, but it's a reluctant vote for all of us. We don't like it. The state, it's been said, has a gun to our head. It came up that maybe we should, be more observant of who we're electing to office. So here's a cold, hard truth for everybody in this room. The state loves this stuff. We don't, but in Redwood City, this would pass by 90%. They're living in crappy apartments, paying really high rates. And they say, hey, build all you can. I love these high rises because maybe I could get a decent apartment and pay $2,000 a month instead of $5,000 for a really crappy place. So I get it. By the way, that's true throughout most of the state. Our California housing costs are outrageous and you get nothing for it. Atherton doesn't feel that way. Woodside doesn't feel that way. Hillsborough doesn't feel that way. I get it. I live here. Of course I get it. But your state representatives who we know, they support this stuff. They'd like to, pretend that they're going to try to help us out. They support it. If you pass a ballot, a referendum for statewide, it'll pass overwhelmingly. Housing, more houses, houses everywhere. Houses on Kenyatta Road, houses on Woodside Road, houses in Redwood City, high rises everywhere. It'll pass. It's very popular. Again, not in Woodside, but everywhere else. So we need to get out of our bubble. This stuff is coming. I hate to deliver bad news, but I'm a realist. I believe in reality. I don't believe in living in a fantasy. So you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from your state officials. They support this stuff. It's primarily being driven by Scott Wiener from San Francisco, who will be your next, well, he may not be your next governor. That'll probably be Rob Bonta or Elaine, whatever her last name is, the group, long Greek name. But he'll eventually be your governor. So to get back on track here, I do have a proposal. And it's probably it's not probably. It's too late to do it. But I'm actually glad that of the 5 things I'm going to propose, 2 of them are already being adopted. So I actually wrote this on Wednesday morning after the very late Tuesday meeting. We adjourned at midnight a week ago. It's not going to make everybody happy, but I think it's a way to move forward. And by the way, I think it could get almost everybody in town, including a unanimous vote of the town council on board. But I'm not stupid. I said I'm a realist. It's not going to happen. It's certainly not going to happen tonight. But it's something we can think of, because what's going to happen is at the midway point, the state HCD does an assessment. We heard this on that video that Brian was so nice to send to us. We're going to get evaluated by HCD, and we are not going to be in compliance, folks. We're not going to build. We're not going to be halfway there. and the same things will apply. Oh my God, the builder's remedy, $10,000 a month fines. Here we go again. We're not going to be able to get a permit to put in a new air conditioning unit. Heater, sorry. So we're going to be living with that, and we need to find other sources, other ways of doing it. So we've been given a bit of a gift by HCD, and we're not taking advantage of it. And so my first proposal is that HCD has asked us to allow up to 3 ADUs on about, Sage, I hope I'm right here with the number. It's about 500 of our SR zone parcels. I think it was about 500. I forgot the exact number that you gave last time. That's almost 1,500 more ADUs that are in our mix, and we're not taking advantage of it at all. So this ask by HCD, I mentioned this a week ago, should not be blindly accepted. Sorry, it was blindly accepted because we now have this letter. And we should be trying to get something in exchange for it. This is a huge asset, and we're shortchanging ourselves by not saying, we just gave you the potential for 1,500 more ADUs. And what did we get for it? Nothing. And so I would have proposed, in fact, I think I did propose this last week. I forgot because that meeting's a bit of a blur, that our current run rate on building ADUs is 22 units a year. We have in our plan 15 units a year because that's been our traditional run rate over the past few years. We're now building 50% more than that. It's not a huge number, but we didn't up our number at all. So my first proposal is, in exchange for adding a potential 1,500 more ADUs, and by the way, ADUs is our power alley. That's what we do here. We don't build multifamily, but boy, people really love ADUs. They're building them like crazy. I've got 5 or 6 neighbors who are going to probably be putting in permits in the next 6 months or so. 2 of them, my immediate neighbors. So what I'd like to do is we need to reflect that reality and stop shortchanging ourselves. As I said, it's probably a bit too late. So what my first suggestion was that we increase our ADU number in our RHNA plan from 15 modestly to 20. We're still under the 22 run rate, and we're probably going to do, in our current plan, we said we're going to do 120 ADUs. And all I'm saying is we should say 160. That would give us 40 extra units. We're going to probably do well over 200 during this cycle. We're not going to do the multifamily housing, but we're going to build ADUs like crazy to beat the band because all those people who have 1 or 2 ADUs are going to build another one, and lots of people want them. I can't guarantee what they're for, but I think that these are the metrics that we can actually achieve, and we're not taking advantage of it. I could easily suggest that since we're going to add 40 units, if this suggestion of just going from 15 a year for 8 years to 20 units a year for 8 years, that we could eliminate Runnymede and High Road. But I'm not doing that because then I'd be accused of being a NIMBY, and I'm not a NIMBY. Kenyatta College is in my district. It's in my backyard. There's 75 units at Kenyatta College, and I support them. I don't support where they are, but I support them. So I'm hardly an NIMBY. So my first suggestion is just changing it from 15 to 20. We're not going to do that, and we're certainly not going to do it tonight. But that'll give us 160 units and a 40-unit cushion. The next thing that I propose is proposal number 2, is that we reduce the number of units at the Runnymede site from 17 units to 5. 5 is something that's livable. It's something that would work. They'd be smaller homes. They'd each have 1/3 of an acre. You're not going to have the impacts of having all these people pouring in and pouring out. I agree with Brian that they should be owner-occupied. 5 units on a 1.7 acre is an appropriate density. And that's the kind of thing that we should have. It's multifamily, but we should have, that's the sort of thing that we're looking for. That's 1/3 of an acre for each of those units. So it's not a draconian change to the good people who live on Marva Oaks and Runnymede. It's a modest change. It's allowing an incremental change. Remember, I added 40 units to ADUs. It can allow us to drop these units by a whopping dozen units on Runnymede. Proposal 3, we've got a 1-acre parcel on High Road, a very constrained lot. I'm going to talk about the gas pipeline in a second. But I suggest dropping it to that same density, which would put 3 units there. By the way, the people who know High Road, Sudhir and his wife drive by it all the time. You can see this is I mean, I'm not sure you could build one house on it, but I'm going to suggest 3 townhomes or something like that might actually work, and we could sort of get away with that. Again, the same density that I'm recommending for Runnymede. Again, not a draconian change, doesn't impact traffic too much. The construction would be feasible. And so the thing that HCD should like is we're giving them actually more units than we're signing up for. How many cities and towns in the state of California are exceeding the number that's been given to them? That would be 0. We would be the first. Wouldn't that be a sweet little PR thing for little Tony Woodside to be able to say, we're actually going beyond what you said, but we can't do it through apartment buildings. We can do it by ADUs. That's what Woodside's about. So I think that it demonstrates, oh, by the way, all of these parcels, whether they're in Runnymede or High Road, should be designated as below market, and they should be exclusively for affordable housing. They shouldn't be any that are not affordable housing. I don't quite know how that works. Apparently, we don't know how that works either, but I think as owner occupied, they should be all for the lowest income. I would love to see our school teachers and our town workers and anybody living in those. We need to make it possible. And I think Chris made a great point. These are essentially starter homes or homes for people who can't afford them. So that kind of a proposal demonstrates good faith that we're trying. We're not ignoring our responsibilities. We're serious about finding our fellow citizens housing in this very challenging demographic, and that we're not NIMBYs. And I think that these 2 projects that I'm proposing that are not going to get done tonight, I'm not going to make a motion. We're not changing the housing element, but this is what we should do. And I think these would actually be these 2 sites, these 2 town-owned sites. They could happen because nobody's going to sue now and nobody's going to try to stop them. You would have support of the town and you'd have 100% support of the town council. These will be assets and I would support them. Proposals 4 and 5 are easy because it looks like we're going to do them. I'm not going to give anything away here, but the 75 units at Kenyatta College just need to be in a different location. There's 131 acres there. We could certainly find it where it doesn't impact our friends on Godisha and it doesn't impact other people. And again, it shouldn't impact the folks in Redwood City either. And the last proposal is that with respect to the 773 Kenyatta Road project, by the way, I wrote this a week ago and it's happening. The development calls for 16 units on 1 acre parcel along Kenyatta Road. That's what we should approve, period, no more. Apparently, that's now in agreement here. So what's in it for HCD?
Oh, we're deliberating High Road right now. You know that, right?
Yes. I just wanted to present we talked about some general terms. Thank you. So what's in this for HCD? Well, the plan is reasonable, realistic, and reflects the realities of Woodside's limitation in terms of land cost, little vacant land, and geological constraints. The plan's even more in keeping with AFFH, this affirmatively furthering fair housing where you're supposed to spread it around the town because I'm limiting the concentration in these sites and spreading it throughout the town where the facilities are. And this plan would have the full unanimous support of the town council, which I think is important. It would have the support of our citizens. These projects can happen, and it means there won't be lawsuits, and you could get our commitment to make this happen. The last thing that I wanted to add on this overview is that one of the important things is that we need to get, Ned made this comment at the last meeting, we need to get our state representatives involved in this, and I was going to suggest that Josh Becker and Mark Berman, who are our state representatives in the Assembly and Senate, I guess in reverse order, to pre-lobby HCD to accept this, because I think it's a pretty good faith effort. So that's my overview. I did want to mention a couple of specific things here, and I appreciate the forbearance of the mayor on these things. I did want to talk specifically about zoning on High Road. As some of you know, and by the way, I appreciated what Steve Patrick mentioned before. Steve was my mentor when I was first joined the Planning Commission. Steve was the head of the Planning Commission. He had been the head for, 70 or 80 years, something like that, while his father was mayor, I think, at the time. But a longtime resident, has been involved in everything in this town and is actually the founder of Midglen Studio, which is one of the leading architectural firms in the area. But I served on the Planning Commission for 2 years before serving on the Town Council for 8 years back, 99 to 2007. 2 of those as mayor. And I just have to say that this zoning application is the worst zoning application I've ever seen for High Road. The reasons are actually pretty simple and pretty straightforward. And I oppose it for this reason. We are taking a parcel that is currently zoned open space for the preservation of natural resources. That is our most restrictive zoning. That's our most protective. That's the one we cherish. That's the one we want to keep open space. We're not changing it to RR or S. We're not just moving it up a notch or 2 or just increasing the intensity. We're going from one extreme to the far end of the other extreme. We're going to zone it residential, multifamily for up to 20 units per acre. A zoning class, by the way, that has never been used before in our town. Brand new zoning class. And it's going to be the far end. So we're going to build essentially an apartment building on these sites, on whether it's Runnymede or whether it's High Road. So we're going from our most cherished restrictive zoning to our most permissive. Now we're going to build big, intensive buildings there. I can't, I just can't. If we can do that, our zoning means nothing. Our zoning laws don't mean a thing. Because if we can just cavalierly say, well, it was open space for several decades and we needed to preserve nature and we've stopped anybody from doing anything, then this means nothing. And the only thing that I would point out is that and I pointed this out to the Planning Commission about a month or 2 ago, that if any other applicant other than the town of Woodside had made this application and said, I got this 0.7 acre parcel that's got a falling hillside and a PG&E gas pipeline on it, and it's got all this stuff on it, and it's, it's open space, but I want to build 16-unit apartment building on it, they'd be laughed out of town. We're taking it seriously because we're the applicants. And so we actually have to take it seriously. And yeah, we have a gun to our head. I get that too. So I asked Sage a very specific question about this height. 35 feet is what we're going to build on High Road. I'm only talking about High Road right now. 35 feet. That's a 3-story building. So I want to read, I've mentioned this several times. I'm going to repeat the comments that were made on the night of January 31st. I'm going to read them verbatim because I think that they're important. By the way, at the end of this, I'm going to, this is going to be a bit of a spoiler alert. We all voted for it, and there was a reason for it, and I'm not going to go into that now. But I want to read verbatim what it is, what was said that night. I actually voiced a long list of objections to the High Road site, and I concluded by saying, and by the way, this is in transcript, but it's actually on the video, and I've provided links to that for everybody, and my transcript has now been verified by probably a dozen people. You can read along with it as you follow the tape. But I said I would vote to have the High Road site removed from the multifamily development list, and immediately following that comment from this very seat, a council member said that was very well stated, and I think that's a nice way of focusing the debate on whether or not the High Road site should be included in the plan. I didn't have that context that you shared, so thank you for that. I was looking at it in a slightly different way, but arrived at the same result. So based on the debate we've already had right now, that focusing on option 2, which includes the High Road site, this option is really suboptimal from my standpoint, because if I understand correctly, it would be zoned for a different number, and I think this is completely unrealistic. And that zoning, here's the key line, that zoning would require 2 or 3-story condominiums. So in my mind, I think we have to eliminate the High Road site. So that individual said that we don't want 2 or 3-story condominium on that. And now this zoning change is going to allow us to build a 3-story condominium, the very thing that a council member at the time said was totally inappropriate. After that comment, another council member, not me, said I was generally against High Road just from talking to staff the last couple of meetings, that this is a very difficult place to build. Full disclosure, I'm skipping a sentence or 2 here. A 3-story or larger apartment building is not what anyone I haven't heard a single person say this is what they're looking for when they think about Woodside. So construction difficulties, the fact that it's on sloping land that would collapse any moment. I don't know how egress and ingress would work. None of us have said that we're interested in having that kind of structure in Woodside. So I'm fine with removing High Road. There were 5 people, plus 5. Dick Brown was recused. That night, January 31st, 2023, I was against it, and the 2 council members who were my immediately left were against it too. That's 3 out of 5. Now, we did vote, full disclosure, we did vote to do it, but they openly said that they were against building a 2 or 3 story condominium on that site. And yet that's what we're approving tonight. So I'm against it. I'm going to vote against it. I have no doubt it's going to pass. It's going to probably pass by the same 4-1 vote that it did last time. And that's just fine. I mean, I'm a believer in democracy and representative democracy. And so for that reason, I'm certainly willing to go along with whatever the council agrees to. The last thing I wanted to mention was the gas pipeline, because that night was actually the first time, if I recall correctly, that the gas pipeline came up. So we had all these public hearings about these sites, and yet staff never mentioned once that there's a PG&E gas transmission line running alongside the property. It runs actually right along the parcel line, but it's actually not on the property. The staff actually, it was Sean, gave me a very old map, and it looked like the gas pipeline was on it, and I said it's on it. It actually wasn't on one side of the property line. It was actually on the other side of the property line. So as Dick Brown said when he walked over here to show us 10 feet, it's actually not on the doormat on one side of the door. It's on the doormat on the other side of the door, which doesn't really matter. So in response to that, staff sent me back a notice because I mentioned a couple of things, and I'm going to read as my last item here tonight. What the experts have said about locating new property next to a PG&E gas transmission line. And I'm going to read verbatim what it says in the document that the trade association has, and I can certainly, I've provided this, it's actually been in several of my letters. It's prudent to design buildings and related facilities in a manner that mitigates the potential impacts on people and property from a transmission pipeline incident. Locating structures away from a pipeline right-of-way, incorporating more stringent building fire safety measures are examples of mitigation techniques that may improve public safety and limit damage to buildings or infrastructure in the event of a transmission pipeline incident. Risks in proximity to gas pipelines are relative to the size and pressure of the pipeline. And it lists the actual title, A Model for Sizing High Consequence Areas Associated with Natural Gas Pipelines, published in 2002 by the Gas Research Institute. They mentioned hazard area radius, the area of where people live, is a function of the line diameter, the diameter of the pipeline, and the pressure that it's under. The hazard area radius is basically I'm quoting now, by the way, the hazard area radius is basically the area in proximity to the pipeline within which there would be virtually no chance of survival if a pipeline ruptures and fire were to happen. And it varies in size, key part, varies in size from a minimum of 100 feet to a maximum of 700 feet, depending upon whether the gas pipeline is 6 inches, which is the 100 foot, or 42 inches, which is 700 feet. So this entire parcel would be enveloped is in the hazard radius. So again, I have no this is going to happen. I said that at the very beginning. It was probably the first thing that I said. But these are the things that it was only mentioned at that January 31st meeting, which was the very last meeting. I was there. I was the one who mentioned it. And boy, I was called to task by people in this room for throwing a hand grenade into the process at the last minute. Sorry, it was a bad metaphor. But the point that I'm making is this should have been brought up before by staff. This is a major impediment. It's a major issue. I mean, we talk about trace faults and, we're in a fire hazard or there's traffic. You're not mentioning a PG&E gas transmission line that covers that entire parcel. Now, full disclosure, if you live near one, that's fine. You can live near one. You just don't build new construction, especially density construction, residential density construction there. So in summary, and again, I appreciate the accommodation on this, but I'm against this. But there are more than likely 4 votes to do it. And I appreciate some of the things that have been incorporated that Brian mentioned and Chris mentioned and that Ned mentioned and that the mayor mentioned. And we're going to end up with it. I don't believe we have a gun to our head, but we now have this document from HCD which says we're in substantial compliance. So this is going to be moving forward. And that's really too bad. I think it is a rush process and we're here. But we're not slaves to this, because in another 2 years, we're going to be out of compliance again when we don't make our halfway numbers. So we have to be 50% of the way through about a year and a half from now. We won't be. No city or town will be. And at the end of the process, hey, we're coming for the rest of Woodside. So that's really too bad, unless some of these laws are overturned or changed, which maybe they will be. I hope they are. I really do hope they are. But we still have some control, fortunately, about the 2 townhome sites. Maybe that's our only salvation. But I really wish it didn't happen this way. I do not enjoy sitting here being in conflict with 4 friends. If you think I enjoy this, you are nuts. I don't like staying up at night. I don't like answering your damn emails all night long. I don't like answering your phone calls. But you know something? I think somebody's got to represent what's going on in this town. And with that, I'll close. All right, thank you, Mayor.
You needed 90 more seconds to get to 35 minutes. That was,
well, 35 minutes.
Felt like just fine. I'm going to respond because, well, everything you said was very well said. Some of it is not 100%. At the meeting that you like to reference, on January 31st of 2023, we were contemplating where to put 40 units, and it was likely going to be split between High Road and Runnymede, where Runnymede was going to take the bulk of it, 75%, 10 units of very low, 20 units of low, and High Road was slated for 10. We struck a compromise at that meeting to reduce the overall number from 40 to 33. And as you want to say, I've got my notes right here. We knocked it down to 33. 16 total units at High Road, 17 at Runnymede Raimundo. And you're right, you did vote for that. It was a unanimous vote. Sue Paletti was kind enough to check the vote on her way out. So it's a little disingenuous to say that there wasn't robust debate and to suggest that it was just pulled out of thin air and stuck there. It wasn't. Your idea, alternative, which, great, I appreciate an alternative because we haven't heard a lot of alternatives, of trying to cover our arena number with ADUs, whether it's 1,500 or 15,000, does not negate the fact that HCD requires multifamily zoning of 20 units per acre, period, full stop. That's why High Road, Raimundo, 773, and Kenyatta are all under that consideration, and that is due to the fact that those are sites that have a likelihood of being developed. Another requirement of HCD. You know this, you've been here since 2023. So it's convenient and it sounds good to sit here and say, well, we'll build 150 ADUs and we'll just tell HCD we're not going to upzone for multifamily. Then our housing element will be rejected and we start over again. So your alternative is a great one. We can all vote no and not do it. But we're going to be right back here with an alternative that the state of California will not accept. And with all due respect and agreement, it would be lovely to fight the state. I'm going to steal Ned's thunder here, but as fiduciaries who took an oath to uphold the laws of the state of California, we are where we are. And you're right, we can't change the housing element. It's a day late and a dollar short to propose changing the housing element. So I apologize, but I need to push back on some of those things because, as most of us, we've been here since 2020 working on this. And it's not just some random decision that was arrived at without any consideration for virtually everything you've said. I agree. I don't want to be sitting here. Last Tuesday, I had to be up until 2:30 in the morning having whiskey until I could go to sleep. If the Pioneer was open, I would have done it there. But it is what it is. So while it's very populist to offer alternatives, they conveniently ignore the fact that they sound good, but they're not actionable. So, sorry.
No, thank you for that. Ned?
Councilmember Shaw, you did steal all my thunder. Which is fine. I guess the only thing you didn't, I do want to ask the staff this, which is we've just heard multiple times that we are currently in compliance. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, that's correct. What the letter says that we received is that our housing element complies with housing element law, but a couple of sentences later it says, to be found in substantial compliance, the rezonings that are called for in housing element need to be complete.
So
we are still out of compliance.
So builder's remedy still on the table, despite what was said. Okay. So yeah, I don't want to say the exact same thing that Councilmember Shaw said, but no, but yeah, I'll stay on High Road though, which is this is not an ideal lot. It does maybe to some people in the audience seem like this is coming out of left field. This is all very quick, but yeah, this started in 2020. We've had 36 or more meetings on these topics, and a lot of these meetings had as many people, if not more, during the process. So I know we had a meeting where we talked about upzoning a good chunk of Woodside Road near the school and near the fire station, and this place was filled with neighbors from that neighborhood, and that idea was soundly rejected. So this is not some late stage, last minute attempt to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. This has been a long, difficult process. But I can say, and I'll speak for the other council members, which is one of the reasons we chose High Road and Raymundo is because we did not want to upzone entire neighborhoods. We did not want to mess with the homes they live in by changing the zoning of the actual houses people live in. We were very careful that we didn't want to do that. And town-owned sites gives us the best shot at local control. It just does. And unfortunately, those town-owned sites that are also going to pass HCD's muster, yes, they happen to be in areas where there are gas lines because we need gas, and they happen to be in places where they have sewer lines because these properties need sewer. And those properties just do happen to be on this side of town, and that's unfortunate. But because it is a town-owned property, we do have a lot of control over who builds, how they build, what it looks like, where it goes. We heard tonight you could have the SRB chime in. You can have the planning department chime in. We could have the open space committee there to chime in about environmental issues. Trails could come in about environmental issues. Circulation committee could advise on traffic. The town could be extremely involved. That's not true of other sites. So, looking at 773 Kenyatta, that we don't have all those options. Whereas with these two sites, we do have these options. So I do feel like, yeah, we're in a pinch, but these are our best options. The state used a hammer when she used a scalpel when it was designating RENA numbers. But this is our chance to use a scalpel. And I truly believe over the last 4 years, that is what we have done. We've been very careful and meticulous about picking these sites. I will say it again, I'm not willing to roll the dice and sue the state or affirmatively deny the housing element because the state is already watching us. They asked what we did after our meeting on Tuesday. They asked what happened. They are watching what happens at this specific town council. If we deny this housing element affirmatively, that parade of terribles, I am sure, actually will happen. Huntington Beach, yeah, they sued and they lost in state court. And they sued in federal court. That case got thrown out. And now the state of California has control over their housing projects. So this is real. Los Altos has a builder's remedy project. Menlo Park has a builder's remedy project. This is not imaginary. These are real things. And yes, I represent 100 people here, online, and in this room, but I also represent the 3,000 people who are not here. And I don't think the 3,000 people who are not here would like to know that we turned our housing department or our planning department over to the state just to prove a point. Or we had the option of designating a couple sites and building them the way we want. I think most people in this town would say, local control, please don't turn this over to the state. So with all that said, I'm in favor of proposal for High Road.
So I'm not going to restate the points that I agree with. I agree with what Councilmember Shaw said and the points that Councilmember Fluitt just made. I also agree with the philosophical statement that Councilmember Domkowski proposed. I have so many little pieces of paper with notes on it. I don't even know. I wish I could articulate my thoughts as well as my fellow council members. Maybe just to make a few points. I absolutely do not like this. This is not why I ran for council. This has been an incredibly hard process. It's so difficult to hear people and the emotion in the room. And so, you know, I just wanted everybody out there to know this has been incredibly difficult. But I think, you know, we didn't have a lot of options available to us. We received our RENA allocation. It's a larger allocation than Woodside has ever had to deal with. And there just really were very few levers to pull. But I can sleep well at night knowing that we did follow a very robust process. We had a lot of involvement all along the way. We had public hearings. And so, you know, this is really the culmination of close to 3 years of work. You know, and it's refreshing in some ways to hear Councilmember Gold make a proposal. You know, however, that proposal simply is just not workable. It doesn't really understand how this process works. It doesn't take into account what the RENA allocation is, the requirements around having multifamily zoning at a certain level, and how that all needs to dovetail with our requirements around affirmatively furthering fair housing. And so really, you know, the proposal that is on the table is the proposal that I support. I don't know if any other council members have any further deliberations that they want to make.
I did forget to voice my support for the Domkowski language on 205.
Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion.
I'd also just, because there's so much talk about the ADU production, if we just get a little clarity. I know we had a great first year, but that first year included the prior 6 months leading into the cycle. And there were 10 permits there, plus the 33 that got us to 43. So we're at 105% of our goal for year one, which is great. But the run rate of ADU production and development without any density projects is actually below. If you think about what just happened just in the year 2023, when we don't count the free 6 month period that is being added into that number. Is that a fair characterization? Because the ADU production might not be quite as robust on a run rate basis for the year.
It's just, I don't know the number. The number I know off the top of my head is yes, we had 22 ADU units. And you are correct that the first year was able to count 6 months of the prior year into the first year.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So procedurally, we have 3 motions that are on the table related to High Road. There's a motion related to the general plan designation, a motion relating to the zoning amendment, and then the third is a motion related to the objective design standards. And I think we will take them each in turn. And so I would entertain a motion for the general plan designation.
I will move to approve the resolution revising the general plan designation for APN 069070450 High Road from open space and environmentally sensitive to residential.
Second.
Councilmember Brown is recused. Councilmember Domkowski.
Yes.
Councilmember Fluid.
Yes.
Councilmember Gold. Councilmember Shaw.
Yes.
Mayor Wall.
Yes.
The motion passes 4 yeses, 1 no, and 1 recusal.
All right. The second is a motion relating to the zoning amendment.
And I'm sorry, I want to interject one thing. Staff would also ask in introducing this that you add to section 153.110B reference to the objective design standards for the parcel.
In the multifamily.
Talking about the zoning amendment.
Talking about the zoning amendment.
Can
So,
can you say that again?
yeah, so this would be, it's on page 15 of the ordinance. It would add a section that says that multifamily development should comply with objective design standards for the high road parcel identified on the town zone. So, sorry, it's just to embed the design standards into the zoning ordinance.
Yes. Just a reference.
Is that a whereas or is that?
No.
Just a reference line. Okay.
All right. Is anybody
Yeah.
prepared to do that?
Okay. Yeah, I will motion to introduce and schedule second reading and adoption of the proposed ordinance to amend municipal code chapter 153 zoning and to add the staff recommended language that ties it into the ODS for new multifamily zoning district development standards and designation for high road from open space to multifamily with the inclusion of the statement made earlier designating those units to be owner occupied.
You guys have that language? Second.
Councilmember Brown is recused. Councilmember Domkowski.
Yes.
Councilmember Fluid.
Yes.
Councilmember Gold. Councilmember Shaw.
Yes.
Mayor Wall.
Yes.
The motion passes 4 yeses, 1 no, and 1 recusal.
Okay. And then the third motion related to high road is the objective design standards.
Motion to approve resolution adopting new multifamily objective design standards for APN 069170450 High Road.
Second.
Councilmember Brown is recused. Councilmember Domkowski.
Yes.
Councilmember Fluid.
Yes.
Councilmember Gold. Councilmember Shaw.
Yes.
Mayor Wall.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yeses, 1 no, and 1 recusal.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break and resume at. All right. We're going to reconvene the meeting and we're going to continue with the next set of agenda items. Now we're gonna resume and we're gonna address the 3 additional properties that are in our housing element. That is 773 Kenyatta, Raimundo, and then Kenyatta College. We're gonna take each one in turn, and so I'm gonna turn it over to Kevin to talk about 773 Kenyatta and what is on the agenda this evening.
Yes, thank you again, Mayor Wall and council members for 773 Kenyatta. And just to be clear for folks who are reconciling the agenda from the way we're going to do this, the remaining parcels are embedded into a single ordinance for the rezoning. 773 Kenyatta is currently designated in the general plan as residential, so no general plan designation change is required for that parcel. 773 Kenyatta, last week we were talking about the size of the parcel that is before the council this evening. And I wanted to report out for everyone's information that council was aware of this, that the property owner has requested that the council consider adopting a 1 acre parcel. And the way that they want to accomplish that is not to revert to the shape that was in the original housing element, but rather the shape that's in the packet, they would move the property line that is uphill of Kenyatta Road, so it's sort of the northeast side, and move it down towards Kenyatta Road. That is their proposal. And staff would recommend that you include that as the exhibit that would be adopted as part of that ordinance if you choose to do so, when we will get, I'll have Sage pull it up. And that property would be rezoned from suburban residential to multifamily, that 1 acre. And the third action related to 773, as with High Road, would be the objective design standards for that property. Sage, can you describe what you're showing?
So this is similar to what's shown in the housing element. The housing element showed a lot depth of approximately 140 square feet, and the reason that can be referenced is there's a property next door that has that depth. And so this would show the property. What you see here is what was originally shown at the 1.61 acres, is the dashed boundary, and then this highlighted line in the middle is the approximate location that would create 1 acre. So looking at the average, about 280 feet wide, which would obviously change a little bit with the change in the lot size. You probably have a depth of about 150 to 160 feet. And so that would be close to 1 acre. And this would be the exhibit that could be included with the rezoning.
I'm sorry, can you orient?
Sure. Sorry about that. Yeah. Let me, oops, sorry about that. So this area here, this is Kenyatta Road. And so this is the proposed 1 acre. So it is the furthest point away on the kind of northwestern corner of the property, furthest away from the existing neighborhood.
So we'll entertain other questions. That
Wait, so
complete with the overview.
There's 2 actions related to 773 Kenyatta. There's a rezoning, and that would, and then there's also the objective design standards.
That's correct.
Did you want to maybe just touch on the objective design standards?
Oh, right. Hey. Yes, they're whispering in my ear as well. In addition to that, this item would require the consideration, which is the last item on your agenda, the modification to the Emeraldville specific plan, which changes the mapped area for sewer service. And that would be done by adding the APN that is closest, the existing APN that is closest to Kenyatta Road on that property. Did you have specific questions on the design standards? Or I mentioned that those would also have to be adopted as part of the actions related to 773.
Okay, maybe we'll leave it at that. I think if folks have specific questions about the design standards, we can address those as they come. All right, we'll open it up for council member questions for staff. Council on 773.
I think some of the questions have evolved, of course, with this new 1 acre versus 1.6. Of all the issues I hear, the next one down in line is height limitations. We currently have 35 feet there, and prior to the shrinkage, one might have been able to argue, I suppose, that we could bring height down. I'm trying to get a sense for constraints for the 1 acre site to get these units in. Is a 30-foot limit appropriate in a very hilly situation versus 35, and could everything be fit there? It's sort of a question around whether or not height is also adjustable, even though now the building envelope has shrunk back to the original 1 acre.
So the height could be adjustable. I think, if there's an issue with that, when someone comes forward with development, they would have to request some change if it was lowered. I think the difference here between this property and High Road is the shape. I think that's a huge difference in the diamond shape property at High Road, which tapers into corners, makes it very difficult to provide more uniform square rectangular buildings, whereas this more rectangular shape of a parcel would lend itself to a little bit more flexibility. It's likely that with shorter height, you'd likely have either fewer separated buildings or buildings closer together, or there be more attached buildings.
Okay. So from achieving goals, at least as a starting place, if the council wanted to take it to 30 and there was an occasional variance, we could deal with that at some point.
You could take it to 30, and if an owner was looking to do something different, they would come in looking for changes to the objective design standards. They would have to go through the process.
Okay, then there's this secondary issue that's being talked about, graduated height limits based on distance to setback. Can you describe what's on the property right now?
Currently, there's just setback requirements. There's a reduction in the upper floor space, so it's 90% of the footprint of the lower floor space. So that doesn't necessarily push you in one direction or another. Right now, there's a proposal for a 20-foot setback off Kenyatta Road, and then the northern side adjacent to the SFPUC parcel is supposed to be 10 feet. The line that would be adjacent to the rest of 773 Kenyatta would be 10 feet, and then the line to the south or towards the Palm Circle neighborhood, that would be proposed at 20 feet.
Got it. So no, we don't have any sloping height limit situation in play. And then just because this gets raised every time when this property comes up, the town's right away up towards the top of the property that could be developed into a road is not on the agenda tonight, right? That is not an agenda.
That's correct. That's part of a future subdivision
future discussion
project that's going through the process now.
Okay. I think that's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you. I can actually talk. Yeah, just one question, Sage. To the height limit, have you actually had any conversations with the developer, particularly when he accepted the 1 acre, about lowering the height limit to 30?
We have not. The only communication we've had is their request in an email over the weekend and our question of how they were looking to modify that shape.
Okay, because my personal feeling about all the properties is that we should be looking for every opportunity to get as low a height as we can for multifamily, so we can keep some of the rural character that we all want to keep, and height is a big part of that. So if you make that discussion happen, I love it. Thank you.
Councilmember Shaw?
So I asked the question last week and I'll ask it again. You have a conceptual map in front of you, or from the 773 multifamily?
The concept map process is just about wrapped up. Okay. And so tomorrow they'll be receiving all of their comments from the entire package. And so that there's no need for them to adjust anything at that stage. That's just what the map is at the concept level. They've received a lot of comments. Many of the comments, which include reducing the lot size from 1.61 to 1 acre. And so this would be something that they would respond to with their tentative map application.
Okay. So again, knowing that it's probably going to change when you take out better than a third of the square footage to build on, I think last week you said they were looking at duplexes. Has there been any kind of indication on, are they moving to triplexes, apartment style?
We've had no conversation.
But it'll have to come closer together.
Yeah.
No matter what.
And the tentative map stage, there are concept renderings that get done showing where buildings could be placed, and they would need to make those adjustments with the tentative map, just at least at a concept level of where buildings could be placed.
Okay. And I think the height is, when you get less ground build on, you're going to go vertical, but that's for deliberation. I think my other questions relate to the Emerald Lakes Hills. So good.
I think you can ask about that now.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, did
No.
okay. In terms of extending the sewer, I guess this is for Yaz. What's the current flow and what's the excess capacity now?
Councilmember Shaw, we have an allotment of 100,000 gallons per day for our town center service area, and the flows for the past 2 years ago was about 34,000 gallons per day. Last year was 37,000, so we're well within, the capacity.
Do you have an idea of how many homes that equates to, back of the envelope?
With the remaining?
Yeah, the excess.
This would be, if we go with 60,000 roughly gallons per day, and I would do a quick calculation here. I mean, we could potentially go up to 400.
400 housing units? Okay.
That's under the assumption of 150 gallons.
That's 150 gallons per day.
Sorry, I'm just, as I said, looking through all my little pieces of paper of notes. You already asked about setbacks. I'm good for now. If I find another, I'll ask.
Councilmember Gold.
Yeah. How did this come about? Just this is a pretty recent change. I'm very happy about it, but I'm just wondering what happened.
It was simply an email from the the owner's representative, based on feedback they've heard from the neighborhood. Specifically, that was the statement they made. They were looking to respond to the neighbors' concerns about the size of the property.
Good. I'm very glad to hear that. But no indication. I mean, I saw the email, so I didn't say, but there was no indication about the rest of the parcel.
Correct. I mean, the rest of it is just related to their subdivision. So how they may, they've received comments about looking to reconfigure lots and roadways. And so how they look at all those things together would be demonstrated with their tentative map application.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Flip.
Yep. Going to the height issue, we haven't made any, I think I know the answer, but we haven't made any representations to HCD about design guidelines and height of multifamily housing or anything like that.
No, they've asked to where they can find this documentation. I gave them the page numbers and the link. The next step, as the town manager has indicated, is they need to review any of the adopted rezonings. The idea that they generally look for is you want to create standards in which you can feasibly develop the property, right, at or close to the density that's allowed.
So if we drop it from 35 to 30, do you see any problems with meeting that density number?
I'm not a designer. It's possible something could fit there. It's just a matter of maybe more of an aesthetic view. Given it being more rectangular, you could fit more stuff. It just might be closer together.
So, could you go further on that? What do you mean by rectangular? Excuse me. What do you mean by rectangular?
Oh, so sorry. So the shape I was showing it's as opposed to like the diamond shape that was proposed for High Road. As you kind of go wider at High Road, you start to get pinched by the corners. Whereas this being a more rectangular shape, you could extend a building easier in that direction.
Thanks.
I think you might have already answered this, but let's ask it just in case. So the proposal or the owner's representative is saying they're willing to go down to 1 acre, and that 1 acre is within the 1.6 acre envelope that was proposed before. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
It's a follow-on to comments we got via email and in person last week. The issue of asbestos at the former quarry site can you address that, or is that a Kevin question, or is that a CEQA and design type thing?
It's in the biological report for the concept map, and they didn't find those materials on this site. So It doesn't appear to be a concern from a biological
Okay.
standpoint.
It was just raised. I thought it was worth.
But it actually, something I noted, I was reading the biological report since the last meeting, and it did have a statement in there about that.
All right, we're going to open this up for. Oh, was there another
question?
question?
I do, yes.
Oh, I do too, if it's possible. Look, by the way, can I just ask, are we allowed, is Kenyatta College part of this discussion?
No, right now we're just focused on
We're just 773, okay.
Mhm.
But then,
We'll have
okay,
a chance
because
to-
the sewer was related. Got it. Catching up.
So there was a question about the EIR covered 1 acre. Is this the acre?
This is an acre, yes. So
That's not the question.
the housing element shows something that would probably be about 140 feet deep instead of 150 to 160 feet deep. So it crunches it in a little bit, makes it a little bit wider that way.
So the EIR, which if I remember correctly, covered 1 acre. I actually didn't make this distinction until a member of the public brought it to our attention. Is this essentially that acre?
This
Or
is
was
a-
it a different acre?
This is very similar to that acre.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to open it up for public comment. I'm going to start in the Zoom room with Mary Trubridge. Mary, you're on Zoom. I mean, I'm sorry, you're not. You are on Zoom, but you're also on mute. You want to unmute yourself? All right, Mary, you one more second or two. All right, Mary, we'll come back to you. All right, Steve, sorry, you looked like you were ready to go.
Steve Lubin, Palm Circle. Although this 1 acre is better than the 1.6 acre, it is not the 1 acre that was indicated in the housing element, which is on the lower, less steep slopes of the property. The subdivision that's been proposed requires all kinds of changes and changes of zoning and involves massive grading and flies in the face of all kinds of elements of the general plan, and is a pie in the sky proposal in my idea. And even if the current drawing of the 1 acre uses the really awful road design in that subdivision application as the boundary to the 1 acre. As I see, it seems really inappropriate to me to use that parcel, for the rezoning. We should stick with the 1 acre that was indicated in the housing element, and we've been looking at for several years now. So as far as the rezoning, that's that. Should I go on to the objective design standards now, or are you going to do?
Yep, you can.
Okay, there's been no substantial brainstorming or public analysis of the objective design standards for any of the 4 multifamily sites. The standards are boilerplate rules based on trendy architectural styles and are not related to Woodside's design ethic or the carefully crafted residential design guidelines. Stylistic issues such as entryway dimensions and mandated roof complexities are not needed to moderate the public impact of the proposed multifamily buildings. Some of the standards are contrary to modern fire prevention standards, including mandated decks, wood fences, and 20-foot building separations. The mandated roof complications are contrary to the residential design guidelines, which instruct applicants that simplicity in roof design is preferred. It would be appropriate to have a workshop involving design professionals with experience in town to discuss these standards in detail. It would be impossible to thoroughly discuss them in this forum. The changes you could make today are to the height limits. 773 is steeply sloping and highly visible. It constitutes one of the character-defining views of the town, especially because of its position at the entrance to the town. Kenyatta Road and I-280 are designated scenic corridors, and this site is a character-defining entrance to the town. 3-story, 35-foot tall buildings 20 feet from Kenyatta Road is unacceptable. Many of us architects refer to the importance of the scale of buildings. Massive buildings intimidate not only people but natural landscapes. To fit into this neighborhood of small-scale houses and the landscape, the floor height and the building heights have to be relatable to human size. The neighborhood houses are generally small-scaled and well below the R1 height limit of 28 feet. Our two-story house with a steeply pitched roof is 22 feet high. The seemingly large house at 793 Kenyatta is well under 28 feet tall and set back more than 60 feet from Kenyatta Road. According to the general plan, buildings should be subservient to the landscape. Keeping buildings from overwhelming the trees that survive construction is a critical factor. According to the arborist report submitted with the subdivision application, trees along Kenyatta Road are between 15 and 35 feet tall. The proposed height limit of 35 feet will mean the buildings will loom above these trees. Why is the height limit at 733, Kenyatta 35, while the limit, and I'm glad to hear 30, but I think we should meet 28 feet as in the adjacent R1 district and as in the rezoning that's proposed by the subdivider. When we have 30 feet, it's particularly since there's 35 at Raimundo. As far as being able to fit the site in, I think many of you have seen the study I've done on the property. I've shown, up to 20 townhouses on the site on the lower regions that are all fit nicely within a 28-foot height limit. So I think the height limit here should be 28 feet to match the neighborhood. As far as sloping height limits, building heights near Scenic Road has a disproportionate impact. Sloping height limits where there is a lower limit near the road and a higher limit further away are common zoning measures which greatly reduce the visual impact of buildings. In the letter to the Planning Commission before its June 26 meeting, I presented the idea of sloping height limits along Kenyatta Road and along the Farm Hill on-ramp adjacent to Kenyatta College. The Planning Commission didn't discuss this at all. There's no indication they read my letter. So I propose you modify that 773 Kenyatta height limits to 18 feet at the 20-foot setback, rising to 28 feet at the 30-foot setback. The studies I've done on the property also conform to these sloping height limits. Should I go into Kenyatta College now, or I'll do that later?
No, if you could keep it focused on 773.
That's it.
Thank you, Steve. All right, we're going to go to the Zoom room, and we will take comment from David Middleman.
Good evening, David Middleman at 280 Grandview. I just had a quick question of clarification because details are very important here. When there was a question about sewer, I thought I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the assumption is 150 gallons per day of flow per housing unit. That number is familiar to me because that's the number that San Mateo County also assumes per bedroom when you're planning septic. And so I guess I just want to ask for clarification that these two flow assumptions are the same, septic per bedroom and sewer per housing unit. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yaz, can you clarify that?
So the 150 gallons that we assume are per capita per day. So it's for the housing.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So it's per person per day, not per housing unit per day.
No, I don't think it's per house per day. 150 gallons per house per day.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the next comment in the room. Again, related to 773. Oh, Steve, can you let others go first?
Again, Chris Canellis, 14 Somerset. You know, reflecting on tonight's proceedings so far, and with all due respect, perhaps we should consider changing the name of this call from this hall called the Independence Hall. You know, if those in the original Independence Hall had the feelings about the British, as many of us have tonight about Sacramento, you know, where would we be today? That said, I've got a couple of questions simply on this one. Are you receiving any form of entitlement compensation from the builder? That is the town being compensated in some way for the extra burden of sewer, police and fire, schools, etc.? And secondly, since the open space does not appear to be of such a great concern tonight, is there, why not grab further property north and west of where we are right now to solve this whole problem, like the triangle of Kenyatta Road, Edgewood Road, and 280? There's an ample amount of space there to simply build everything that the state would ever want and leave the rest of us alone. Just another thought for tonight.
Okay, Chris, thanks for that. Thanks. I heard a two-part question around, is the town receiving any entitlement compensation? I believe the answer is no, but maybe I'll bounce that over to Kevin to confirm.
Well, I heard examples. So, you know, for example, sewer would be paid for by the developer, consistent with, well, the extension of the lines, and then the end users of the sewer will pay for that service. Things like police and others, that's general, you know, general taxes that would be received. Support those.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then the other question I heard was, why not just grab property? The example was given a property near Edgewood and 280. You want to go ahead and answer that?
Well, the short answer is they're not within the incorporated town. So you would need to annex them, which is not something that you can just kind of say, hey, we're interested in it, and it happens. You sort of start with the first level of whether or not it's been designated as being part of the town's sphere of influence, which is something that the San Mateo County Local Agency Formation Commission, I got that right, actually adjudicates. And as of right now, there are no areas within the sphere of influence of Woodside north of the town limits on Kenyatta. So there's not really a path forward for that. And one of the things that HCD and assessing housing elements that want to try to use annexation is you've got to demonstrate there's a path to do it. So at this point, it's procedurally prohibitive.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, well, we'll take the next Zoom room comment. No, so Amar, I see your hand is still up. I can't tell if, okay, your hand went down and it went back up. Amar, do you want to comment? And then you went on mute.
I want to comment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And to be clear, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and previously speaking on behalf of myself. My previous question or line of inquiry when I was speaking generally about schools, and I understand very much the school district zoning that exists in the town of Woodside, and those who live in which areas are allowed to go to Woodside Elementary School and Woodside Middle School, and those who live in other areas go to other elementary schools. And so I have a twofold question here. The first fold question, and I did not see this in the paperwork, and I may have missed it, and I understand that we've already selected these sites, but I do want it noted for the record. When the sites were chosen and selected, was it looked at where these low-income housing families would have opportunities for their schools, for their children to attend school? One, was that looked at? Yes or no? That's a yes or no question. Was that looked at? And as a follow-up, was it looked at whether or not, or was it looked at the trajectory that these children would have, whether they attend what are widely known in the Bay Area as some of the best elementary and middle school in the, actually argue in the entire state of California? versus other schools that are not poor schools, but I think everyone here could all agree that Woodside Elementary and Woodside Middle School are distinguished themselves as public elementary and middle schools that are superior than any of the neighboring elementary or middle schools. And so my question is twofold. Was that looked at? And if it was looked at, was that considered when decisions were made about where these sites should be selected? And the reason I make this point is that if we look at the spirit of this law, the spirit of this law is to give low-income families an opportunity to live in the Bay Area. That's number one. The second spirit of the law is to give these individuals an opportunity to work, learn, and grow in the communities within which they are located. And the third part of this law is how can we raise these communities up? How can we give them opportunities that they may not have had available to them otherwise? And so I would think that as we're deciding sites, we would think that the families that are moving here, are we considering where those children are going to be educated? And are we doing the best that we can so that we follow the spirit of the law to truly give these families an opportunity to really learn and grow within our communities? Those are my questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. So there's of the 4 sites on the housing element, I believe 3 of those would be within the Woodside Elementary School and Middle School District. No, 2.
2.
So the 773 and
Raimundo.
not Kenyatta College. Okay, sorry
Yeah,
about that wrong.
college
So
is
two of the 4 sites would be within the Woodside Elementary School and Middle School District. I think, as we had mentioned before, it's not really within the town's purview. The school district is not within the town's purview. That's something that is between the school district and the county. Did I get that right, Kevin?
Yes.
All right, we'll take the next comment in the room.
But my question wasn't whether in the purview was it looked at, yes or no? When making the determination.
It's sort of an impossible question to answer.
Well, it was, right? It's not impossible.
Please go for it.
Two questions. Was it looked at, yes or no? Either was looked at or wasn't.
So when we were discussing sites over the last 3 years, whether or not students would be going to Woodside School or another school was something that was discussed. Not necessarily in terms of we're going to choose a site over another, but just I think I do recall us talking about how Woodside School didn't have as many students as it's had in the past. How this would actually be a benefit to Woodside School to have additional children going to.
Do we look at the benefit to the families? I'm assuming no.
Well, I think our mayor has said it that, and you said it too, that any family that gets to send their kid to Woodside Elementary or junior high is well served. I am also a family that does not get to go to that school, but I've heard very good things about it.
All right, thank you. All right, next comment in the room.
Yeah. My name is Jill Stanley. I live at 7 Palm Circle Road. And I'm here because I want to speak. Well, first I have a question, and then I also want to speak in support of my neighbor Steve Lubin's points, and also to highlight some specific points that he made. My first question is, how does the acre difference that we've just seen on the map today differ from the acre that was considered in the EIR? I'd like to understand that so that I can understand my neighbor's objection to it. The second thing is I would like to speak to Steve's point of the fact that there are some materials that are being used that are not taking into consideration the high risk for fire in that area. You know, all of the maps show that as being a very high risk fire area. And I would suggest that it makes great sense for us to be able to use all of the materials that are of lower fire risk to mitigate that. The other thing is I want to speak to and support Steve's assertion that it go to a 28-foot height limit, and that it be ascending in the way that he discussed in his time at the microphone. And those are the things that I wanted to highlight from what my neighbor has already articulated.
Okay, thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
So I heard we will address how does the acre differ? I'm going to pass that question over to Sage. And then also, Sage, if you're able to talk about how the fire risk is, whether, addressed in the design standards or how that would be addressed through the course of the building planning development process.
Screen. So this line is showing 155 feet, be about 150 to 160 feet from Kenyatta Road. In the housing element, there was something that matched the adjacent property that's over here. This property is 140 feet deep. So you'd roughly be extending this a little bit more this way. It's about how it would change in shape. Be a little
It's just so it's clear. What the red rectangle that you just drew was what was in the housing element.
Roughly what was in the housing element.
Okay, and then the green line.
I would say it's more constrained in if you place the same setbacks that are already in the objective design standards.
Okay, thank you. And then can you talk about how the high fire risk has been addressed in 773?
All the statements in the objective design standards require materials that are fire resistant, requires all of the soffits to be enclosed. The one thing I'll note that Mr. Lubin noted is it does encourage wood fencing, wood and wire fencing. This is something that is consistent throughout the town of Woodside. The town of Woodside does not, through residential design guidelines for single family homes, through the municipal code for fence standards, discourages things like metal fencing. So in the spirit of Woodside, that was the type of fencing that was being proposed. It's not in conflict with the fire code. Whereas any development needs to meet all required fire district standards. And so these objective design standards have been provided to the fire district. They have not provided any objection.
All right. I still see Mary's hand up, but I give you one last shot to comment, Mary. Okay. I'm not seeing any.
All right.
Oh,
apologies. No, I'm sorry. I'm on the East Coast and it's very late. Very quickly though, I just this is Mary, Truebridge, 8 Palm Circle, and just very quickly wanted to also comment that I would like to support Steve Lubin's proposal and stand with our neighbors. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. All right, we'll take, I think next comment in the room.
Hi, my name is Alex Tauber. I live at 35 Ranch Road. I come here as an individual, not as a member of the Planning Commission for which I serve. And I don't think there's a right kind of forum for me to voice my opinion on last Tuesday's meeting and this meeting, so I'll do it right now. I would like to focus on 3 things in these 3 minutes. The first is I want to provide an observation on what I have witnessed last Tuesday and today. The second is I would like to give you an opinion on how I think this will resolve itself. And then the third, I would like to provide a different perspective on the work that the Planning Commission did because I felt it was mischaracterized by Paul. First, I want to provide an observation on what I witnessed through this process. These are the quotes that I heard in the last session last Tuesday from Paul. It's insulting. It's disingenuous at best. This is a sham if the answer's already known. You don't know what you're doing. Behind closed doors. Everything is a red herring. The town council and the planning commission votes are 6-1 and 4-1. And as you can see from these numbers, it's predetermined. I left last Tuesday not feeling surprised by the outcome, but for a very different reason than Paul. As indicated by the quotes that I just read, I felt the town staff was at best thrown under the bus, at worst accused of being incompetent. The planning commission and the town council were berated for at best falling asleep at the wheel, at worst being afraid of the state.
And between doing all this, I heard a bunch of half-truths. And I won't bother naming the half-truths because I think Chris did a good job earlier today. The real leaders in the debate are the ones that are trying to influence policy. Last Tuesday, I witnessed some members of the town council, for example, Brian, trying to influence policy by putting an issue of home ownership on the table. I witnessed Ned talking about his duties to the town, but also to the state. And I witnessed how the four of you try to influence policy in this very difficult issue. But absent to that, the volume of words coming out of Paul's mouth was inversely correlated by his ability to influence the policy debate. Like nothing that you said influenced the policy that was made and approved. And in the middle of all that, his constituents are the ones who are suffering this. And I felt like his constituents' needs were not represented when policy was being crafted. Second, I want to give you an opinion as to what will happen after today. It sounds like Paul may be right, what is going to happen. However, he's going to be right because he was solely focused on blaming others and running away from the problem instead of running into the problem and working with the town council members and the staff to try to find a different outcome. So what will happen after the votes from last week and this week? There are two types of people. One type of person runs into problems when they emerge and tries to solve them. The other person runs away from problems when they emerge and they're not part of the solution. So I know that today there are some of the better angels in this town that are still working to run into this problem and solve it. And as the town council member approves these 4 sites, these better angels are looking for a way to replace the Raimundo site and are looking for ways to take pressure off the High Road site so that the negative externalities that all of you have so eloquently stated, not only in the town council, but in the planning commission, are not as bad as they are. So in due time, thanks to these better angels, there is a chance that the Raimundo site will be replaced, and there is a chance that some pressure may be taken off the High Road site. Third, a word on the planning commission. Paul, you specifically said that the town council and the planning commission votes of 6-1 and 4-1. And as you can see from those numbers, it was predetermined. Actually, the vote in the planning commission was 3-1. And all you needed to do was to win one of the 3 votes that were at play. And you would have thrown this into a tailspin. And you could not mastermind that. Your one vote was noticeably absent from the policy debate, just like your voice was noticeably absent from this policy debate. When I applied to the Planning Commission, you asked me if I could be independent-minded, if I could exercise my own judgment, and if I could speak truth to power. I just did today. I want to finish with a note of gratitude. You all must have left here last Tuesday needing at least a couple of hours because what was coming out of Paul's mouth and your exercise of restraint and to be constructive was commendable. And I want to thank you for all the work that you do. This town, despite your worst instincts, if you assume positive intent, there's a lot of people that are trying to make hard decisions. There's a lot of silent angels that are still trying to do the right thing. And I would like to say thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Alex. And thank you for your service on the Planning Commission. All right, we are going to take the next comment in the room.
Hi, Kim Hanstone Raimundo. I just want to provide a little bit of a different perspective from that Planning Commission meeting. I appreciate everyone's passion, but the Planning Commission meeting that I attended, I don't know if other people were there. I agree with Steve Lubin that the design standards were very boilerplate. You know, Town of Woodside has never put multifamily houses before. We also have not built next to a freeway before. In those objective design standards, it was like a menu. It was like the menu when I went to Raising Cane's. You get chicken fingers, or you get chicken fingers on a bun, or you get chicken fingers next to Texas toast. Been there one time. The planning commission meeting was so uninspiring from the guidance that was given to the planning commission. It was like, we didn't talk about things. If you're going to build on a freeway, are we going to look at noise? Are we going to look at pollution? Have we thought about how many windows go on the side of the building facing the freeway? Have we talked about how we're going to do this? There wasn't this like breadth or discussion of other options. It was, here's your chicken fingers. How would you like your chicken fingers? So I appreciate the passion, but I feel like that I feel I had a different experience at that planning commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. All right, we're going to go to the next comment in the Zoom room from Stephanie Disher.
Hi, I just want to, I want to start by addressing the comments about Paul Gould. I have never met a finer councilman, a more independent thinker, someone willing to talk to people that are not in his district, to educate them, to help them understand. He's the only council person that foresaw this meeting, last week's meeting, not being capable of being finished in one meeting. I'm wondering if it's even going to if it will even be completed in 2 meetings. He is not a rubber stamper. He offered you other solutions, and I can't say enough wonderful things about Paul Gould, and I know that there are so many people who feel the same way that I do. So if I can even begin to cancel out what that other person said, I'm so sorry that I couldn't stand listening to that, and he was allowed to go on for far more than 3 minutes. I also want to thank Councilman Shaw for asking the questions about the sewer. I quickly Googled what is the average person's use of the sewer daily. Because you can't really say a household, you don't know how many people are in a household. The absolute minimum use without even a full-size washer is 50 gallons a day per person. And so 150 gallons would mean there isn't a full-size washer. It's a family of 3 and they use like less water than anyone else in the world. There are other statements. Just all you have to do is Google it. You'll see it goes up to 100 and even more per person. Another question that wasn't answered about the sewer was how many people in the town center and also along Kenyatta Road already have the right to hook up. Maybe not everybody is hooked up yet, but there are a lot of people with the right to hook up. So I think that the capacity of 400 more houses for the sewer is a figure that really needs to be reconsidered. I don't believe it. And the last thing I want to say is about the height requirement. When I looked at the concept map, apparently there are 3 stories in these townhouses that they want to put at 773 and 3 bedrooms. So that's definitely going to be a family of 4, which is not 150 gallons per day. At least a family of 4. I don't understand. If we're building this for the housing element, why are we making it so big? We're building the units. It's the numbers that we want. Why is it 3 stories? It doesn't make any sense. 3 bedrooms and a garage per unit. 3 stories. It doesn't make sense. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Paul Gould.
Thank you, Stephanie. All right, we'll take the next comment in the room.
Hello, my name's Jonathan McSwain. I live on Maple Way. I actually had a big, long letter I was going to read out, but I was really pleased to see you guys talking about a lot of the things that were in that letter. So I'm going to kind of forego that and just kind of hit some bullet points here. For number one, going back to the 1 acre is a huge relief. I think that was one of our biggest concerns, and it's been addressed. So we're thankful for that. I like that you're taking into consideration, or at least talking about, the larger project at 773 as a whole. I was kind of disappointed last week when I found that we had an EIR that looked at 1 acre is that 1 acre in the middle of a field somewhere when really there's already plans in the works to further develop the remaining 10 acres on that site. So at least you're kind of looking at it as a larger scale thing than just 1 acre. This is that is part of the housing element. With that being said, I just want to reiterate that I am in favor of the graduated setbacks and lowering the height restrictions, as per Steve Lubin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, we have no more hands up in the Zoom room, so we'll take the next comment in the room.
Thank you, Steve Patrick, 732 West Glen Way. Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation. You began this section with discussing heights and setbacks, which I think are really, well, planning. I mean, I think you probably read my email several weeks back. It's all planning. I think the housing element is going to move forward. I think, we acknowledge that. And I think for whatever reason, we've all decided that that is what it is. But we can plan the development that, has basically been approved by the multifamily. And certainly in the 773 site, the setbacks seem most appropriate to either match the R1 district, which it basically adjoins. So front setbacks and heights should be more akin to that. Now you could follow a stepped approach, as Steve Lubin has said, which is probably a great suggestion. I'm kind of a simple person. The R1 sites, which adjoin it directly, which we're all familiar with, setbacks and heights, if we just applied that. I think the green line that's been shown by Sage, which is further up the property than the red line, would allow a greater setback along Kenyatta Road. And then it could allow a 30-foot house 30 feet from the front property line, which I think is sort of an appropriate development because it's in keeping with the environment that is currently around there. I'm really not sure how you can rezone part of an APN, but I guess staff's going to figure that out somehow. But I guess, and it's been mentioned that the balance of the rezoned lot will stay SR, and there's no discussion that that would change to be an R1. So I think that should be a key point to keep in mind. And then since we are talking about the Emerald Lake Hills specific plan, which I worked on back in the day, I think the extension of the sewer is approved for the multifamily lot only. It shouldn't be approved for any of the SR lots that still remain at that location. I think for multifamily, the sewer extension should be considered, but not for the remainder of the 8 acres or whatever the developer plans to do with that, the balance of the property. So I think the way the rewording in the specific plan change that you're talking about tonight, I think it should just very specifically say for multifamily housing, the sewer extension is an appropriate use. But that'd be it. I really appreciate all the hard work you've done. I know it is thankless, but thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All right, I'm not seeing. All right.
Hello, my name is Amir Ismaili. I live in 799 Glen Craig Way. I just want to point out something. I guess most of the stuff that it's addressed about 773 Kenyatta Road, which is the height and the number of units that they're going to build over there, which is a relief that is going to reduce to 16. But one thing, I was just checking the population of the Woodside as a general, like since 2000 to 2020, we've had about consistency of around 5,350 people in this town. So, and it looks like we are kind of concentrating about including the Kenyatta College 773 and Raymondo. So it probably adds up to about 80 to 100 units. And considering 3 in each, so we are adding about 4 to 5% of population in the town to just a little corner in the side of the town, which is very insignificant in terms of the space of the whole town. So, and I actually participated in the initial, I think it was 2-3 years ago, which incidentally, we just moved to this town, and my wife and I were going to buy a property in Half Moon Bay. We saw the beauty and nature in here. We were living in Los Gatos. So we decided, oh, this is the place we always wanted. We should move over here. And it's not against, nobody is against progress. Nobody is against, of course, inviting other people to come to the town, younger generation, establish over here. But we have to contribute to the beauty of the town as it is. As an example, when, like, for example, we have an easement for like horse trail, and I kind of talked to Sean Rose, I guess he was the plant manager at the time, to even encourage to do that. I know that reduces my property value, but it's part of the nature of the Woodside. We all want to live in here. So now I still don't know how did we end up concentrating all these units in that little corner of the Woodside and not considering that it's going to hurt the people who live over there. And I mean, financially, I mean, in terms of open space, like, yeah, I have about an acre, which is part of natural resources. Should I go look for a permit for that to build over there? But I will never do that, of course. But this is some comment I just want to make in general, that it looks like, yeah, we all keep talking about the state is being unfair to us. But again, it comes to, I'm sorry to say that in this way, this group of people in this room, they're kind of injecting the same thing in that corner of the town, which is, it looks like we don't have any choice, basically. It's already maybe a made decision, or I hope it's not. I've seen that these changes has been done, which is good. It's 32 units in 773 is reduced to 16, which is good, is a progress. But just wanted to make that comment, basically.
Thank you, Amir.
Thank you.
All right. Last call for public comment in the room. Yep, no problem.
One of the terms that I've heard tonight when you're talking about the project, I keep hearing low income. I have a big concern about that. I hope that doesn't get out. Is it already out? I mean, you know already, I don't even believe in the whole thing. But if we're going to do it, I don't want to have a section that's called low income so that kids who live there, you know, get a tag on them like, oh, you live in the projects. I mean, somehow that can get out. I wish you would just drop that definition. I don't know what else we can put on it. I mean, you're all so brainy. Come up with something.
Yeah, no,
it really disturbs me to hear low income. I don't want to have anything branded low income in this town and have children, or in particular, have to hear that someday.
No, Leanne, I really appreciate it. I think the intent behind your comment is a great one. I would hate to see a result like that as well. I think the reason that term is being used, it's related to the regional housing needs assessment allocation of units to Woodside, and there's a certain distribution of income level that we have to hit. It's part of kind of the Jenga putting this all together. Yeah. No, yeah, I hear what you're saying. All right, I think we have our last public comment in the room. Go for it.
This is real quick. I just wanted to say that I agree with what Steve presented. I'm on Palm Circle Road. Like the 28-foot height limit, I just think that makes it fit in a little bit better. And it's only like 7 feet from where it is, but I think that can be a huge difference. Again, the fire material would be really to keep an eye on that, because we just got our insurance isn't writing another policy because of fire in our area. So, you know, that's definitely on our mind. Also, the road going through to Glen Craig, will there be an assessment for traffic flow? Because that'll be a nice little cutover for Jefferson for all the people coming out of those units. So just wanted to put that on, see if there's any plans to address that and when they'll look at that. So thank you.
No problem. Yeah, on the topic of the road, so that's not on the agenda this evening. The on the agenda for 773 is like we were saying, it's the sewer allocation, it's the rezoning, and the objective design standards. So any consideration of a road, should it continue to be in the property owner's plans, would be something that the town council would look at a later date. All right, Steve, you're going to go second bite at the apple.
I think it is on the agenda because the area, the 1 acre that's being considered, uses that road as a boundary, and that is not an approved road, and I think it's much more appropriate to use the boundary in the housing element, which has been around a long time and been reviewed a lot, and I suspect that as the subdivision proceeds, these areas will be changed as the design gets revised, but it should start off from the housing element, not the unapproved subdivision. And also about the sewer, I think the bigger issue might be the capacity of the existing main, which is a 6-inch main. I know I have the plans only down a little parallel to Somerset Lane, past Codicia, and it's still there. It's a 6-inch line at 1.3% full, and I think that's going to limit the flow if you're adding Ramundo and new flow from the top. I couldn't. Anyway, that might be another issue.
Okay, thank you, Steve. All right, Thalia, I'm going to close us out here.
So Thalia Lubin, Palm Circle, I agree with Steve's comments and especially the drawing he made. And Stephanie's comment regarding the size of the units. If we're going to have a variety of housing, like I suggested last time, and Kevin and Sage agreed, we could have duplexes or 2-unit, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. We don't need to have everything cookie cutter, which could affect the height. None of you live next to any of these sites, and I know you're trying to do best by the town. But we are the town. We in this room and you guys, and we're your neighbors. And maybe the next round will be behind you or you or you. Okay, so we are upset. What we can do is change certain things and certain requirements, and we are asking you to take our suggestions. And the mayor keeps saying that we're going to have opportunities, but the conceptual plan has now gone through. And I was at that planning commission meeting and I felt insulted. Okay, the ASRB was a little better. Our window for review for 773 is closing. One of the conditions of the ASRB was that the developer meet with the neighbors. Steve and I have had meetings with Bill Butler on our own, but there has been no neighborhood meeting, which was one of the requirements. So and now we're talking about objective design standards. So I see our window, Jen, you said we would have opportunities. I see our opportunities closing for all the projects, but also specifically for our project. So that's very concerning. I'm very pleased to see that we're back to 1 acre, 16 units. I hope that we can talk about having the rest be conservation open space, as was done with Kite Hill. There's a precedent for it, and we don't need to get greedy here with developing the whole property and 35% slope and all this other stuff. Regarding the sewer, yes, Steve and I have a personal interest since we paid for the trunk line to get extended up to Palm Circle. It took us 15 years, thanks to Susan George. She helped us. So you need to look at that capacity. Height limit, yes, 28 feet, stepping up, like Steve Patrick said, and Steve Lubin said. So please, consider our suggestions. And thank you. I'm glad I'm not sitting on that side of the table. So, and I do thank you all individually for coming out and talking to us. We really, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Thalia. And I think we are going to move into council member deliberations right now, and I think you will hear us talk about and address the suggestions that we've heard. So please, that's happening right now. So stay tuned. All right, we're going to move into council member deliberations. I am going to look down to council member Domkowski to kick us off. And just to be clear, this is deliberations relating to the issues, the motions associated with 773. So general plan designation, zoning, and the Emerald Lake Hills plan, as well as the objective design standards.
I thought we were still, the Emerald Lake Hills was the next agenda. I have things to say about that as well.
No, Emerald Lake Hills is part of this discussion right now.
That's not hard to say, way more to say.
Right. Sewer.
Well, we were talking to Jason.
I thought I had made that clear that we were talking about the Emerald Lake Hills specifically.
You did indicate that.
Yeah. Steve, did you want to make another Stewart related comment?
No, I'd like to just draw your attention to my action items I gave you at the last meetings. I hope you all have copies of it. I think the language doesn't really protect the Emerald Lake Hills the way people there would like it to, and I made some suggested language change relating to the sewers. Do you have that in front of you, or should I give it to you again?
Got it.
Excuse me?
You have it.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. All right. Councilmember Domkowski, do you want to kick us off?
To just ask for opinions on the red lines offered by Mr. Lubin. What does that do? What actually changes based on those red lines? Yeah, I'm asking staff.
Speaking to the 28-foot heights and the increase.
I'm sorry. I'm speaking to his dated July 23, 24. He's got a couple of red lines at the bottom of page 1 tied to the specific plan for sewer for Emerald Lake Hills. It's hard to, I can't pontificate on that if I don't have opinion. Does it change the geography in some way that could be served by the sewer extension?
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
Just trying to figure out if these are.
Can I try to?
Yes.
Raise?
Thank you.
We have not gotten a staff opinion on Steve Lubin's red lines from his July 23rd, 2024 memo. So before we disapprove, we'd like to know what staff thinks.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to talk more and we come back to you on that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no problem. We can do that.
Why don't you deliberate?
Yeah, well, I'll try to deliberate. It's some of the math is a little opaque because I don't have a great sense for, now that we're back to an acre, exactly what the metrics have to be to facilitate what we have in the plan. I guess from 40,000 feet, I would say that I think it makes a lot of sense given we have a 30-foot height limit at Raimundo, and this is a place that's got a lot of hills and some steeper topography to it, that we wouldn't have a height limit higher than that for this property. And so in that way, and these are multifamily units as well, so we have to bend a little bit to this sort of R1 standard of 28 feet. So, to me, I'd be open to a discussion around whether that should fall to 30 feet from 35. Again, the math is opaque, but so I don't know if the graduated height limits are something that could be done or not.
So I don't want to overstep either, given there is a win here, which is the envelope has changed back to something that was pretty close to the original. But if there was a way to do that, with 20 feet at 20 feet and 30 feet at 30 feet or something, I don't know if there is or not. So it's very hard for me to sort of come to a finding there, I guess. Waiting on that.
May I interrupt?
Yeah.
Do you want? It might be helpful to get input from Sage on those.
Thank you. Yeah.
If we went from 35 to 28, and if we went to the graduated 18 at the 20-foot setback, 28 at the 30-foot setback. I know you're not a designer, but you work with them all the time. We still meet our goals with these revised numbers.
It's possible. It could just, again, reduce space between units, and those are usually the kind of trade-offs that would happen. It would, if you did a stepped setback like that, it allows for, a balcony, a roof deck, something like that. So it's possible that something could fit. Don't know what that would look like.
Sorry for the interruption.
Good. I appreciate it. I'm not so concerned with the original acre versus the proposed acre being a little bit different. Yes, 20 feet here, 20 feet there, but an acre is 209 feet by 209 feet. So it's sort of a 10%. It's not substantial to me to worry about any of that. The sewer with 60,000 of capacity, even if it's 300 gallons, twice our assumption, that's still 200 more houses. So for me, I just believe any new subdivision that could be connected to sewer, particularly if we have capacity at that level, should be. That sewer should be extended to adjacent properties and new divisions. So I guess that's my broad brushstrokes. It's the tough thing about going first, frankly. But if we can get from 35 to 30 and we can get the graduated, sort of 20 feet at 20 feet, 30 feet to 30 feet, just to keep it clean, I think that could be interesting. I mean, it would be reflective of some of the commentary we're hearing. Obviously, variances could be granted and so forth, but it might be a nice starting place for the project.
Thank you, Councilmember Domkowski. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I agree with the idea of moving toward a 30-foot height limit. How it is set up on the lot, I'd like to leave that as much to the developer in discussions with them as well as us. I don't think we should make that decision. But the less visibility we can have from the street, the happier I am. I really can't speak much to the septic other than I'd like to, or the sewer. I'd like to, us as a town to really analyze carefully and fully what is the sewer capacity for each area of the town and what is going to be the sewer demand for the plans that we're agreeing to tonight or denying tonight, because it's hard to make a decision if we're going to be over capacity on the sewer system right out of the box. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Shaw?
Yeah, on the height issue, and again, I'm going to reemphasize the moving from 1.6 acres down to an acre is a big win, right? And I think everybody's acknowledging that both from the dais and from the neighborhood. And I think that's pretty great. My concerns in looking at the height is kind of goes to aesthetics. Because again, if you're trying to compress more into a smaller footprint and you want to avoid, in the old days, before we got a 5x increase in our housing allocation, we spent a lot of time talking about massing on the ground and subordination and all those things. And now we're going to reduce 16 units down onto 1 acre where they wanted to spread it out on 1.6. So I get a little concerned when we start saying, well, we'll just cram the height down as far as we can, because then you're going to end up with shoe boxes that are all close together, and it's not going to be very attractive. We hear a lot about the concept of, well, this is the gateway to the town. I doubt very much that the developer or any of us want to see a slab-sided monolith as you drive down Kenyatta Road. So to that, I would say I like the idea of stepping it back if that's a possibility. 35 to 30 or 35 to 32, I'm perfectly happy going there. I just kind of want to avoid having buildings smack up against each other and being forced to go high, because if that's what it comes to, the developer's going to be in here asking for a variance to be able to meet what he's said he's willing to contribute to our town. It's interesting to note that I'll save that one. The issue around fire, it's not even up to us to decide. Any new construction is going to be subject to the most up-to-date fire codes, meaning they're going to have much better materials, construction, and fire sprinklers. And one could argue that new construction is obviously going to be much safer, given the defensible space requirements and a lack of eucalyptus trees than some of the surrounding neighborhoods, which were homes that were built 60s, 70s. I didn't look to see when they were built out, but I'm less concerned about fire given everything that, again, the state of California is requiring out of municipalities when it comes to new construction. The sewer, I think, Steve has 2 red lines under the Emerald Lake Hills specific plan. The first one I'm perfectly happy with. The second one is pretty much saying that we're only going to serve one part of a parcel and not the other. And I think that's kind of trying to codify the inability to move forward with a subdivision that is in plan. So I think the extra capacity, again, as is discussed by the town engineer, and Brian brought it up, even if it was 300 gallons instead of 150, there is still a massive amount of excess capacity. And Dick, your point's right. We should definitely take a look as what's going on in terms of that. But even if you had 16 multifamily units and whatever it is that's currently being considered for the subdivision, call it another 10, that's 26, 17 at Raimundo, right? That's 43. That's a long way from filling up the capacity. So anyways, that's where I am.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Gold.
I concur with my colleagues on the points they made. We're really lucky we have 3 of terrific architects in the room tonight, and I defer to them on a lot of these issues. I think if it's, I said this before when we had an issue with the solar panels on this very roof. I said, if it's good enough for Thalia Lubin, it's good enough for me. And I feel that was as a history committee, of course, but I feel that way about the objective design standards, which they've weighed into. And I would concur almost verbatim with what Steve Lubin had suggested here. So it sounds like we're having this debate on trying to titrate whether it's 34 or 32 or 30 or what. I'm kind of at the 28, so it's going to probably end up something higher than what Steve recommended and where I am. But I would certainly propose going lower, subordinate, as Steve Patrick also said, subordinate to the surrounding area. On the EIR reflecting the 1 acre, I just wonder whether or not if it was some other property owner who had an EIR that wasn't exactly the parcel that we would be so forgiving about it. I just don't know. But in this case, I think it is substantially the same. So I would go along with it. Also, the fact that the terrain is so similar on the other area, at least it is from what I've seen. And I've visited the site 3 times, I think. So I could go along with that. I did want to mention one other thing about the approval process here. I am concerned, this has been sort of implied in this discussion, that we're now at the conceptual stage and we're saying it's okay. When we get to the specific stage, we'll be doing something else. My worry is that when we get to the specific stage, people are going to say we should have brought it up at the conceptual stage. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing, and that actually applied in the other projects as well. So I hope that's not the case, but it's, you know, I'm not going to speculate on that either any more than I have already tonight. I do think what Chris said is exactly right. This is a big win, going from 1.6 to 1 acres, the original proposal. I appreciate and thank the property owner for doing it. I actually wish the property owners of the other sites that we've talked about tonight had listened to the town as well and adjusted accordingly, but that wasn't to be. So I'm with Steve Lubin on this one, and I suspect we'll end up something higher than that, but I appreciate the input that the surrounding neighbors had made and that we've taken that into account, and more importantly, that the property owner took it into account.
I'm in agreement with pretty much everything Councilmember Shaw said on the Emerald Lake language, sewer. Looks like we have more than enough capacity. Fire, these days, the standards are so robust that anything built has to go through a pretty rigorous process. I think on the height, I would say I'm comfortable with 30 feet, so bring it down from 35 feet to 30 feet. I don't know if it doesn't necessarily split the difference, but it does give the developer a little bit of room to move around. And I do like that the developer's already shown a willingness to talk to the Lubins and look at plans, and my guess is that is going to continue throughout this process. And I do hope, I don't think my guess is we cannot require it tonight, but I do think a community meeting between the developer is a good idea.
Great. All right. Going down my list, here are the notes I took. So to use Councilmember Shaw's phrase, I do think it's a big win that the property owner's representative and the property owner have indicated they're willing to go down from 1.6 to 1 acre. I think, you know, that's what we heard from the neighbors is what they wanted. And I think I'm glad that shift has been made. On height limit, I'm definitely supportive of reducing the height limit from what's currently in the objective design standards. I think 30 is where I'm comfortable. Let's see, on sewer, maybe I'm not appreciating some nuances here that I should, but it sounds like we've got plenty of capacity, and I'm with Councilmember Domkowski. I think sewer is far better than septic, and so if there's capacity, I think we should do it. Let's see, fire, new construction is subject to very stringent standards, so I feel comfortable on that angle. Regarding any sort of differences between the housing element, 1 acre, and the EIR, I think, like we talked about last week, the EIR is for the housing element, the program at a meta level. And then in terms of process, I believe I'm hearing from residents that there's concern around a road that's in the concept map. I think, any new road would be subject to Planning Commission and Town Council input. So I think there will be additional process there. So in terms of getting council alignment on a motion, I think we need to maybe look around to see if 30 is the number or a different number. I'll put myself out there. Like I said, I think 30 is the right number. Maybe look, seeing nodding from Councilmember Domkowski.
Yeah, 30 is, I'm there. The other part of that is, do we want a slight graduated height limit? 20 at 20 out to 30 at 30.
I'm just not sure we want to limit the developer.
We need to specify. Do we need to specify that now? A little bit of micromanaging.
Right, might be micro. Okay.
Okay.
To just have a height limit at 30.
Yeah.
Period.
We would adjust the objective design standards from 35 to 30.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not hearing any other adjustments to.
I liked Chris's idea of adopting Steve Lubin's red line for the first paragraph, but not the second paragraph, because I agree. As someone who lives on septic, I'm rarely for limiting sewer lines.
you have that?
Yeah. So the first, there are two paragraphs you suggested changes. You're okay with the first and not okay with the second. That's when you get around to this, that's what you'll want to do.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing. I am in agreement with that as well. And so, Jean, keep me honest here. I think we can actually do a couple motions right now based on our discussion of 773. I think we can, if somebody wanted to propose a motion related to the general plan designation for Raimondo, we could take that motion now. No? I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm getting this wrong. Strike that. I think we could entertain a motion for the Emerald Lake Hills specific plan. Okay. So that's the only motion that we can take after having the discussion on 773. That's because the zoning amendments are bundled together in one ordinance. So I would entertain a motion on the Emerald Lake Hills specific plan.
I move that we approve the resolution revising the Emerald Lake Hills specific plan with the new MF zoning for a portion of APN 068-100-220-773 Kenyatta Road with the Steve Lubin revisions that we discussed tonight.
And for his first one. Right. His first revision.
First paragraph, not the second, correct.
Second.
And I also just want to clarify that in the specific plan, it would include the reshaping of the property in the rezoning map.
Is that part of the Emerald Lakes?
Okay. So also to include the reshaping of the map.
Reshaping to the 1 acre that was shown earlier.
Very important. I think we had a second. Okay.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Domkowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Fluitt?
Yes.
Councilmember Gold?
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Mayor Wall?
Yes.
Motion passes 6 yeses.
Okay. Next, we're going to move on to the Raimondo site. Kevin, would you?
Procedurally on the time of the meeting, that if
we just need you to indicate whether you'd like to continue or not, since it's after 11. Just confirming you want to continue.
And does that need to be a confirmation from the entire council or just from me? Okay. Can I get a straw? I would like to continue.
I would like to continue.
I would like to continue.
It's 5 minutes.
Don't give it to him.
Don't give it to him.
Of course, we can take a 5-minute break. Okay. All right. Is that what you need? I think we have voted to continue. We will be taking a 5-minute break and resuming at 11:16.
We need a formal motion.
All right, Kevin, are you ready to resume? All right, we're going to resume the meeting. We're going to next talk about the Raimondo Drive property. This includes the general plan designation, the zoning amendment, and the objective design standard. So similar to how we approach this, more than similar, exactly how we approach this for High Road and for 773 Kenyatta, we will, Kevin will address this property and what it says in the packet. We will then open it up for council member questions to staff, public comment, council deliberations, and then we will take a vote.
Okay, so for Raimondo Drive, the general plan designation change would be that is before you tonight would be from open space to residential, similar to the High Road site. Interestingly, the Raimondo Drive site is not included in our open space element. It's not included in the project, the properties that are described. It's not included in the table. Speculation on our part is that because of the nature of the use of that site, it is, half of it is being used for equestrian uses, and the other half the town uses as a staging area for green waste and debris on its way out of town. And so it doesn't have a category like visual, natural, or nothing. It's silent on that. And the zoning map shows it as the zoning map shows it as open space question mark. It doesn't really have a defined area, but it is zoned. It is zoned open space. And this change before you tonight would change that designation, zoning designation to multifamily. And the design standards, again, similar to others. And we are, once again, available to answer questions for 773, I'm sorry, for Raymundo, from Raymundo Drive.
All right. All right, council member deliberations on, sorry, I'm sorry, really apologize.
You got your back.
Council member questions related to Raymundo.
Are we talking about each piece or just this residential design?
We're talking about each piece. So this is the opportunity to ask questions related to the general plan designation, the objective design standards, and the rezoning.
Great. Well, I mean, I have language to insert just like we did for High Road. I don't even want to bother forming that into a question, but and we already addressed the height limit at Planning Commission. I think I'm in an okay place actually at this point.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I'm in the same place. The height limit is what I wanted, and it's 30 feet now, so.
I do have a question. So last week and again this week, last week we did it. This week I'm going to push for it, and I'm assuming that Councilmember Domkowski is going to push for it. Language around emergency egress, and I know that we're kind of limited with our options. So I'm asking kind of the 30,000 foot question: if you handicap, we have to find a way out. And the most logical one is across the city of San Francisco County lands, right? Because it's not adding more traffic. Again, is this one of those process where, it's not surplus lands. It's an easement or an encroachment. What would that language look like in terms of, if you were having that conversation tomorrow morning? Are we asking for an encroachment, an easement? What are we?
Yeah, I think it would be easement or license is the kind of thing we would be looking for.
Okay.
And I think there's a trail that exists along that. I mean, that seems like that's the place that we would ask. Is there something that can be done that makes that more accessible?
Right.
But easement or
there's a gate there now. It would just be changed to something like a knockdown or.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So I do have some egress language, but could you, egregious egress, could you just help us a little bit? We don't control that land. So there are limits to what we can write because it would be, the HCD might look at it as the ultimate poison pill kind of thing if you stuck something like that in there and you didn't have access to actually develop that road. So can you give us a little bit of guidance about what that statement can actually say versus what we would like it to say?
I was going to say that you introduced language last week to the EIR resolution. Try to see if anyone
I have a bit of a
verbatim
derivation of that right now, but
yeah, which I think is, I mean, the ask is, can we identify? Can we work to find a? I don't remember what the exact words.
Improved,
but the goal is improved egress. Yeah. Can we please explore that and to the extent possible implement it?
Okay,
right. I think something like that is probably fine.
Okay, no problem. Councilmember Gold.
Is the secondary access that we're talking about that trail that runs along the fence north on the 280?
Yeah,
right along the 280.
That's correct.
And so that's what you were talking about as a secondary exit.
That's what Chris was mentioning as a possibility. It's more of just an an exploration. There may be other options.
I had no idea what the consideration was. I'm fine then. Thank you.
No questions.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions either. So we will open it up for public comment.
Dahlia Lubin. I just wanted to point out, Sage might remember, or Kevin, when I was on the ASRB, we were doing, there was a project that came to the ASRB in Skylonda, and there was some way that people could get out to Skyline rather than going all the way down. I don't know how that was crafted or the language, but there is precedent for this kind of egress. So
Yeah, unfortunately, in that instance, we actually had an easement already on the books.
oh, okay.
So
But
it was-
I know that there's a gate only the
It was not easy, but that was not an issue.
only the residents had the key. But anyway,
People still complain about it.
Do they?
There was already a road that got taken out.
Private, that's a whole thing.
Hi, I'm Sue Paletti, and I live on Raimondo. Do better. This problem has been forced upon us all, and how do we as citizens navigate the affordable housing and not harm ourselves in the process? Tonight, I want to focus on health and safety, an issue that I'm concerned about, and I know that all of you are too. I understand the urgent need to pass the housing element, and in doing so, rezone Raimondo open space to multifamily. However, we must comply with the fire safety codes that protect our neighborhood. We're in this together, and there are certain things we can give on, and there are certain things we cannot give on. And I am laser focused on our health and safety, and how do we preserve that in the process. Our single access road, and I pull a quote from Woodside's fire ordinance, is in a very high fire area, is narrow and winding, having the potential to cause life-threatening traffic congestion during an evacuation as residents try to leave the area and firefighters attempt to enter the area to fight the fire. Are you aware that there is a maximum number of dwellings that can be serviced by a single access road? The Woodside Fire Code was adopted to protect health, safety, and welfare of the residents and their property. I met with Kim, our fire marshal, and are you aware that the fire code limits the number of dwellings to 30 on a single access road? The exception is if they are all sprinkled, which our older homes and cottages are obviously not. Are you aware that our sole access road currently serves 30 dwellings allowed by law, and adding more would exceed the legal limit? In addition to our homes, a cottage or ADU is also considered a dwelling unit, providing complete and independent living facilities for one or more persons, including permanent provisions for living, sleeping, cooking, and sanitation. If you're voting to satisfy the state's required housing element, and part of the solution is adding more dwellings on the Raimondo site, the California Fire Code precludes you from doing that. The Fire Code states, where there is a number of dwelling units exceeding 30 shall be provided with 2 separate and approved fire access roads. In order to build on the Raimondo site, the town must add a new fire access road as required by law, separate from Runnymede Raimondo. It isn't just as simple as approving rezoning Raimondo tonight. If you rezone the Raimondo site, you may have obligated the town to future unforeseen costly expenses. It used to be that the developer paid for new roads. However, with the Supreme Court ruling in April in favor of George Sheets versus the County of El Dorado, California, that impact fees are unconstitutional. I'm not sure what implications that has for projects going forward. I encourage you to carefully consider the safety implications of your decision. Now that you know the fire code exists, I'm sure you do not want to violate it any more than I would want you to. With the potential legal and ethical implications of voting to rezone Raimondo in order to add additional dwellings, which would be a serious threat to our health and safety and a violation of the fire code, a yes vote could be seen as willful negligence and a conscious violation of the fire code. unless a separate and approved fire access road is built. When we have a wildfire, and should lives be lost, who will be criminally accountable for the fire code if the fire code is altered or ignored? And who would want that in their conscience? The safety of our residents should be our only priority. And this is a quick map of our fire access road, and we have 30 dwellings on that. We're at our legal limit. So in order to add the Raimondo project, you would need a new fire access road separate from our single sole access road, and it would be a bridge or overpass over 280 to the new project or the Crystal Springs Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I see. Yeah, actually, that's a great idea. So, so you raised some legal issues related to the fire code. I wanted to maybe ask our town council if you could kind of weigh in on, I know we've paid close attention to the fire code throughout this process, but maybe you could say a bit more about that.
Yeah, I think as Seja said several times this evening, any project that would be proposed would have to comply with the fire code. So if that is indeed a requirement, then as this project moves forward and as a development agreement would be entered into with a developer, that would have to be addressed.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to the Zoom room. Stephanie, I see your hand is up. I'm not sure if your hand is up to make a comment on the Raimondo site. The floor is yours.
My hand has been up since before Steve Lubin walked up to the podium again when he realized that you were talking about the specific plan with the objective design standards. I am on vacation with my family, sitting in a stairwell, and I didn't catch that you were going to change the agenda and do all of those issues at the same time. I wrote a letter last week, and I sent a letter again today. I sent it to the town council mailbox and also to Sage. Did you get my letter today?
We did. It's part of the desk items.
So you said that you were considering Steve Lubin's edits, but there was no discussion of what I was saying. And what I was not saying don't give the 773 subdivision sewer rights. That we already talked about that 2 years ago. It was the wording, everything that your EIR, everything says we're going to change the specific plan to allow for the sewer for the multifamily sites. And the wording allows anyone who builds a building that's anywhere near the sewer, anyone who builds any kind of home can hook up. That is fundamentally different than changing the specific plan for the housing element for the 773 site. That has never been discussed. All of a sudden granting these sewer rights that fundamentally changes Emerald Hills. It allows for all this development. When my husband and I wanted to hook up to the sewer and someone was willing to sell us their right, the town said no because they didn't want us to develop our lots. Now you're giving it to everyone and no one has ever talked about it. When you're going to change a specific plan or the general plan, you have to have public comments. You have to talk to the public about it. What you told the public was that you're going to talk about that you're going to change it to give the rights to 773 for this housing element site. And that's not what you just did. And I don't understand why no one talked about the edits that I suggested. Can you respond to that?
We're going to address your comments right now. So, Sage, would you mind weighing in on the scope of the scope of the Emerald Lakes Hills specific plan changes related to sewer that we just approved?
Let me try. So what we've done in this specific plan is added a parcel to the area that, under the specific plan, can hook up to sewer, right? And then there are other, and there are, yeah, thanks. There are other steps that the council will have to take in terms of addressing sewer allocations and extending the sewer in that area. So that's just it's one piece of other things that will have to be done. So you did not vote to just open up all of Emerald
To
Hills.
anyone within the Emerald Hills area.
The wording, it's the wording that you used. The wording should be limited. I suggested wording that will work, and then it does what you say you want it to do. But the wording that you chose is too broad.
It's map.
Okay, so Stephanie, the wording is connected to a map. So it's not broad in the way that you're suggesting.
Okay, if you disagree with me, then you disagree with me. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Well, Steve, I'm sorry, you gotta wait your turn. All right, we'll take the next comment in the room.
There is a map, but the wording that my second amendment addressed was that the wording was in before opens the sewer to anything that's close by. It doesn't limit it to what's on the map. That's what I was attempting to do with my edits.
Thank you.
Hi. So I've objected to how late these meetings go multiple times. I'm looking around the room and everybody is, except for Ned looks really alert right now. Everybody else seems like they're dying. And anyways, I feel like we can't do the best job that we're all capable of if we've worked a full day, if we've been up early. It's 11:30 at night, and I'm talking about what's going to happen at my house. Okay, so I'm going to make some comments, and if you can stay awake, that's great. If you fall asleep, I hope this doesn't happen to you. One comment is, I think that the way the meeting order was done to address all of these issues was out of order, because what you've done by approving the housing element first is you haven't looked at the components. So by approving the housing element first and having Kevin say, "Oh, hey, we're done. For the next couple of years, we're done," as long as you rezone the sites that are in the housing element. Okay? Like if, say perhaps we said, well, we actually want to take one of these sites out, but what we have on a platter is an approval with the sites as the housing element's written. So I have a huge objection with the way these meetings were, with the agenda items and the way you have addressed the topics in this order. Secondly, I wanted to just make some other comments, and maybe now it doesn't even really matter based on that comment, but I'm just going to say it because I wrote it on this little piece of paper. I already made some statements about the planning meeting, which I was really pretty disappointed about, because there was this fixed menu of standards. There weren't, like, Kenyatta College has an overlay. There wasn't a discussion of zoning overlays versus just having a zone. And I felt like the planning process was problematic, and the discussion and the mentorship that was given to the planning committee. And one of the other comments I have is, once there's a project in front of planning, will they know to require a site-specific EIR, which Steve Patrick had recommended? And the planning committee, the planning commission, or at the ASRB level, these folks, are they familiar with California state building codes? Like, What about section 1207, which deals with sound measurement and the necessity to require an acoustical study? What about the inspection and the enforcement and the penalties for noncompliance? So say we do adopt, I recommend that we adopt some type of provision that if we're building housing on the freeway, we make sure that the occupants are safe. We make sure they can sleep at night. Okay, we measure the noise. There's a provision for an acoustical study in this section 1207. And so say we make this requirement, the builder has to put in a certain type of windows. What's the enforcement arm? What is the penalty arm for noncompliance? If a freeway location requires window placement that's reduced on the freeway side, none of this is addressed in our design standards. And I've heard multiple times, oh gosh, we haven't rushed this process. But I would contend that portions of this process deserved more attention. And these are people's lives, not just ours where we live, but we're going to be putting people on a freeway in these types of buildings. And they deserve that we pay attention to this stuff. So we want to keep the occupants safe, sleep at night. And the EIR doesn't address pollution from how the occupants will feel it. It's the pollution from building the project, not how to protect the occupants. And shockingly, one of the other things is the PG&E grid. Last week, there were a group of folks that were kicked off the Zoom meeting because the Emerald Hills district lost power. Raymundo lost power, lots of houses right around Kenyatta College, this whole area we're talking about. And we haven't addressed that in keeping occupants safe. I tried to talk to the San Mateo County vector control person who was measuring bugs. Right at the site, he pulled out his earplugs and he said, I can't hear anything. It is so loud at the Raymundo site. I have this little sound meter, and on a Sunday morning, it registered over 70 decibels on a Sunday morning. It's much louder during the week. This has to be part of this. I spoke with sound engineer Frank, who's done this for decades. He's done work in Woodside, and he said it's his personal opinion to not use land on the freeway for human habitation. So my point is, building next to 280 requires mitigations to keep occupants safe. I have one other point, but I'm going to let somebody else speak, and I'm going to take a breath. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. We have no hands up in the Zoom room, so we'll take the next comment in the room.
So once again, I have a question for the council. In this case, again, we come up with the issue of entitlements. And so, it sounds very, very much like we need to do some form of mitigation to keep the people in this area safe from fires, to build some kind of fire road of some sort. That's going to cost money. And I want to understand who's going to pay for that. Is the town going to pay for that? I mean, are the taxpayers going to pay for that? Or would the developer pay for that? Normally, I mean, I'm used to, I work for Stanford University in my time, and I'm used to the idea of the university coming in and offering entitlements to a town, saying, okay, we're going to do this, 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 and this for you if you'll allow us to build what we need to build. It's negotiated between the town and the developer. And I would say, is it not possible here for the developer to be charged with this be part of the cost that would be charged to the developer rather than coming out of our pockets?
Thank you, Chris. That's a good question. I mean, I think because we have no developer at the table right now, the Raymundo site, like we've said before, it's town owned. Tonight, we're looking at the rezoning and the objective design standards. We're not working with a developer at this stage. Looking over to Kevin and Jean, I think, if we did need a road, the notion of who would pay for it, I believe that would come up at the time of the contract negotiation with the developer, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Any more public comment in the room?
Sue again. May I use my husband's time? He wasn't able to be here, and I won't go
Yeah,
3
please,
minutes.
please go ahead.
I did meet with the fire marshal, and she did agree with me that we are at our legal limit. And I just wanted you all to be sure that you understood if you approve this, is the state going to say, you approved it, now we have to build it, but you guys are responsible for the millions of dollars to pave the road? I just want to, I don't know the answer to that. And Jean might know with that new Supreme Court ruling whether you can ding the developer for it or not. So that's, out of my, I don't understand that. But I just wanted to be sure that the characteristics now of the housing element suggests that there would be 2 entrances from the Raimondo project to the Raimondo Street. That alone violates the fire code, and I just wanted you to be sure that you didn't do that. So we have to have a second separate access road from Runnymede and Raimondo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Any more public comment in the room? Kim.
And I do agree very much with Sue about the access. The other point I wanted to make was about the precedent of rezoning open space. And also the information that some of the residents have been given about the open space. I mean, one of the things you'll notice is that there is no one's been participating in these rooms until there's a development by their houses. And so there have been residents that have inquired with town staff or with town council members. And I don't understand why some of these residents were told that particular open space parcels were never part of the conversation. Let's be pretty clear. From the very beginning when we started this process, and I don't know, years, seems like light years ago, from the very beginning, HCD asked for an inventory of Woodside's open space designated parcels. And the town attorney and staff and the town council task force evaluated each parcel, deciding which one's going to go first. They have always been part of this conversation. And I think that the residents need to know that once you set a precedent to change open space, not only to regular residential, but to high volume residential, to multifamily residential, that the precedent has been set. And why would we do this? Don't you think it's just the beginning? You don't think the state's going to ask for more in these other cycles? I mean, we're already going to do it tonight. It's just an awful precedent, and I feel like it's just Lucy and the football and Charlie Brown.
Thank you, Kim.
I'll be real quick. Steve Patrick again. I read in your staff report, and I was looking for it, but it's like, I don't know, page 500 or something. But it was mentioned by somebody that particular lot has a deed restriction on it, that if it's not used for public benefit, it reverts back to Cal Water. Did that get responded to?
It did, yeah. The parcel in question came to us from the State Department of Transportation. I believe it was a remnant from California, from the construction 280. And there's a provision that says if this parcel is not used for public purposes, it reverts ownership to the state. So I think our position on this has been, and we tried to get this clarified through our legislative office. I don't know if they ever responded affirmatively, but this is a public purpose, the provision of affordable housing. I mean, the state in countless legislation has outlined the kind of the emergency nature of this, and that's what underpins all of the laws around state housing. So the last point I would make is reversion of this to the state. Having the state in control of this property, I think, is not. Obviously, we want to keep it in our.
I agree. So I guess my question would be, could we ask our attorney if that will fly? I mean, I would suspect the person who wrote that, the letter in your staff report, I'm sure you read it, will be going after the town saying that, you know, selling this off to, I want to say, the low income or however, because it's all going to be sold off. So if it's sold off to individuals, 16 or 20, is that public benefit? And that seems like a difficult thing to prove.
Thank you. Jean, could you weigh in on that?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think some of my answers are just going to be repeating what Kevin just said, which is you're taking this action to comply with state law. The state law says there's a public purpose here, and that is the provision of affordable housing. So I believe that's a state purpose.
Thank you, Jean. All right, not seeing any hands up in the Zoom room and not seeing any more takers in the room for public comment. So we're going to close the public comment and move on to council deliberations. Sticking with the order for this evening, we're going to look down here to Councilmember Domkowski.
Okay, to be consistent with the language we added for High Road and with the philosophic statement and the housing element, just codifying the ownership statement here. So I'll just read this into the record. The same exact statement except for Raimundo versus High Road as the first part, and I have a second addition based on some of the things we've heard tonight. But whereas the town of Woodside is the sole owner of assessor parcel number APN 072041040 Raimundo Drive, and the town council of the town of Woodside by this resolution makes clear the intention to create multifamily housing within the town of Woodside, we direct that any future housing developed at assessor parcel number Raimundo Drive to be designated as owner occupied. In addition to that, based, I think we heard Ms. Paletti on the fire code comments, which were quite elucidating. So we'll be learning more about that, I'm sure. And of course, Ms. Hanson also remarked on this issue. But there would be an additional whereas that just reiterates what we already voted for in the EIR, and that would say, and whereas further, the town of Woodside acknowledges the broader evacuation concerns associated with the single egress site. The town council, the town of Woodside shall research, I can't say develop, so direct staff to research additional egress options as well as related roadway and infrastructure needs near or adjacent to this parcel. So those would be my asks for the citizens of my district in this area.
Thank you, Councilmember Domkowski. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I think a number of ideas or suggestions have come up today that I want to make sure get on the record. That we need an exit road, period. I don't think we can go without that. I agree with the sound barrier, or at least sound glass, walls, you name it. Something that needs to be needed there. And by the way, it also added probably is needed over at High Road, though I didn't vote for High Road. And sprinklers inside, I think that's probably a legal requirement anyway. And the other thing is I want us to, whatever we do construction-wise, and I made a suggestion a couple of years ago, may have seen that with Jim Caldwell, our architect, or his rendering of what can be done. Single rise, 20 units. In this case, it was for a special needs group. You'd have no noise, no traffic, keep the real character, and all done through nonprofit, which usually gives us a little more leverage on what can be done, roadway costs, sewer costs, etc. So there are some options. I think we need to keep them within the real character that I know the community has been very anxious to keep.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
I'll circle back to Brian and Councilmember Brown's comments, and I'm just picking up on the sound mitigation issue that was raised, and I'm assuming much like the access road required by the fire department or fire code, those types of regulations would be addressed during the planning phase, right? So whether it is soundproof materials within the home and the glass, or as Councilmember Brown suggested, a sound wall, alongside. That's where that would be, because again, if it's code, it's code.
That's correct.
Okay. I would definitely hitch my wagon to the home ownership suggestion, and I do appreciate the fact that it's being designated rather than hoped for, even though it's still aspirational. I think Councilmember Brown raises a great point about the plan that he raised 2 years ago about being able to accommodate the number of units on a single story, which, you know, we've already knocked down the height from 35 to 30. So if there was some way to do that, it would be great for us to explore that when the time comes. I think that's great. And then, yeah, I think whether it's an emergency egress or whatever the fire code says in terms of ingress, I think it's going to have to happen if it's part of the fire code.
Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Gold.
I was actually going to I was going to ask Councilmember Domkowski if I was going to make a suggested change, but if what Chris said, if we're not going to include it at all and it's just going to go to the code, we don't have to. But instead of using the word directing staff to research it, I would have to direct staff to determine. I don't want just a research report. They have to find a second road. But if it's going to kick to the code, I'm fine with that too. And I did want to at least address before I'm unable to make the findings, but before I mention that, I think the point's been made here. We're now at almost exactly 10 hours that folks have sat through this, and we've yet to even vote on it. No, we had 2 meetings, 10 hours. And also I do agree that the order that we've approved the housing element, it makes it kind of a fait accompli that now we have to do the remaining enactment issues, which does sound backwards to me too. I do have the issues that have already been mentioned here tonight, the density issues, the safety issues, the sound issues, building on the freeway, and of course egress, which I think makes it untenable. So I will be not surprisingly voting against it.
Councilmember Gold, Councilmember what?
I'll try to keep this short. Yeah.
35 minutes is the record.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm in favor of this project. As I said before with the High Road project, this was carefully considered. This has come up, as Councilmember Brown said, maybe even 2 years ago. And I think we had a full room 2 years ago. And we chose a site like this because it gave us control. It allows us to dictate who builds, how they build, where they build, whether they put in a sound wall, what kind of fire resiliency we want. We get all those things, which we would not have gotten if we had simply upzoned the neighborhood or just relied on projects like 773 Kenyatta. This gives us control we are looking for and the input from residents that would be lacking anywhere else. So this is the best worst option along with High Road. And I am totally okay with the Domkowski language being added to the whereas.
Thank you, Councilmember Fluid. So first of all, I do want to recognize that we've heard the resident feedback, and Kim in particular. I do think it's great that you're looking out for the future residents and bringing up issues of sound and fire, and I mean those issues are relevant for everybody that lives there. I do feel confident that those would get addressed during the planning and building phase, as you know, those are code issues, and so those topics will definitely be looked at. Let's see. I like the idea of exploring different options for this site, whether it's housing for individuals with special needs or for teachers or for firefighters, or, you know, we name the group that needs more access to affordable housing. I think one of the nice aspects of this site, which again, it's not perfect, and, you know, we had very limited options available to us, but one aspect of it is that it is town-owned, and we do have that control to look at crafting a project that does focus on those populations. I'm in agreement with the proposal that Councilmember Domkowski made. So that's where I stand. I think we've heard from all of our council members. We are able to take a motion related to the general plan designation. We'll have to hold off on the zoning and the objective design standards until we talk about Kenyatta College, because those two things are bundled together in the ordinance. So at this stage, unless there's any further council member deliberations, I would entertain a motion for the general plan designation related to Raimundo Drive.
All right. I move that we approve a resolution revising the general plan designation for APN 072041040 Raimundo Drive from open space to residential with the language suggested by Councilmember Domkowski.
Second.
That doesn't go there, right? It goes into multifamily now.
Yeah, I think you wanted to add it to the ordinance language.
Yeah.
Sorry, the zoning ordinance.
But I appreciate that.
So with no amendments. Okay.
No amendments.
And Councilmember
Strike
Brown
that.
seconded. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Domkowski, Councilmember Fluid,
Yes.
Councilmember Gold, Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Mayor Wall.
Yes.
The motion passes with 5 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, we're going to move on to the last site, which is the Kenyatta College site. As we've done for the other sites, Kevin is going to take us through the elements related to this site in our packet. That is a zoning amendment proposal and objective design standards for this site. We will be following the normal process, which is after Kevin gives us the staff report, we will open it up for council member questions, then public comment, then council deliberations, then we'll take a vote. The vote that we take next would be on the zoning amendment for both Kenyatta College and 773 Kenyatta and Raimundo. And then after that, it would be the objective design standards for Raimundo, 773 Kenyatta, and Kenyatta College. All right, Kevin, take us away. And I'm hearing it's a little distracting in the room. I'm hearing people talking. So if you have comment, you'll have an opportunity to make that comment during public comment. Okay, I can help answer questions on. So the reason, and I agree, it is a little confusing. I had to study it and really understand it myself. The reason for the process that I just described is that the zoning amendments are together in one ordinance. So we would take one vote on that ordinance, and that ordinance provides for the zoning amendments to Kenyatta College, 773 Kenyatta, and Raimundo Drive. Similarly, we have proposed resolutions that have the objective design standards for the 3 sites, Raimundo, 773 Kenyatta, and Kenyatta College. So that for that reason, we have to take those votes together. So hopefully that clarified. Sue, I'm sorry, we're moving on to the staff report.
Okay, so very briefly for Kenyatta College, the actions that would be required are just zoning and design standards. The property is designated as institutional in the general plan, which does allow for housing related to the institution that it applies to, in this case, the college. A portion of that Kenyatta College property already has a multifamily residential development overlay zone. The action in this zoning ordinance would expand the overlay zone, but something that we needed to do to comply with RENA and the HCD process is actually identify limited areas of the campus that would be identified for higher density housing. And again, we're kind of looking at that 20 unit per acre and the 20 unit per acre standard. And as been pointed out before, the college district adopted a facilities master plan back in 2022 where they identified potential housing sites, and what the zoning ordinance, the map would mimic and mirror what the college district has already adopted into their plan. It's 2 different locations within Woodside, a designated multifamily residential zone 1 and multifamily residential zone 2. To Mr. Patrick's question, we've always conceptualized Kenyatta College in the RENA plan as one site because that's kind of how always thought of it, but there are 2 areas on the property that are identified. So that, in that sense, he's also correct. And so that's the residential, I'm sorry, that's the zoning ordinance change, and then the design standards, again, the same. So we have design standards that, as are written now, would apply to both of those zoning sites on the college. And we are happy to answer questions.
That's it? Okay. Council member questions for staff.
Just one math question. So we've got lot 1 and lot 2. If we hypothetically wanted to lower the height limit on lot 1, the one up against the Godisha properties, down to 30 feet and lot 2 down to 35, are there constraints, or would that constrain Kenyatta College's ability to deliver the 75 units that are in the RENA plan in any way, shape, or form? Could it be done?
It's possible. You know, I think anything with the college as they continue to develop their plan, if they needed a taller height limit, they would need to come to the town, and that would need to be adjusted.
Right. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Brown.
I'm with Mr. Gronkowski on the height limit. I'd like to see it 30 feet.
We're in questions for staff right now.
No.
No questions? All right, Councilmember Shaw.
Yep. Do we have any kind of control over asking them to develop one site versus another? I would have a strong preference for MFR Z2, as I think the neighbors would.
Yeah. The way you phrased the question, I mean, no, they can ask for whatever they want to ask for.
Right.
We can express, and the neighbors can express a preference for being further away.
Is there, just to throw it out there, a way to modify what we're talking about tonight to approve one lot versus the other?
We would not recommend doing that because our plan is based on the approved plan is based on what the college has already identified in their facilities master plan. So, being in a position to reduce property available would be problematic.
I figured you were going to say that, but get it out there. Okay, so it would come down to lobbying. That's it.
All right, Councilmember Gold, do you have any questions for staff? I'm seeing no. Councilmember Fluid.
I'd like to just understand a little more how the college board operates in this scheme. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, big picture, like, what is their role compared to us? They come to us with the proposal, we review that proposal, or, you know, I guess another question would be, a more specific question would be, would there be a board meeting that looks at these designs that the public could attend and also give input on?
Yes, that's really, yeah, that's where the decisions are made. So it's similar in that anything that's being brought, the college district board would be approving either plans or contracts related to that, as they've done. I mean, they've already started this work on Skylon College, for example.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, so the question around height has already been asked, and I understand that we could make some adjustments to the height to bring it down, say, to 25 feet. My question's around whether or not we could implement any setback for the lot number 1. I think, having talked to some residents, there was a desire to have it not right up against the residential property lines. So I don't know, Sage, if you have an opinion around like what would be an appropriate setback.
I guess people have different opinions on what's appropriate. In terms of, I did go out
looking for your opinion on
Sure.
that.
I went out to the site today and used a measuring wheel, so it's not 100% accurate. But from the fence line which is probably closer near to is the property line, to building 19. So it's the closest small building that exists on its site in lot 1. That was about 90 feet setback from the property line. So you have a roadway plus a little bit of natural landscaped area, and then a walkway, and then the building. And so that was about 90 feet. And then there's parking lot 8, which is just kind of above that building, which is kind of partially shown in this lot 1. And from the fence line measured to the back of that parking lot, meaning closest towards the tree line, that was about 200 feet. So you could, if looking at a 100-foot setback from the property line, would be very close to what's there now. Again, should the college need that, if that is imposed and the college need that to be reduced, they would need to come back and analyze that, but it wouldn't significantly need to change the shape of lot 1, still imposing a setback. And then in terms of height, you could look at height limits that are within 100 feet, and then maybe a taller height limit that's further back. Those are other options and ways to do things. That would be through the objective design standards.
Okay, thank you, Sage. Any other council member questions for staff? Paul?
Sage, do you know the height of building 19?
It's a good
one story.
It's one story. It's probably about 20 feet tall. There's three, and it's the finished floor is a little bit above the ground. My guess is probably around 20 feet tall.
Okay, we will open up this topic for public comment. I'm not seeing any hands up in the Zoom room, so we will start in the room.
All right, good evening. My name is Dan Stoddard. I live on Godisha Drive. I am the author, along with my wife, the letter that you've all considered, and we appreciate that. We also appreciate taking the time to meet with us earlier this week to talk about this. So I'll just walk through what I think some of your questions were probably addressing, and I guess sort of where we're at on this. So please remove or relocate the site known as Multifamily Residential Zone 1 on the Kenyatta campus. Remove or relocate, excuse me, from the proposed town zoning map in the zoning ordinance before you tonight. We are not opposing multifamily housing on Kenyatta College. Zoning along Godisha is suburban residential, and rezoning this portion of the campus to an MFRZ, to MFRZ creates a significant conflict along a shared property line with the Godisha neighbors. The Godisha Somerset property line is the only property line in Woodside that Woodside residents share with Kenyatta College. We are simply asking for a reasonable buffer to be created that helps mitigate conflicts between these two zones. Per the campus master plan referenced in the housing element, the college intends to build student, multifamily, and child daycare on this site. Please imagine a facility of this character within 20 feet of your backyard. Per the campus master plan, the MFRZ site sits on top of a ridge at a similar elevation or above many of the residents on Godisha Drive. A building on this site would tower over the neighbors, be silhouetted against the sky. Safety and security concerns, along with noise and visual impacts, have all been cited by the neighbors. Based on my understanding of the housing element, also confirmed this evening, once the zoning ordinance is passed, the college or any entity that they assign will have the right to develop on this site with no further approvals needed by the town of Woodside, as long as it stays within the objective design standards that were mentioned. This meeting tonight really feels like to us as our last opportunity to partner with the town of Woodside on this matter. The target date identified in the housing element for resolving the zoning component is the end of 2024. There seems to be time to work this out. Please remove or relocate the site known as Multifamily Residential Zone 1 on the Kenyatta College campus from the proposed town zoning map in the zoning ordinance before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see a hand up in the Zoom room. Todd and Olivia, you've got the floor.
Hi, this is Olivia Zlonstra. Thank you for taking my question. I would like to support and reiterate everything that was just stated about the site, and specifically raise concern about the fact that for the Cañada College site, it seems like there will be very little opportunity for you as our council members to assist us if there's any objection to what's going to be developed on the site that's so very close to our homes, as opposed to the other 3 sites where you keep saying, you know, once the projects are proposed, there'll be opportunity to come in and you know, cite concerns. It appears that that's not going to be the case for us. Is that true?
Sage, do you want to take that question?
Property meets the objective design standards and all other codes, building permits could be issued for the site.
Sorry,
Olivia, you want to keep going, or?
So is that going to mean that it's going to be determined by the college board and not necessarily something that has to go through the town of Woodside's approval?
I think well, I'll just weigh in, and then Sage, maybe you could weigh in as well. I mean, I think it's really hard to say. There are no, as far as I'm aware, there's no building plans. It's not even at a conceptual stage at this point. So it's impossible to say what level of additional process there would be in this case. I think in the case where, you know, every single objective design standard is met and, you know, they're not objecting to any of the setbacks, they're following all of the codes, there's no variances needed. Like, I find that a little hard to believe that would be possible, but I think theoretically they could develop without any further planning commission or town council action needed. But it's just completely, there's no project on the table, so it's really hard to say.
Okay, well, given all that, I find it really, really important to emphasize how important it is to not pass this as it is, because I mean, the fact that we might be stuck with this and have no real input, and that you as our representatives wouldn't really be able to assist us in that necessarily, I say that until there's more concrete knowledge of how this will work, it's really unfair to go forward with the changes that are being suggested for this specific portion of the housing element. I mean, I would ask you as our representatives to help ensure that we still have a voice, and we are not approving something that then binds us as residents to something that may alter our property values, our enjoyment of our property, without knowing for sure. I mean, if you were to be able to tell me, yes, absolutely, I assure you that whatever project comes forth has to go through town approval, I would feel so much more confident about it. So I ask you to please consider that when you're looking at this specific site. And also, it is a really large campus. You know, could we not just create a buffer, but just have this portion that lines Boudica be moved further away from our property line, so that if they do decide to build something large and unappealing, that it wouldn't necessarily impact the value or the enjoyment of our properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. I want to make sure we address your question. So it is a large site. Sage, can you weigh in on why and how these particular sites were chosen?
These sites came from the adopted facilities master plan from the college. Moving them would take, I think, some more analysis.
Could you just maybe say a little bit more, like what would moving them entail?
At a minimum, it would take a relooking at our objective design standards and then what that site is. You know, you want to be careful you don't move something into a drainage ditch or a habitat area or you know, unstable slopes. So those are kinds of things that you would look at.
All right. Anybody in the room want to make a public comment? please come up.
Good evening. My name's Karen. I live on Godisha Drive. Thank you for having the conversation and discussing our requests. I really do appreciate the complexities, challenges, dependencies, and emotions that are in front of the town and the council tonight. I do not oppose multifamily housing on the Kenyatta College. I think it's really important for that to be clear. It is, however, a 130-acre campus, and we are respectfully asking that the town remove or relocate building site 1 and its associated 40-foot height objective design standard. Site 1, as you know, is extremely close to the Godisha and Somerset neighborhood. The campus is 130 acres. There's only one residential neighborhood in town where we share a property line with college. The SR and R zoning, I think that is in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, does not share a property line. It's also the park and California State Highway. So we are the only residential area that touches that. I believe you guys are aware of all the impacts in this close proximity, but I do want to emphasize that the MF designation on the college campus extends beyond multifamily housing for faculty, staff, and employees. Site 1 is designated on the college concept map in the element as student housing, multifamily housing, plus child daycare. We really hope that you can support our request of removing Site 1. We really need your representation now. If Site 1 and the associated ODS are approved today, we will not have the support or representation as this MF site is exempt from discretionary review. We do understand your concern about the housing element deadline. However, this is very important, extremely important to work on now before it's approved. The college has not started the process of developing these sites. There is no active application. This is based off a concept map. If approved, the town has no oversight related to Site 1 use and individualized ODS, which is currently designated, again, for student housing plus child daycare. This site would not receive or enjoy the benefit of the town ownership, where you guys have discussed certain stipulations that you would try to put in place for those sites. And based on the agenda packet, only the property owner listed or the entity that is responsible can request changes to ODS in the future. The current Site 1 and its proposed 40-foot height is towering, will be bright and loud right in our backyard, and we would be in theirs. We do not oppose housing, multifamily housing on this 130-acre campus. We really are just asking that we remove building Site 1 and its associated ODS tonight until there is more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe a quick question for Kevin or Sage. If we were to remove building Site 1, would we be able to have a certified housing element?
I believe the answer to that is no.
All right. In the room, please go ahead.
Hi there. Michelle Ono, 1075 Godisha. We own the house that's closest to building 19, 20, and 21. It's actually just on the other side of our fence. I just really want to reiterate what Dan and Karen said about us taking some real thoughtful time to understand this building Site 1. I recently moved here to Woodside, but I want to tell you a story. In 1946, my father moved to Woodside because there were members here, residences, who sponsored families out of internment camps. They were sponsored out, and that was pretty much the only way that our families were able to get out of these internment camps as Japanese Americans. My father was an American citizen, as were his parents, but yet they were interned. They came to this town because they're farmers and because of the rural nature. Many of the Japanese were farmers. Because by nature, you're a fisherman or a farmer if you're Japanese. In any case, they came. My father went to Woodside Elementary when there were only 20 people in the school. And he attended Woodside Elementary from the time he was in first grade through high school, when Woodside High School was not even there. We so appreciate the rural nature of this area, not only because of the compassionate sponsorship of the Japanese people to this area, but because it was compatible with our occupations and also with where we wanted to live and raise families. I want you to really think about this Zone 1 in our backyard. I agree with Karen that it's really important for us to look at this right now. I have a feeling that our oversight of this spot is right now, and that we're going to lose our ability to chime in about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, we're going to go to the Zoom room. I see a hand up from Walter Cook.
Hi, thank you for your time again. We believe that you can take Lot 1 off because Lot 2 head count has not been determined at this point. When we posed to the powers that be in town, there was not a designation of how many went to Lot 1 and how many homes went to Lot 2. So if the majority went to Lot 2, which was able to cover the count of 75 that's required, Lot 1 may not be necessary. And secondly, if the Lot 1 location was relocated to someplace that's not adjacent to a Woodside community street, that would be advantageous to all of us. There would not be the conflict that you would expect to have. We would also potentially cause delays to the college community by fighting the situation, because we believe this is one of the worst sites that you're proposing. It couldn't be any closer. And our poster board is in the room. If anyone needs to see it again, one of our neighbors has graciously brought it there. So can anyone answer how many are proposed on Lot 1 versus Lot 2?
Yeah, we will try to answer that question.
Can't.
Can you
I mean, we don't know the answer to that question in terms of the unit count.
So then, Kevin, would it not be very likely that you could be able to accomplish the entire goal on Lot 2 and not need Lot 1 as we had discussed in the past?
You want me to answer?
Yes, can you answer?
Well, no, I think we're trying to reduce it to a simplification that that's just not there. You know, the college district, they've identified, and again, it's a master plan. It's a facilities master plan. They're looking at things that they think they need over. Right now, we're in a 10-year period where they're looking at this, and they've identified student and family housing as a need and employee housing as a need. But they're also trying to secure funding for these, and they're going to have different funding sources for student housing or employee housing. The amount of funding that they get would dictate how many units they might be able to build. So there are so many variables that are unknown about, and it's conceivable that they could come in with something they could do employee housing and do it at a far location. That's what's feasible for them to do in the near term. It's also possible that they get funding for student housing, and that's feasible. It's also possible that they get funding for student housing and want to put it in a different location. I mean, it's 75 units in our plan is based on our conversation with the college about what seemed like a reasonable assumption. But it's, as has been said before, it's not that we have a plan for them to build 75 units of certain, or 75 housing units directed for specific occupancy, meaning student or employee or family housing. So
May I continue then?
Yep, Pat, please continue.
Thank you. So if it is, Kevin, forgive me, but you're saying lots of we don't thinks and maybes. So why don't we give them not give them the opportunity to use lot one until they come back and ask for it a second time around? Why do we have to go and make it easy? Why don't we make that one that we reject at this point, assuming we could get it elsewhere on the property? There's 138 acres, if I'm not mistaken. Why do we need to give them this site? Let's say no at this point, go with lot two, and let them come back. Every other situation we discussed tonight, we said, let them come back and ask for more. Or if they need to, they could come back and ask for more. Let's let them ask for it before we give it, instead of giving it to them.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Kevin, can you respond to that?
So they are not, again, they have an adopted facilities master plan. I know that I've said that before. That went through a process that is approved by the college district board. So they have outlined this for all of their campuses. They're not asking us, they're telling us this is what our plan says. And we, as part of our housing element, because we needed to show that there's capacity for 394 units in here, picked up on their plan and incorporated into ours. So it's not, their process to develop a master plan is also not something that is, it's not something they can easily change. They are a government bureaucracy. They would have to, and I don't imagine they'd be interested in reopening that whole master plan for that campus.
Okay. Any further public comment in the room?
I'm Joby Merton, live on Godetia, and I'm a neighbor of Walter and Pat, who was just on there. And I just want to make sure. So, have all the council people seen this?
Yep, you guys, it was brought to the meeting last week, and anybody want to take a closer look? Okay, we have seen it.
I mean, one of the keys is you were talking about 40 feet, 35 feet, 25 feet. There's the light post here is at 18 feet high. And that's visible. This is the view from Walter and Pat's backyard from the patio. And then this is a proposed structure at 40 feet high. And even if you went down, that's still here. So if you're 25 feet, you're still going to be right about here. And then this is the view looking from 40 feet down into their backyard. Mm-hmm. And, and then we're talking about their master plan and everything. And I'm just wondering whether Kenyatta's master plan knew that they were looking into their neighbor's backyard. So that's something I think somebody should be asking them. I mean, we're making big decisions here, we're making big decisions here like that. And I know it's tough, but seems like it's worth another look. I guess that's about all I got to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Joby.
Yeah.
All right. You want to make a second I think, why don't we I think both of you already gone. So go ahead.
I just want to clarify with a town attorney that you have to adopt the objective design standards tonight.
Correct.
But we are in substantial compliance. What happens if you don't do it tonight? Is there a deadline?
We're not in substantial compliance until we adopt the zoning and the objective design standards. We have been given an indication or more than an indication that if we do adopt the zoning changes and the objective design standards, that we will be in substantial compliance.
Because as a lot of people have said, this is a lot for us to swallow and digest. These are big changes that will have significant impact on our lifestyles. I mean, we elected all of you to help us through this process, and we might vote for some of you in the fall. But it's really a lot, and I'm just asking these questions if we could, like as Paul said, to just slow it down. So I'm an architect, and we've done subdivisions. Steve and I'm having a hard time digesting and absorbing all of this and the impacts, and I can't even come up with the right questions. I think of half of them after I go home. So that's why I'm asking these questions of the timeline. And the design standards are something that we, if we have to accept these amounts and size, we can change the size of units and vary the housing styles and all that. But if we can have some input into the design standards, it would help a lot. And I don't think any of you, without giving you a proper ASRB presentation on a project, can tell me that 25, 28, or 30 feet is going to be right. It's got to be site specific. So I'm going to push back on the design standards and ask if there's just some way that we could have at least another session, so that if we're accepting these buildings and these kind of buildings, that we can at least have some input, because these design standards are comical. They're not realistic.
Okay, we hear you. I mean, I think we will take your comments into consideration during, I think we're taking it in consideration now. I think you'll hear whether or not council wants to do anything in that regard during council member deliberations. I mean, I do know that I've met with the neighbors, and I have some suggestions around what I'd like to see changed in the objective design standards. So, but I'm going to withhold my suggestions until council member deliberations. All right, we're going to take, I believe, the final public comment in the room.
This will be very brief. First of all, I agree with everything that's come before you before, and especially the idea of if we do have to have this at all, to keep the height as low as possible to accommodate this. I do prefer the idea of site 2. And the last thing I would say to this is, to the extent that we have any influence with respect to this, the goings on there at the college, that we seek to do whatever we can to pressure them to limit the number of cars, limit the number of trips. Again, this is something that Stanford lives with Santa Clara County all the time, where you say, we're going to count the number of cars that come down this road, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. And if you don't do that, I want you to use your good offices, if you can, to minimize the amount of traffic that spills down to West Bay, the West End Road, and out onto Kenyatta, for the good of the entire town. For that reason, thank you.
Thank you.
On these uphill sites like 773 Kenyatta and Kenyatta College, the range of vision is really affected when you have the full height right at the setback, as opposed to a sloping setback. It has a much greater impact. And so since you have not officially voted on 773, I hope you reconsider that. But it's also very important for Kenyatta College. I guess it's lot 2 is the one that's looms above I-280. It's another incredibly visible site on the town, and having a 40-foot, it's the setback in the objective design standards isn't set to the fence at the top of the fill slope there, and having a 40-foot building at some undetermined distance from that fence line could be just appalling. And so I think we ought to specify the setback at the top, and then have a sloping height limit, so that it lessens the visual impact. I don't think the 40 feet on that site is as important as the height at the edge. And the same thing goes adjacent to above Somerset and adjacent to Godisha. It's an uphill view you have it. So I think that's important. But I think those are things you could do tonight for all 3 of these sites. But beyond that, as I said before, the objective design standards are comical. And I think you'd get agreement by all 3 of us architects here tonight that they're comical and they need a lot more work. And you can't do that tonight, obviously. But I think you should get, some people with experience designing buildings in town to work on that. Thank you.
All right, so I've heard the word comical thrown around a couple times. I mean, I understand, disagreement on the objective design standards, but Sage, could you just kind of remind us how those objective design standards, who worked on them, what input they took, how they came into being? Because I just take a little bit of an issue with the word comical.
The town hired M Group to assist us with preparing the objective design standards. There were site visits done. They looked at our general plan. They looked at our existing residential design guidelines. All of those kind of keys for each individual site, as well as how to incorporate similar materials, certain limitations on glazing, something that hasn't been really talked about a lot. All of these objective design standards have a limit of 30% of glazing allowed on each elevation. So that's pretty minimal. Those are all things that were taken into account when preparing these standards. And yes, there are some similarities, or some of them are the same, whereas others are adjusted specifically for the sites. So it wasn't just something that was picked out of a book. It was something that was deliberately looked at based on site visits, existing standards within the town of Woodside. Also, another thing that was looked at was the SB9 objective design standards, and see how those are written and similar ideas could be incorporated into these standards.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close the public comment. If you want to make one additional, go for it.
I want to mention that in the agenda packet, there is, Karen Godisha, there is a statement about that site location that indicates that it calls for reduced setbacks and a higher height limit because it is an insignificant, or it is not a significant impact to the residents. So with respect, I don't feel that that site was evaluated as carefully as it could have been, because I hope it's clear that sharing the property line with the neighbors would not put us in a position where we would reduce the setbacks and increase the height. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Mayor Wall, there is still a hand up, and Walter may be distinct from.
Okay. Oh, good point. Walt, is Pat? Is that you putting your hand
It is
up?
Walter.
It is Walter. Okay.
Yeah,
Walter,
hi.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to reserve some of my time for my wife Patricia, but quickly, is there a representative of the college there?
No, there isn't.
Okay, I would hold that fact against them. The optic of it is terrible. It tells me that they see the decision as being made, and that they are viewed as what was described as bureaucrats who are unchanging and unmoldable and unreasonable, who can't be reasoned with. And I would push back on them hard with a radical change, take lot 1 off, and force them to come back and deal with Woodside being in a position of strength rather than being in a position of weakness, which it appears to be from how this dynamic and the dynamics of the negotiations are going.
Thank you, Walter.
We also agree with the architects in the room, as they're saying we have until the end of 24 to make the final decisions as far as the setbacks and the heights go. Why do we need to press forward if they're not well done? That doesn't seem like it would be too much skin off anybody's back to put that one on hold until we could really work out the heights and the setbacks in this location. Everyone has asked for that. We're pleading with you for your reasonable thoughts on this.
I just want to make sure we're not propagating a misconception here. I've heard a couple people now talk about the end of 24. Kevin and Sage, can you wait? That's not a thing, right?
Yeah, no, we have heard that a couple of times, but the rezoning needs to, until the rezoning is done, we are not in compliance. We're past the deadline for the rezoning.
And if it was another month, it wouldn't really hurt, right? Or if it was 2 months, it wouldn't really hurt.
You've had an opportunity to speak. You've asked your question. Your question's now been answered. We're going to move to council deliberations. I'm going to look again to council member. There's a part of me, or if council member Shaw wants to kick us off, that's fine too.
Go for it. Yeah, no. No, please, I defer.
Yeah. So I get that you're uncomfortable with us directing to remove a specific site, but can I ask a question around setbacks and heights? Everywhere else in our packet, we get setback information. We don't have any for Kenyatta College. Can you help us there?
So the sites are set back from the property lines. These particular sites could be built within their MFRZ zones without additional setbacks. So setbacks could be imposed, but right now the way it's set up, they're already set back from a property line, so they can build within these areas.
Sure, I understand. So you answered the question. My next question is: we can impose setbacks, just like we can change heights.
Yes.
Okay. So my deliberation basically would be in relation to site number 1 that borders Godisha and, sorry, I forgot the other one.
Somerset.
Somerset. I always want to start it with an M. You know, there's no reason that we couldn't, increase the setbacks on MFRZ Lot 1, particularly as it's parallel to Godisha, to 120 feet, right? And remember, it's different looking at 120 linear feet versus slope feet. There's line of sight versus angle. And in conjunction with that, there's no reason why we couldn't put a reduced height at 20 feet along the front row that borders Campus Circle as it goes along there. And then if it wanted to step back, it could. But a setback at 120 feet really pushes almost to the middle of the narrow part of that building envelope that they've drawn out in here. And just for, kind of, but there's a point to that, isn't there? And then the setback that's already shown on the map down to Somerset's over 400 feet. But the point being is that we could increase the setback and reduce the height. And I would suggest that in conjunction with that, we increase the height at MFRZ2 with the idea of making the zone or the second lot much more attractive to the community college district. It should be anyways. It's a big flat paved lot. It doesn't impinge on any neighbors whatsoever. Yes, it's still really tall, but so is the gym when you drive along 280. So I'm not as worried about ruining the view from 280 as I am the impact that we're looking at Godisha. And so that would be my suggestion.
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify the suggestion. So it was 120 feet setback on lot 1.
Yeah, along Godisha.
And then what would you raise the height to in lot 2?
Oh, give them 45.
Yeah, I just like to have some.
Yeah. I mean, you want to sweeten the deal. If you're going to smack them around on one side, you want to.
All right. Councilmember Brown, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I agree with what Chris is asking for. And the only addition I would have is that along the north side on Godisha is build a higher berm wherever possible, and then put trees in on top of that. Whatever you can to obscure the view as much as possible. As I've seen it, and also would suggest that construction on the more western part of the open area that's indicated here, which is flat, and looks like it could accommodate a lot of units instead of putting it very close to the street up above.
Okay. Councilmember Domkowski.
Okay. Well, it's the last time I cede my opening to Councilmember Shaw. I will say that. So on lot 1, we either have the choice of it's a fake choice, but removal or non-removal. I'm going to assume that we're in non-removal. So if that's the case, as I look at things we've done consistently elsewhere and applying it here, where I was before the more extreme comments, where taking height from 40 down to 30, because that's what we've done elsewhere. Increasing the setback, I would not. When you go 120 feet, you're eliminating the entire. I mean, I know what you're trying to say, which is it's another way of addressing remove the site, but I think it's also going to wind up actually pushing it too far, if you will, for what would, is it buildable? Is it no longer buildable? I had 20 feet, but hey, 40 feet, 50, whatever it is, something reasonable, not eliminating the entire center of, I don't think you're going to get away with 120 feet. But a setback of whatever it is, 20 or 40 feet, taking height down in a landscape barrier of 10 feet, which we've got in other properties here along the northern parcel line against Godisha, are things that we've done elsewhere for other properties in a consistent way. 120 is, you're talking about eliminating the whole, you're like, just, that's going to be a line in the middle.
So from the property line, basically to the edge of the road at the narrow spot is already, that's 35 feet.
So maybe there's a clarification. Are you talking about where the green line is here?
Yeah.
Okay, so the green line, you got the road, of course, right, that separates. That's that road we were driving on the other day.
Exactly.
Okay.
During our site.
Yeah, during the site visit. Then you've got the green line, and what I thought I heard is they could build up to the green line right now. True, Sage?
Yeah, that's what they're
proposing.
Yeah.
So why are you saying 120 feet off the green line?
I'm saying from the property line.
Property line.
Which would be.
So 35, you're seeing the narrowest part is 35 feet there.
Right.
So another 75 feet.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'll just show the measurements that I took today. Sorry, the mayor, if I may, just show the locations roughly of the measurements that I took to get today might help the discussion. So the shorter line is that was about 90 feet taken at that location, and then the larger line was about 200 feet.
90 feet is small.
That was
it's almost where that black dot is.
Correct. That's where that's roughly where building 19 is.
Sorry. So 120 feet is going to be real close to where that black dot is.
Okay.
I find that unacceptable.
Maybe something around 100 feet could potentially work.
I had written down 100. I thought I would shoot the moon.
Well, you shot the moon. Yep.
Then I got shot down.
All right. I think we're trending towards a compromise here, but I'd like to hear what Councilmember Gold has to say. Or Ned, did you want to chime in?
You have what was your comment on the height?
40 down to 30 on feet. I guess now I'm understanding property line.
The gold
measurement there at 90. I get why that's there.
And I would recommend taking it from the property line, so more finite distinguished line.
Right. But it's still, so the only relief people get towards the top of the elevation is the height, in that case.
Right.
Versus a setback on the zone. But you recommend off the property line versus off the dotted line. That's what you. Well, okay, so I still think you're probably high, but I don't have a proposal.
Okay, Councilmember Gold.
So, we're here at almost 1 o'clock in the morning and we're negotiating these feet and these are people's lives. And I think that this is, it couldn't be more wrong to do this at 1 o'clock in the morning when there's people here who we're going to make a permanent decision and they're going to live with it. And, this lot we're going through contortions to try to make this work and the clock is ticking down and we've got a gun to our heads. And I just don't like it. And This lot is different than others because it's, first of all, it's the most speculation of all because we don't know what the plan is. The college hasn't told us. For all we know, they're putting all of them here and they're putting a few of them in the other lot on the other side. And by the way, I'm not that happy with the other lot because there is a Woodside property on the other side. It's actually not that close and it doesn't have quite the impact, but it's on the, by Barclay Field. It's the Dearborn house and they're living with Barclay Field and this house is a little bit distant. This property is a little bit distant from them. So it doesn't have quite the impact that it does for the folks on Godisha. So I'm sympathetic to that. We have no control over this one. And when we do the objective design standards, they can do it. They can do what they want to do. Now, there is a positive side to all of this that nobody's mentioned before, and that is this isn't funded yet. I think Kevin actually did mention that it's not funded yet. And by the way, the junior colleges, the community colleges, all just had their funding cut because California's gone from a $50 billion surplus to a $100 billion deficit. And so the community colleges got actually hit pretty hard. I'm not willing to gamble with these folks' lives and their peaceful enjoyment of their properties. And this is one I hate to say it, I've said it 4 or 5 times already. This is why we needed public hearings during the last 18 months, so that we're not up against the clock at 1 o'clock in the morning trying to figure this out. And we could have gone to the community college. We could have tried to figure out a better location. There are 131 acres here, and there's a lot more suitable parcels than this one that overlooks the backyards of some of our friends and neighbors. So I'm not going to support it. But I may very well be outvoted tonight. I'm used to it, but I think that I stand on principle on this. This is not the way to do something that impacts people. By the way, the High Road people and the Runnymede people are just as impacted by this stuff. The Uptons and they live right across the street from this too. They actually live closer to the High Road thing than the folks here do. But I think that this is one where it's just been a mess. It actually reminds me. One of my favorite movies is No Country for Old Men, and one of the opening scenes is they ride out on horseback, and there's this shooting, and all the trucks. You may remember the scene, and Tommy Lee Jones is out there as the sheriff, and his deputy says, "Sheriff, this is a mess," and Tommy Lee Jones says, "It'll do until the mess gets here," and the mess just got here with this particular property, and we've been rushing these things through and checking the boxes and being rubber stampy, and now we're up against it. And this one doesn't work. Doesn't work for me. I suspect maybe there's 1 or 2 others who it won't work for either, but I'm just not willing to gamble, so I can't make the findings.
Thank you, Councilmember Gold. Councilmember Fluitt?
Yeah, so we don't know much about what's going to go into these sites. We don't have the same control like we do with High Road and Raymundo. A lot of that control is in the hands of other elected officials. I don't see that as somehow terminal to this. I actually see this as a opportunity to those who want to reach out to these elected officials. We have one board member who is assigned to Woodside, Lisa Patrides, who I'm sure would take any one of our calls from any one of our council members who want to negotiate and talk to this individual. Hopefully that happens, and they do listen to our comments and they do listen to our residents. But in the meantime, I overall, and I have heard all your concerns, but overall, I see Kenyatta College as a real benefit to this town, and as a benefit to this process. That again, we don't have to upzone people's individual homes. We're not taking away neighborhoods. And we have affordable housing going into an area that will not otherwise disturb an entire neighborhood. That said, I want to do as much as we can to protect the people of Godisha. And so I am fine with going with a 100-foot setback from the property line, lowering the height on MFRZ Lot 1, raising the height on MFRZ Lot 2 to 5 feet, hopes that will push our other electeds to making the right decision, which is focusing their attention and their efforts on Lot 2 rather than lot 1. If this passes, I again would encourage our residents as well as our electeds to reach out to these people who are in charge of this project and use those negotiation skills to get what the town needs.
Okay. So first to Councilmember Gold, I think the quote of the night might be, "I stand on principle and I'm not willing to gamble with folks' lives." That is the exact opposite of what you have been talking about tonight. In fact, you are fully willing to gamble with folks' lives and just say, nope, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to pass a housing element. We're just going to fight the state and see what happens. That is literally what you have been proposing and advocating for, with a whole lot of twisting of facts since you've been on this council and even from before. So I just, to say that you're not willing to gamble with folks' lives, I mean, that is just like as rich as it gets. In terms of the Kenyatta College site, you know, I really do want to, here's what I'm trying to do. One thing that hasn't been mentioned tonight yet, or really I don't think the point has really been made, is but for the Kenyatta College site, the impact on the rest of Woodside, if we had to come up with other sites and other options in lieu of Kenyatta College, can you imagine the impact that would have? I know it's not perfect, and I know it's going to have an impact on the Gadisha residents, but the impact that we would be dealing with if we didn't have the Kenyatta College site would be far, far greater. And so the needle I'm trying to thread is, how can we reduce the impact on the Gadisha neighbors as much as possible, while also continuing to have the Kenyatta College site in our housing element and rezoned this evening. So the tools available to us that I can see are one, the setback. I would like to find the greatest possible setback from the residential property line that doesn't fully negate the ability to develop on that site. I love hitting hard, coming out of the gate with a strong proposal with 120. I think that's a little bit too aggressive. I would propose 100 feet setback from the residential property line. And then heights. I think we should reduce the height as much as possible. I think the 40 feet that's currently in the objective design standards is too high. I would propose between, I'd say, 100 and 200 feet from the property line. The height should be somewhere in the range of 25 feet. And then, you know, beyond 200 feet from the property line, I think a bit taller is appropriate. So in my mind, like, those are the tools. I would like to exercise those tools to the extent possible. So I'll pause there.
Things. Thank you for that. And thank you for the education on property line. Reoriented me. So 100 is great. I don't. Lot 2. I don't think there's any reason we should be taking that up. We don't need to take it up, particularly if you're penalizing lot 1. So there is a massing issue there that is there. So if we were to keep lot 2 at 40, dropping lot 1 all the way to 25 is it's something we haven't done anywhere else in the plan for any other neighborhood tonight. So 30 is a consistent number. But I love your 100 or 100, 110, whatever it's going to be. But I mean, I've started to bend a little bit now. You helped me see clear here at 1 o'clock. So thank you. But I would be at 30 and 100 and not change any height limits to go higher anywhere. Would be where I would be.
Okay, yeah, no.
Pushback as
so
discussion.
Lot 2, you would like height at 40, keep it at 40?
I came in wanting it to go down to 35. Yeah.
I mean, I think the focus of the objections have been the resident concerns from Gadisha. So I'm I would propose we keep it the same at lot 2 and see what we can do at lot 1. Brian, looks like you're comfortable with going down to 30 feet for the,
And
I mean, I think, I don't know.
if it's necessary to compromise, pushing the setback to 110 might be a nice place to start with 30. Is that a reasonable?
Yep. Okay. Any other council member deliberations? If not, I would entertain, so again, just to talk about process here, I think we've got what I believe is a council member agreement around the height and the setback for lot 1 in Kenyatta College. We would build those changes into the motions related to the objective design standards. So maybe we take that motion first. Would that be okay, Jean? So I would entertain a motion related to the objective design standards for Raymundo, 773 Kenyatta, and Kenyatta College. And that motion would include the 120-foot setback for lot 1. I'm sorry, 110-foot setback for lot 1 and the 30-foot height at lot 1 as well.
And if I may just clarify, so the 110-foot setback for lot 1 is 110 feet from the property line. And is that just the property line? I've heard a couple things. One along the properties for Godisha, and then I heard for another statement about all residential properties, which would include Somerset.
I think it was all.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So 110 feet from the property line for the properties that are adjacent to Godisha.
One issue here that now begins as you're moving this.
Sir, I'm really sorry. I'm sure everybody wants to talk right now, but we have closed the public comment period. So we're actually.
Public comment period. I want to protect the folks on Somerset now as well, so that there's no overhang that appears on Somerset. If you move the property, this was not discussed earlier, but if you move that property over too much, you're going to start looking up on the Somerset folks are going to start seeing it.
So Councilmember Shaw has a map up, so will you respond, please?
That won't happen.
The building envelope isn't moving.
Sorry?
The building envelope's not moving. Sorry, the building envelope isn't moving. As a matter of fact, if you want to throw your map back up there. I mean, it's got this odd kind of almost 90-degree turn.
Okay.
And that's like 600 feet off of Somerset.
That line?
The dotted line
The low dotted line.
down to Somerset's like 600 feet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, would somebody like to make a motion related to the objective design standards?
Screw this. This is the one on page 265. Yes. Okay. They're doing their math. Ready?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you had talked earlier about 773 at 30.
Oh, you want me to get all those?
We're gonna
best notes
right here. You can just make sure to add in what you're saying around.
I'm going to need some help on any of the changes we made at Raymundo. Okay, you going to help me through this? Okay, so I would move that we adopt a resolution of the Town of Woodside Town Council establishing new objective design standards for parcel zone multifamily at along number Raymundo Drive, a portion of APN at 773 Kenyatta, and portions of APNs at Kenyatta College. And I'll work backwards on the Kenyatta College, that the setback at MFRZ Site 1 has a setback of 110 feet parallel to Godisha Drive and a height limit of 30 feet. And then I need some help on the language for 773. And
And that was measured from the property line. The 100.
Measured from the property line.
30 feet.
Yeah. And then the height changed to 30 feet at 773.
That's correct.
And then the language.
Well, that comes in the multifamily.
That comes in
Yeah.
the multifamily. Sorry. Okay. So I think that's it.
Second.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Domkowski, Councilmember Fluid,
Yes.
Councilmember Gold, Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Mayor Wall.
Yes.
The motion passes 5 yeses, 1 no.
Okay. All right. The final motion of the evening is related to the zoning amendments for Kenyatta College, 773 Kenyatta, and Raimondo. And I believe Councilmember Domkowski, do you want to propose your adjustments to that motion?
I would appreciate the call sheet here. Thank you. Paragraph, but so it's a motion to introduce and schedule a second reading and adoption of the proposed ordinance to amend Municipal Code Chapter 153 zoning, approving revisions to the existing multifamily residential development overlay zone at Kenyatta College as specified, rezoning 773 and rezoning. I'm sorry, rezoning a portion of AP N 068 100 220 773 Kenyatta from suburban residential to multifamily, rezoning portions of APNs 068 320 330/340 Kenyatta College from SR to multifamily zoning, and rezoning Raimundo Drive from open space to multifamily residential with the 2 amendments around owner occupied and exploring second egress that were discussed earlier.
And again, we want to add, just ask you to add into that section the reference to the objective design
In
standards.
reference to the objective design changes that were put into the High Road document.
Second.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Domkowski,
Yes.
Councilmember Fluid,
Yes.
Councilmember Gold,
No.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Mayor Wall.
Yes.
The motion passes 5 yeses, 1 no.
Okay. We have made it through the public hearing on item A. That was first, obviously, I'm literally losing my train of thought, that we dealt with on at the July 23rd meeting that was continued to tonight. I know it was 2 very long meetings. Thank you so much to my fellow council members for being here and taking the time, and to the members of the public who stuck it out this whole time. We really do appreciate your attendance, your feedback, your comments, and all of your input. So with that, we're going to adjourn the meeting of July 30th.